Tell I'm a stating fact. You want me to take you back? You want me to take you back? This is it, the season finale for Gridlife competition at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. We decide our champions here at this final event, round 9 of 9. We've been all over the country, some drivers all the way out to Connecticut, then all the way out to California, and back to the East Coast for this final event. We're here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. The weather is absolutely beautiful. We cannot wait to finish out our season at this fantastic racetrack right before it closes at the end of next month. Yeah, the racetrack might be closing at the end of next month, but it still is a spectacular facility for the season finale of Gridlife. 19 corners and 2.7 miles around here. Kyle Heyer joined by Alex Moss. Alex, you drove this racetrack for the first and last time likely this weekend. Tell me about this racetrack and the 2.7 mile layout.
Super fun racetrack, very, very busy. I think it's probably one of the busiest tracks that we come to. Very few breaks for you as a driver. Always going to one side of the track or the other and dragging the car across the surface.
Yeah, making your way into the S's, turn 7 through 11, back and forth, and off into turn 12. That's been a trouble spot so far this weekend, getting the car woe down. A little bit of an uphill climb through turn 13 and 14. Blind crest over there. That's been exciting a little bit with traffic in the track battle series. Then to turn 16 and 17, you come back around, finish the lap. It takes about 1 minute and 45 seconds for some of the fastest here in track battle. And let's have a little bit of a preview of our day here on Sunday at Gridlife. Welcome to the final day of action here at Pit Race. This is the season finale for Gridlife competition, and today is the final day of the season. The last 2 races for the IBOC GLTC series, the last 2 races for the Gridlife Rush series, and the last 2 races for Gridlife GT. Champions are going to get crowned in 2 of those championships, with Eric Catil and Matan Rosenberg battling for the title. He didn't have a great start to the weekend, Catil, but he has a chance to steal it away with rain on the way. Gridlife GT, AJ Hartman and Hans Horpedal, they certainly have a battle on their hands, and it's pretty even footing, just 1 point between them as they head into races 3 and 4. And in the podium sprint, who knows what's going to happen? We've never ended a season with a podium sprint with all the champions present. We've also never ended the season in the rain. There's so much uncertainty to look forward to on the last day of 2025 for Gridlife competition. A look back at the action from yesterday, Saturday, sort of the middle of our championship weekend. Alex, we saw a lot of interesting things happen in the wheel-to-wheel stuff because they went racing for the first time. We saw drifting on track, but in the track battle championship, I have to say, even the morning session didn't really give us what we were expecting with the cool morning temperatures. We had 40 degrees on Friday. It was about 55 on Saturday morning. We didn't really see records fall like we thought, but regardless, drivers went out there and filled the track for most of the day.
Yeah, and didn't see the records falling certainly not in the faster classes, in the Group A type cars. Saw a lot of activity on the track, though. A lot of mistakes, a lot of fun, exciting moments with cars, you know, making mistakes, having ABS failures, spinning off track, those kinds of things.
And of course, we saw tons of drift cars on track. They have a few more sessions today in the Gridlife Rush series. We also saw some action with Ayrton Grimm and Jason Ayler battling for position. And had a big moment here yesterday with Jeremy Boysen going up and over. Didn't get a chance to talk to him yesterday, but I took a look at that car. It's in remarkably great shape considering what it went through. And then more track battle action late in the day. Chris Smith lighting up a tire heading up the hill out of turn number 5. So it was a full day of track battle heats and racing with plenty more coming our way. And certainly with the drift drivers putting on a big show for the sizable crowd that we gained up on Spectator Hill here. So with that out of the way, we'll have a look here at our points for our track battle championship. There's a look at the gorgeous Pit Race complex. Of course, announced just a little while ago that this track will be closing. What a shame. It's such a beautiful facility, but it is a battleground today. Mike Jansen is back and ready for more action here this morning, and we'll see him in podium sprint later, although he's qualified 4th now as Sam Dooling and David Best and others have moved up into podium sprint contention with their times yesterday. But Jansen's already wrapped up the championship, so Dooling is just looking to close that gap.
Yeah, just looking to put a bow on the season, really, for these guys now with that championship wrapped up. So good to see Mike back, battling this morning, and then hopefully going out for the podium sprint to try and put a bow on the season, as we say.
Yeah, and Falcon Club TR, this is the battle that everyone's watching. 3 drivers, Mario Moroni, Peter Granberg, and Evan McLaren, can mathematically win with a win in podium sprint. But if we do get that precipitation that we're talking about, it throws everything into a tizzy. But Moroni comes in with a sizable advantage, such that if anybody other than Peter Granberg or McLaren wins, he will go home with the championship trophy. So that's exciting for him. In street class, it has been Joshua Halka all year long that's led the way, 102 points, but he's left a few on the table. A couple of points that Andy Holst can take advantage of with a podium sprint win. Holst broke the track record on Friday. He's leading in street class. However, Joshua Halka, they found what the issue was with that car. They think it was a knock sensor that was loose. They've tightened it back up, and they think that that'll solve the problems for the car this morning. They're going to go back out and see what they have in heat number 7.
Yeah, great for him then. Hopefully he can put more representative time of what he's capable of down on here and make this an exciting battle for the last event.
And then Luke McGrew up on top of Ryan Matthews in the points, and that's how they've been so far this weekend here in Street GT. So no major shifts or shuffles there. Dewey DeWitt has already locked up a championship, and he's just here to claim their all-wheel drive record for Street Mod, which he's already done. Alan Patton blew the motor in the Supra that he was contesting with. You see him, or he's already won the Trackmod points this year over Jackie Ding. Justin Peachy and Chris Smith, though, they will be dueling to the death in Podium Sprint later to see who ends up on the podium. And Jim Rauch reset the track record yesterday with a 140.1, and he might go out again this morning to try to improve it. But Bertulis and Lauder are going to be battling for third in the unlimited category. Lauder struggling with a diff issue. That is the point situation here for the Track Battle series, and we'll be back with Track Battle coverage here in just a moment. Well, having a look here at the cars warming up for heat number 7 in the Gridlife Track Battle Championship. And while they're getting set to go on course here this morning, before we do that, we'll take you back in just a moment to look at the highlights from Heat 6 yesterday. And here's a look at them. Again, Alex, in the heat of the day, we saw the track temp get up past 85 degrees with the ambience just under 80. And, you know, there was a little bit of slipping and sliding here in Club SC, a little bit of shuffling, but not a lot of improvement across the board just with the track temps hot. We saw Luis Rodriguez go for a little bit of a slip and slide there. Nathan Traxler, Dylan Rogers out there in Falcon Club TR. But there was some dramas a little bit later in the session, too.
Yeah, no surprises that nobody really went any faster in the afternoon, that it was very hot. But what the drivers probably were trying to accomplish, other than just getting out and getting to experience this track, is understanding how the track might feel for Podium Sprint today.
Yeah, that's a great point, and we're going to see temperatures already. You know, we'll have a look at the weather after this, but weather is already pretty nice, so it's going to be warm. And you see this big lockup there for Igor Keselov, struggling with some sort of ABS issue. Not sure if he's been able to remedy that or how you would remedy that in a car like that with the OEM ABS and a whole lot of non-OEM parts on it. Daniel Persing out there, he had quite the fan base in the chat yesterday. It was kind of fun to listen to and watch. And then in Group A, a little bit of a tight moment there between Dewey DeWitt and Ryan Sari. Dewey was none too pleased with that, as you see with the fist out the window, but ready to go into Podium Sprint later today. And then Alan Patton jumping over to the Supra in Trackmod. Now, I understand that when he ran in Unlimited, it was supposed to be Trackmod, so that car only, as you see him go for that spin there, it will be running in Trackmod, not in Unlimited, not both. There's Ryan Sari, went back on track a little bit later in the session to try to improve in that very unique LMP3. And then we also saw the Zestec Lamborghini with Zach Joe behind the wheel. He went for a big slide later in the session, but that is your Heat 6 highlights. Cars on track now on their first flying lap of the day, and having a look at the weather. Again, it's a beautiful weekend. It has been so far, but Alex, we started Friday with such cool temps. It just hasn't been that cool so far for the rest of the weekend. 65, it's gorgeous, but there is a little bit of action on the radar today, although every time I look at the forecast, the rain comes later and later in the day.
Yeah, so I mean that rain has been threatening for right around when the Podium Sprint time is going to happen, and that just adds to the excitement, really adds to the tension, adds to the drama for what these guys are going to be able to do during those Podium Sprints and how they prepare for it as well. Driving a track in the rain is a very, very different proposition to driving it in the dry and in good conditions, even in the heat.
So the cars we're following here in the first of our 4 groups, D through A, are going to be the Falcon Club SC cars. Again, the drivers with the pink stickers you see there on the timing and scoring on the left. We have representation from 4 different classes: Trackmod, Street, Club TR, and Club SC. Trouble there is that Owens in the Sylvia. He's pulled off to the side. Didn't quite get a look at where that is on track, but that looks to be over on the turn 17 area, potentially. No, that would be the same camera, so I don't think that it is.
But either way, again, joined by Alex Moss. Alex, it's been a pleasure to have you alongside me here this week. Appreciate your help all season. We had you at Autobahn Country Club as well, and kind of a unique perspective to see the sport from the other side of the screen.
Yeah, it's a pleasure doing it. I love doing this. I'm very passionate about time attack. I've competed in Gridlife's track battle for a number of years now, and so you know, it's always fun to watch it without having the tension of competing in it yourself on a weekend.
I'm sure that helps a lot. Drivers that we're watching here in this session, Sam Dooling in that number 370 silver Honda Fit. We're watching now the 123 of Faye come down the hill. Mike Jansen, 211.415. That is actually, is that quicker than he ran? And it is not, but the time that we're chasing is a 210.2. We're not that far off this already for lap number 1. So I don't know that we're going to see blistering records set if we do see them, but it is cool, and it is, you know, not perfectly cloudless. So I think the track tempo is going to take a little while to rise. That gives opportunity for drivers to potentially break a record, but more importantly for the championship, get themselves into that podium sprint with a nice solid seed.
Yeah, exactly, and it's fun seeing Mike Jansen. He was away yesterday at a wedding, I believe. Doesn't look like there's any lingering hangover there. He's come right out and started with a good time. And we often see these Club SC cars build throughout the session, whereas in the Group A cars, it's often the very first lap that we're looking for. Club SC cars and a lot of the Group D cars can run multiple laps and will build and get faster as the session goes on.
Yeah, Sam Dooling here. This car owes him nothing. How many thousands of miles has he driven it across the country? Was at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't all that long that he got back from that road trip, and he road tripped out there with a couple of other buddies, you know, bump drafting and things all the way there. But now in competition this year, in second to Mike Jansen, who's right behind him there in that Honda Civic, and I wonder if Mike will give him a little bit of a push at some point. You never necessarily want to help your competitor out, but these guys have a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's like their own little mini cult, the Club SC cars. Did you say they were bump drafting on the way out to Laguna Seca?
I can't confirm or deny that that's on public roads, but I know that they have had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And out in the middle of nowhere in the desert, you know.
Yeah,
watching?
probably in Vegas.
If a tree falls in the forest, no one hears it. Jansen goes around the outside, kind of drops the tire there for a second. Either that or he locked up momentarily when he jumped to the brakes. Austin O'Brien there in third. He's been fun to watch. And Nick Berg, by the way, in the 216 went out. He's basically got that car shrink wrapped together with the front bumper not really wanting to stay on after the collision with the wall at turn 17 yesterday. So Berg literally has the front wrapped in plastic wrap to keep the bumper on.
Good to see the car running. 210.4.
Not quite the track record, but very close, off by 0.2. So Jansen could improve David Best up to a 212. He did go quicker than that. Ooh, did he actually match his time? David Best ran a 212.173. That's a 212.134.
Yeah. So Jansen, that must put him back up into the number 2 seed now, I would expect.
Yep.
So after being shuffled down a little bit yesterday when he wasn't here, he's come back to kind of put his stamp back on this event.
Yeah, very different way to go fast in Club SC, very low slung car. And these Hondas do take a couple modifiers in the power to weight here. Again, if you're familiar with Eibach GLTC and the roughly 12.5 to 1 weight to power distribution, here it's 25 to 1. So you're looking at cars that are in the 90 to 100 horsepower range. But this car, the big advantage it has is just the lack of frontal area, which is something that we've also seen sort of impact parity in Eibach GLTC as well. I think people are figuring out that, you know, the less draggy a car is, the better it's going to be for a power to weight class. See Dave Laps go for a spin at turn 5.
Yeah, and Club SC is unique among time attack classes. It's the only class that we have where you are limited. We measure power to weight, and we're limiting the actual power to weight of the cars rather than just the modifications that you can make to the cars for that class. So it makes it a little bit different, a little bit unique, and then you can play with the parity and the balance of that. We've talked a lot this weekend about how time attack really isn't about parity, and the rules aren't built around parity. The exception to that rule is Club SC, where it is about the parity.
Yeah, for sure, and he'll jump on the brakes now into turn 17, not for too long, a resting speed for probably about 105 miles an hour, maybe even a little less, but throttling up now, coming back to the stripe. Again, 210.244 is the standing track record. And we'll see if Jansen can pip that this time across the stripe. And that is, yeah, by a lot. 209.505, and Mike Jansen resets the Falcon Club SC record here this morning, and not by a little bit. That was by 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, so you predicted it on Friday morning, I think, when you said you thought we would see them get into the 209s this weekend, and it took all the way till Sunday morning, but they have done it now.
The question is, can anyone else match him at this stage? I mean, no one else has run better than a 2:12.1 in this session, but to your point, you did say that these cars sort of build speed throughout the session, and they do burn a little bit of fuel, believe it or not, and as the car gets a little lighter, I'm sure that doesn't hurt. Once you get the tires up and nice and sticky, and you also start burning off a little bit of fuel. I imagine you have to keep some fuel in it, though, just to feed the engine, because you can fuel starve pretty much anything OEM pretty easily.
Right, and the other thing we have is that we've got this phenomenon in Time Attack where, you know, we can have a standing record that holds for a certain period of time, and then as soon as one car kind of breaks through that barrier, you see a whole flood of them break through as well. So I'm not going to go be as bold as to predict we're going to see a whole flood of cars in the 209s now, but it would not surprise me if we see that.
Yeah, looking at track records for Club SC in the past, the previous record was held by Chris Murray at a 2:11.567, and looking at the times that we've had so far, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 drivers were already quicker this weekend than the previous track record. So to your point, yeah, I mean, once you break through that barrier, it seems like it just gets a lot easier to do. There's Nick Berg's car. I told you that they basically plastic wrapped it, and he's gone for a little bit of a ride at the exit of turn 5. Nice save, though. But this is one of those scenarios, I think, Alex, where once you put a dent in the car, it is no longer sacred, and you might as well just go for it.
Yeah, I'm sure there is a little bit of the psychology around that. I mean, we all love our pretty race cars. As soon as they're not pretty anymore, you start not worrying quite as much what happens to it. Not to say that anybody wants to go and take a ride into a barrier or something, but
you're willing to take it a little bit closer to the edge, I think.
Yeah, exactly, and you're not so worried about the rock chips and the scratches and the little boots here and there.
And Mike Jansen just did another 2:10.5 on the timing, so pretty consistent as well. And for Nick Berg yesterday, it was just an off at the entrance to 17, slid through the grass and kind of pitched the car sideways and into the tire bundles with the passenger side. Basically did everything he could to slow to a stop, and honestly got away with it. I mean, that was a fast departure from the racetrack for a Club SC car. And the bodywork on the right is a little bit mangled up, but I don't think it's something that a little bit of PDR work couldn't fix. And the bumper, I'm sure you can replace some broken clips after this event. This car will look good as new next year.
Yeah, I expect so. It doesn't look, I mean, it's outrunning the very next session, right? It really hasn't missed any track time because of the accident, which really tells you it's not that serious of a thing. Nobody ever wants to see it happen. Obviously, we don't want wrinkled cars, but it's clearly not, damaged the suspension or the frame or anything like that because he's out there driving it around now.
Yeah, and tire bundles, honestly, we've seen so much that they absorb a ton of impact, and they're a great barrier design for the ends of long straights because they absorb all that energy. Now, they transmit a lot of that energy into the bodywork and kind of distribute it over the whole area of the car. So you see a lot of wrinkling and crinkling, but the car itself is still going to be fine, depending on how fast you go into the barrier, of course. But generally, that's a better way to go into a wall versus a piece of Armco or concrete.
Oh, absolutely. I'd much rather go into a tire, even if I mean, there's a replay of his accident yesterday, which really unfortunate.
Yeah, and that was yesterday afternoon, and when he went into that bundle and again just nosed in and shot all the water out the top of the. But just a gentle kiss.
Yeah, but as you're saying, the tire bundles definitely do help absorb that and slow the deceleration of the car over a longer period of time. And that helps with not damaging the car, but most importantly, not damaging the driver as well and keeping the driver in the car safe.
Yeah, and here goes Nick past Sam Dooling. Dooling give him the point by there. These guys are very close buddies. And both have helped us a ton over the years and this year with our tech and scales and things of the sort. They do a lot of work for Gridlife, and it's just cool to see them get all the track time that they possibly can manage with cars like this that, seat time is worth a lot, Alex, and there's so much to be said about cars that maybe they're not breaking a sound barrier on the straight line, but they are reliable and consistent, and you can just get so much experience and just have a blast out there, too.
Yeah, there's no cheaper way to get on track than with one of these cars. They're cheap to buy, they're cheap-ish to build. There's no such thing as cheap motorsports, but they're cheapish to build. Is not going to go through consumables all that quickly. Easy on fuel. and they're all just having a good time. They're all just out there partying together.
Yeah, there's Jansen clawing his way up the hill. I think he is off the pace now after running that track record lap. Now, one of the things that is done in Gridlife track battle competition is when a car breaks a track record, they are required to come to impound if they're a power to weight category, and they will check over some basic things to make sure that the car is legal for the track record, and then the record will be confirmed. So Jansen will report to the scales after this end lap if he chooses to come into pit lane. I think we're probably only a minute or two away from a checkered here in Group D. Not a bunch of other changes in the rest of the heat here. Again, really just focused on the Club SC cars here, but just to update, did Chris Owens get some laps? And he did at a 2:04, but not quicker than his times from yesterday. Eric Nur, yeah, also slower than yesterday. So Club SC is really the outlier here so far.
Yeah, and from a driver as well who wasn't here yesterday. So we saw pretty much everybody in this group run faster than their Friday times yesterday. Mike Jansen wasn't here, so he took that opportunity this morning, essentially.
Mark Gatos in the 444, and it's a little smoke off there into turn 17. I don't know if someone maybe locked up, but there is some tire marks just past the number board there, so someone must have had an oopsie. And in the wet grass of the morning, it gets very not fun to stop over there.
Yeah, it gets very tough to slow the car down once it leaves the racing surface, for sure.
That's such a tricky turn. I think an underrated challenge here at Pit Race is that last right-hand kink right before you hit the brakes. It's so easy to have the car step out as soon as you hit the brake pedal and juke to the left or to the right. And there's just not a lot of braking zone there because the track starts to go uphill, so you're using the gravity assist a little bit to slow the car down. So your braking zone gets really short, and that amplifies any mistake that you make when you go to the brakes. Oh, and look, Nick Berg up to a 212.0. And for Berg, that is a 7/10 pickup from yesterday. And that does launch him ahead of David Best in the seeding for the podium sprint later. So right now it is going to be Jansen, Dooling, O'Brien, then Berg, then Best for the top 5 for sprint.
That plastic wrap aero device on the front helping that car cut through the air, I think.
Oh, Dylan Rogers take a big chunk of curb there. See him drop the tire on the left into turn 12. It's another one of those challenging braking zones where you're sort of crossing the width of the track on the brakes as you come away from a right-hander into another sharp right-hander.
Yeah, that's a really, probably the toughest braking zone for me, I think, because you're coming across, as you said, you're coming across the track from a right-hander that's not quite flat out into a braking zone that is a heavy braking zone, but not, you're not scrubbing a ton of speed. It's a big braking zone, but you're not losing a lot of speed there. And then turning into that right-hand uphill corner. I found that one tricky all weekend to get the braking right on there, not over slow, but also find the right point.
Dylan Rogers in the NB Miata and Falcon Club TR. 27 cars in this category here this weekend as he picks up the checkered flag. And I don't know that he has gone quicker. 2:08 for Dylan. He did a 2:06.2 yesterday, but we talk about the different categories here in Gridlife, and I think it's worth, you know, we'll have actually this is probably a good time to show you some class overviews here before we get into our next session as the cars make their way around the course. But you know, when you look at the different categories we have, there are some classes that have been with Gridlife since basically the beginning that aren't really, I mean, they're Gridlife rule sets, but they match a lot of what other organizations have done, like you know, like maybe GTA, for example, but Falcon Club SC is one of those Gridlife inherent classes that was built by Gridlife. Of course, this track record that you see Sam Dooling held broke this morning, but again, this starts with entry-level bolt-on street cars with 25-to-1 power to weight, minimal aero restrictions. You're running on a Spec 205 with Falcon RT 660 tire, and this is a class that in traditional time attack is a little bit out of the ordinary, but it has been a popular choice.
Yeah, a little bit out of the ordinary in that it's power to weight. What we're doing there is limiting the result. You can only have a 25-to-1 power to weight, so there's no clever games you can play to get some extra power, get lower weight, those kinds of things. But very basic cars, very, as I said, very economical to go racing and compete. I don't think there is a more economical way to go and compete on a racetrack than Club SC.
Yeah, and then we have a look at Falcon Club TR, another one of our club categories. This is also a Gridlife, inherent class or Gridlife built class. This is a car or a class that's built for track day cars with a couple engine swaps, basically your track rat category. So cars that are relatively simple to build. Your engine swaps are common in the automotive and motorsports community, but you can't really get into the nitty-gritty of internals. There's a little bit of aero, but this has been our most popular category the last handful of years.
Yep, more traditional class. As far as time attack's concerned, you're prescribed what things you're allowed to do. Where Club TR is a little bit unique is you see, traditionally time attack cars, the lower classes are street cars, and the more and more faster you go and get closer to unlimited, the more they look like race cars. These cars look like race cars at the pointy end of this field, but they're not those crazy, wild, unlimited cars.
And let's have a look now at street class. This is one of those categories that sort of starts to match other rule sets that you see around the country. And these are street legal vehicles with OEM aero. You got some minor bolt-on mods and restricted tire sizes. But this is a category that we've seen a lot of creep in because, again, the rules don't tell you what you can't do. They don't tell you what you can do. They just tell you what you can't do. So that opens up a pretty wide berth of opportunity for people to build whatever they want. You see a lot of variety in this class.
Yep, and again, back to real traditional time attack here. So tire width limited and tire tread wear limited to kind of keep things under control and be the balancing factor, but then a set of things that you can and can't do to be able to make speed. And as long as you're within that prescriptive set of rules, you can kind of do whatever you want. If it ends up that you can produce a 700 horsepower car with those rules, then that's legal and that's allowed.
Group C is going to head on the racetrack here in just a moment's time, and this is where you see a handful of drivers like Bucky Lasek. I think is he P5 or P6 in street class at the moment. This would be interesting to see. We had Bucky on a little bit yesterday, and let's see where he is in street. So Andy, and then we've got Joshua, of course. Let's do this, make my life a little easier. So as we come into this session, it's going to be Bucky P4 in class. So he's currently qualified into the podium sprint, and if it rains, I think Bucky's got a great opportunity to really outperform his seed, but we'll see what he can do, what he can learn. He was really excited to be here and to be driving Subarus and to, with Subimod's support, just such a great ambassador for the motorsports and really sports community in general, but great to have him here. So off and away. See Club TR and street. We're going to see a little bit of representation from some other categories here. Eddie Siegel as well, battling Cody Umba for the street class records in front-wheel drive. And so as they head out onto the racetrack for their warm-up lap, we'll show you the records for street class. I'm mostly interested in the front-wheel drive class record here because Andy Holst at that 151.1 has got that pretty well in the bag. But Cody Umba and Eddie Siegel going to be battling for the front-wheel drive honors here. And maybe battling a bit of an uphill fight with front-wheel drive in this class because of these digs out of some of these hairpin corners, Alex. But a record is a record. It will earn you an extra point.
Yeah, and that's why we maintain these drivetrain specific records. It used to be that we had drivetrain specific results, and we've combined all the results now, so street class is all, regardless of drivetrain, fighting for the same trophy. I think that's what's allowed us to open up the window and add a couple of extra classes like Club SC and Club TR without ending up with this huge matrix of classes. But you're right, the records count based on the drivetrain, so that front-wheel drive record is there for the taking, and they'll be fighting for that.
Coming down the hill now, just on their warm-up lap, Adam Robles out there in his Acura Integra, Falcon Club TR. And again, the reason why that Club TR class has been so successful, I think, is just the kinds of vehicles that land in that category with even minimal modification, cars like the GR86 and BRZ. And then you have some of the older Hondas that are really popular, have a huge aftermarket support like the Integra, the Civic, the S2000, and then even cars like the MX-5 with engine swaps that are pretty common in the industry. So that's why you see a lot of take in that class. It does take a lot to get to the pointy end, though, and the cars at the front of this category that we'll see in Group B are just absolute slayers as drivers and as builders.
Yep, absolutely, and that's what Time Attack's all about. It's not all about the car, it's not all about the driver, but it is a combination of both of those things. And who can build the best mousetrap and then make it perform on the day.
Coming down the hill, Bucky Lassick got a couple GoPros strapped to it as well.
Getting that content.
Yeah, and that's a great shot over the right rear wheel. And very simple on the outside. Again, street class vehicles generally do look fairly simple. You struggle at times, though, with this OEM aero when cars get really fast. Alice, we've seen this with the KDM Tuners guys and Willem Dries, and they talked about this with me extensively at Laguna Seca. They really struggle with that Hyundai Elantra N to keep the rear tires on the ground through high-speed sections, because the OEM aero isn't really designed to add downforce. It adds a little bit, but it's not going to stick the rear end of the road at 130 miles an hour through kinked corners. But so you're maybe a little bit limited once the chassis balance starts to give way, and you'd like to add some aero, but that's not what the class rules allow unless the car has another model that has aero that is still under the MSRP limit.
Yep, exactly. So you're allowed to, the cars look very faithful to the way they were produced and where they came off the factory floor, or at least the way that model came off the factory floor. So as you say, factory aero is okay, but you're not going to see the wild builds that you see in, you know, Street Mod, Trackmod, Unlimited type cars, or even Club TR with the aero that they're allowed to do.
Making their way around into turn 17 again, hard braking zone, and back up onto the front stretch. And see those front-wheel drive track records that we're going to try to see get broken here. I don't know if where's Siegel at as Sebastian Fleischer comes across the line. You're pointing at his car. What you got?
Yeah, it's got a nice message on the front of that car. I don't know if the cameras are quite picking it up on the windshield there. He's got "Thank you, Pitt" on taped onto the bottom of the windshield there, which is I think a nice gesture here for the memories that this place has given so many people.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about the employees and the staff that have been so great to us here this weekend, and the corner workers and the safety team. And yesterday was a pretty powerful display of everyone's appreciation of the racetrack and the facility that this place has become, with all of the competition and drift cars out on the racetrack. It was posted on Instagram yesterday, just the shots of hundreds of vehicles out there running in a 2x2 formation, sort of celebrating the tail end of this racetrack. It wasn't really old enough, I think, to build a legacy as deep as the half-century-old places like Watkins Glen or Lime Rock, but it was getting there with all the investment put into this facility. It's unbelievably unparalleled in the quality of the amenities here. Everyone jokes about the showers being the nicest in motorsports. Like, we should just transplant those anywhere else in the country to save those,
Yeah, I think that's why it's had such a reaction here. One, it's the only track kind of in the area, so there's this Pittsburgh area doesn't have a whole lot of other options, but also the way the investment has fallen into the track, as you said, it's been built up to be really one of the really nice, good facilities with the great infrastructure, great paddock, great buildings that they have here, and that's why I think it's elicited such a reaction, because it looked like it was going to be a staple in the area for years and years to come. We visit some tracks that, not with Gridlife, but we visit some tracks in the area that are, getting run down, getting long in the tooth, and that's just not the case with this place. And so that's why it's such a shock and such a surprise, and has elicited this reaction from everybody.
Yeah, and so suddenly too. I mean,
yes.
I think that's the other thing, is it wasn't like it was up for sale or even obvious that it was hurting in any sort of way. But you have to give a huge shout out to the staff here that are going to have to find new ventures, and we wish them the best in that as well, because this place is run like clockwork. Just beautiful facilities, maintained meticulously. The corner workers that are here all the time that are keeping the racetrack safe, the safety team as well. It really takes a small city to put on events like this from the staff. By the way, hold on that thought, because Eddie Siegel within a second of the track record for front wheel drive and street, a 156.854. So we got to keep our eyes on that too, Alex.
Yes.
There's the 699. That's a Street GT entry. Brent Walker in the Chevrolet Camaro. He's at a 202.8 at the moment. And Brent in that 699 did a 201.1 yesterday. Can he go faster this morning than a 201.1? And across the stripe. The answer to that question is 201.8. So not quite quicker, but up into the 201s. Great looking Camaro. Again, I've always been a fan of how these cars look. Maybe not from the inside. They're kind of hard to see out of. It's like driving a battleship.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. A little bit like a submarine.
Yeah. Basically got a periscope windshield. But
yeah. Yeah, going back to, we've talked a lot about how great this facility is, but we, and you've touched on it here, but also the staff as well.
Yeah.
And despite obviously this news that's come across, the staff this weekend have been nothing but, eager, professional, and very positive in all the interactions, whether it's from race control, the safety team, the corner workers, the gate staff, the pro shop staff, everybody that we've interacted with, obviously takes a lot of pride in putting on these events and helps run these really excellent events at this circuit.
Yeah, and we're privileged to be here for a season finale for a second year in a row, and it's unfortunate we got to find another place to do it because this almost feels perfect, like geographically,
yep.
Facilities-wise, this just feels like the place to finish out a season. And also, I have to say, Project Prime's making it look easy, but this is a great place to broadcast as well. Great sight lines and things, and very dramatic scenery around the area. Like this shot, this is, this and the run into turn 5 are like the corkscrew shot we've been talking
yep.
about all weekend. Just that classic, like the Watkins Glen S's. It just has a vibe to it and an aura that I think is very special.
Yeah, and like you say, I mean, putting on this and this stream, right? I imagine, I don't know a whole lot about producing streams and producing, shows like this, but I imagine that at some of the more established tracks where those things are streamed all the time, there is just a prescribed way you do it. These are the shots you need to go and get. You need to go and put the cameras in these locations, which must make setup a lot easier. Whereas these guys have to go and figure it out for a track like this, where they don't have that, previous work to build on. Yep. Don't know where to run the cables and to get it from the shot back to the control room and what have you. So yeah, great work from them as well.
Yeah, and again, just that is kind of a fun process, I think. One of the cool things that they've done, I think Max, who's our drone pilot here at Project Prime, one of the things he did for Road America, and maybe Chris behind the scenes has something to do with this as well, they used Assetto Corsa to map out the camera locations digitally so they could see what the sight lines looked like before ever even going to the racetrack. So it kind of shortened their workload a little bit once they got to the facility, but just really cool things like that. Bucky Lasek within a tenth of his best time of the weekend at a 156.7. Here's Adam Roble, and Roble not right in now in the top 5 on track, but his best time of 156.857, and Roble this morning is at a 202.4. So I think this might be a fast lap here if we follow him all the way back around in that Acura Integra. Takes him a couple laps, I think, to get all the way up to speed. Sometimes that's the case with these cars too. Takes him a few laps to really get in the groove. Love this turn 14 over this crest. You kind of aim for that curb blind apex, and you have to sort of trust that the car's going to land pointed in the right direction.
Yeah, it's blind when you turn in. You have to turn in before you can kind of see anything about the turn. So it's very much a timing and rhythm type corner. Very tough to get right, and a little bit scary when you're fully committed.
Ethan Brown is on his first lap of the day, 159.8 yesterday. Cool little Volkswagen GTI. I really enjoy seeing the older cars, from automotive history kind of out here battling amongst some of the more contemporary cars. I think there's something about taking an old chassis and making it your own. And I think, you've done something similar with Super K. Well, it's a slightly newer car than this. I think just having a vision and taking it all the way to the max is what Time Attack is all about.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that it's part of what makes it fun. Certainly, it can be, a little bit of the hard road, a little bit of the difficult path to take at times. Although, maybe not at the time that we did it. But yeah, it's always fun seeing those. These are the kinds of cars that I grew up with, right? When I was in high school and things like that. These were the sorts of cars that the cool kids were buying.
Also, box flares. More things need box flares. They're so cool. I mean, how neat does that car look? Give me all of that. Every 70s and 80s car, give me big box flares. I would love an old Corolla, like a really old one.
Yeah.
With some box flares on it. Brown at 201.6, not quite as fast as he's gone other points in the weekend here, but getting after it. Short wheelbase car, and this is Erlenbach in the number 229 MX-5 ND. And again, this car is running basically stock drivetrain. 159.1 is as fast as he's gone so far this weekend. Great chassis in these cars. The coilovers stiffening up the suspension, big sticky tires, and some aero. This is a track weapon, but again, maybe a little underpowered for the class, but I bet you it's a lot of fun to drive around a place like Pit Race.
Absolutely. I think anything would be fun to drive around Pit Race, to be honest. There's, you know, what do they say? A bad day at the track is far better than a good day at work.
That's fair. I would think that Pit Race, with all the flowing corners and things, I know there's a couple big, long straightaways, but it feels like, you know, maybe Street GT would get a little bit tedious around here with all that power and these slow digs out of the corners and things like that. But, you know, lightweight, high downforce feels like the way to go to me.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think everything would be fun around here. I can't imagine that there isn't sort of something for everyone. The S's, I guess, if you had a car that really struggled with grip on one end of the car or the other, especially if it was on the front end, those might get frustrating. But I can't see that not being frustrating pretty much any way you would take it.
That's fair, yeah. Here comes Erlenbach in the 229. Love the look of this car, too. It's so cool looking, but cross the stripe, no pickup that time by the looks of it. Stays at the 201.0. And again, with the weather this morning, I'm not surprised to see some drivers picking up or very close to their best. I think Mike Jansen might have been an outlier here as far as running the record times. We were really blessed with that very cold weather. Again, it was like yesterday. You know, how cold does it get before it starts to impact negatively the grip on the racetrack? But it seems like 35 isn't cold enough.
No, 35 isn't cold enough. That certainly you can go very fast when there's frost on the ground, as long as there's not frost on the track itself. One of the things that we have today is it just does look a little bit overcast today. So while it's a little bit warmer, maybe that sun's not heating the track like it was yesterday in the morning.
Yeah, so that's probably helping a little bit. A little bit of miscommunication here. Really hard to get out of the way in the S's here. You know, that's one of the areas of this racetrack that we haven't seen a lot of traffic interaction, and it's a good thing because drivers are doing their best to not get stuck there. Yep. But there really isn't. I really got to change that picture for poor Jason. It's not him. But that's my fault completely. But when you get to the S's there, you know, there's really no way to get out of the way there. The track is wide enough that you can get 2 or 3 cars through there, but you're always going to feel in the way because you're using the whole width of the track from left to right.
Yeah, so what you have to do there, I mean, if you're on a cool down lap, you have to be watching your mirrors, and if somebody's approaching you as you come into the S's, you just speed up and you just go through that section of track at pace and get to a point of the track where you can hide yourself out of the way. Or the other option you have is, as you're approaching it, slow way down. There's nothing wrong with, you know, if you're way offline, essentially parking it and letting cars on hot laps go through. It's just a case of, you know, that you may not, on a cool down lap, you may not be able to run your ideal cool down pace through the whole lap. You may have to, you know, go at full pace through some sections to stay out of the way, or slow down more than you might have liked at other sections, to make sure that the car behind you catches you at an opportune time.
Checkered is out. Looks like Ryan Koblenz and Kevin Horn are going to be pitting in this time as well. And well, we've got a moment before the next group, which will be Group B. I think it's worth looking over maybe some more of our class overviews now. We looked at basically everything from Club SC, Club TR, Street Class, but we haven't looked at any of the kind of modified street categories. And we'll start with Street GT and have a look at our Street GT class overview. There's not a ton of Street GT cars here this weekend, Alex, but that's a class that basically, Street class used to have V8s in it, and that was deemed to be sort of outside of the scope of the rules, so a new class was built, Street GT. And this is, again, kind of aimed at the modern high horsepower GT stuff, Camaros, Supras, Corvettes, Nissan GTRs, things like that, but still with the OEM aero restriction.
Yeah, exactly. So previously we had these cars in street class. Nobody liked that particularly because, you know, you had these big GT cars competing with cars they weren't really competitive against, or not uncompetitive, but they were, you know, much higher horsepower. And also we were making these big GT cars downsize their tires to a really unnatural size for them that didn't let them really be fun cars to drive. So Street GT got created, which is essentially the street class for higher horsepower, bigger tire cars than you would typically find in street.
Yeah, the coolest cat in town, Luke McGrew, holding the track record right now, 147.964. He had food poisoning visiting earlier in the weekend. Looked and sounded awful the last couple of days, but he's out here regardless. Luke from Hurricane, West Virginia, and past Eibach GLTC competitor, and just continues to impress us with his black Corvettes. Let's move up to Street Mod. This is a class that's near and dear to your heart, Alex.
Yep, so Street Mod, this is when we get to start chopping up the cars and start playing with them. So I always like to think of Street class as being the best of what that manufacturer gave you. So if you drive a Subaru, you get to have the best of what Subaru gave you in your class. Street Mod, you get to have the best of any manufacturer. So mixed manufacturer spots for engines. You get the same sort of tire restrictions that you have in Street class. You get to add a little bit more aero actually not a lot more aero than you can add in Street class now. We can start using aftermarket aero. We can mix manufacturer swap transmissions, diffs, all that kind of stuff. So you get to kind of build the best of what anywhere in the OEM sphere came out with.
Let's have a look now at Trackmod, and this is a category that Alan Patton has already broken a track record in. Alan Patton has already won the championship, but Kyle McHugh holds the record in the car that Patton was driving here this weekend. This is where you start to get aero performance that is well outside of the boundaries of street legal vehicles, and at this point, these cars are almost going to be exclusively driven on the racetrack, and you're looking at power levels well over 500 horsepower, and you get a little bit more tire allowance here too.
Yep, and that's the key. So you're not allowed to do anything more with regard to power or anything less with regard to power than you can do in Street Mod, but we have the tire restriction is different. So you can have tires of any width now where you can't in Street Mod, and you can have 60 tread wear tires instead of the 200 tread wear tires. So that's where that 1,000 horsepower now becomes feasible to have and actually makes a difference, because you can put that tire down, or put that power down through the tire, I should say. Additional things that you can do really that makes a difference between Track Mod and Street Mod is you can gut the interior. You don't have to maintain the interior of the car. And then, as you said, bigger aero, you can start going to dual element wings and bigger splitters and those kinds of things.
So, with the Track Mod class overview out of the way, we'll do Unlimited next, because that'll be in Group A primarily, but there's a look at your cars on the grid, and David Bamforth, he's double dutying in Track Mod and in Gridlife GT this weekend. There's Jeremy Lauder, who's been struggling with an EDIF issue this weekend in those Chevrolet Camaros that he says is known about on the internet, but really hard to solve, and he's not sure exactly how he's going to battle in the podium sprint, but he's going to give it all. He's got Brian Van Oersdahl on the right there. You see Evan McLaren at the pointy end of Falcon Club TR, that silver Acura Integra. And in the background right behind him, you see Peter Granberg in the white and blue BRZ, and then the blue and purple Honda Civic. That is Mario Moroni. Those are your top three, the drivers that could win the championship based on how they finish in podium sprint later. But let's not count out Kevin View in the number 18, the JDM Acura Integra Type R. And then you've also got Jeremy Bailey, who I think has got a little bit of extra speed. He needs 6/10 to get into the podium sprint over Stan Feingold in the 86, the white 86 you see right behind Kevin there. So there's Bailey running the FA24 swapped BRZ with the newer engine. I had a great conversation with him last night. I thought an interesting thing. So he's blocked off his front kind of brake duct area, and I asked about the brakes, and he goes, I've never really struggled with brake cooling on this car, but one of the things he does have is he has a plastic aero duct from Porsche mounted on the front A-arms there for that car, and that is to direct air right to the brake discs. He's like, they're $35 from Porsche. You might as well tack those on there. He goes, I don't know if they do anything, but they don't cost anything, and it doesn't seem to hurt.
Yep, the old Evos used to have that. Evo 8s, Evo 9s, you could buy that from Mitsubishi as a factory, or not a factory option, an accessory, I guess. And yeah, very cheap, just screwed onto the lower control arm and directed air right at the brakes. I had that on my car. I think it made a difference. I don't know if it really did or not, but I think it did. And so yeah, sometimes you don't need the most complicated solution to a problem. Simple problems have simple solutions, and that is one of them. Also, so that he had his hood taped up and all of that kind of stuff on the car right now, it looked like. So really going at everything to try and reduce drag on that car.
So, Group B is out on track, and the cars that we're going to be watching in this is going to be the Club TR cars primarily. That's the pointy end there. Street class also might see some shifting, as Joshua Halka in this heat. I think he is as well. Yes, so if we see Halka on course, and we did see him on the grid, so this is going to get interesting here. Could we see track records fall? Absolutely. So we'll keep an eye top of the screen for the Falcon Club TR class. We'll keep the records up there for you so we can reference them. The times that we're chasing for Evan McLaren with the front-wheel drive Club TR record is a 153.1. For Peter Granberg in the rear-wheel drive subcategory, it's a 153.442. And as you see, no one has run an all-wheel drive Club TR car here, so that will stay empty.
Yeah, so these guys are all really going to be squabbling over 1 point in this session. They can't win the event in this session. All they're doing is going after that record and the seeding for the track sprint later on today. One of the interesting things in Club TR is we really do have, 6-7 cars that are capable of making that top 5, and so it's not really a case of these guys can go out and set a good lap time and then sit on that for the weekend, because there are a lot of cars that could bump them out of that top 5. So that's what they're out here for right now, is trying to get into that top 5, secure their spot there, and go after that extra point for the record.
Yeah, David Bamforth will be the first to take the green here, but it'll be the silver Integra, Mario Moroni, Peter Granberg in the blue BRZ, and Mario Moroni in the blue and purple Civic that are going to be the cars to watch in this session. I should also note that we heard that Josh Halka fixed the boost issue. If that is true, and he's kind of co-measure it with Andy Holst, he is gridded way out of place for where that car should run. So he might have to deal with some traffic in this session, which is not what he's going to want to have to do.
No, not what he wants to do. It's kind of the name of the game, though, or part of the game, I should say. It adds importance to reliability in that beginning of the weekend to get yourself into the spot where you belong, commensurate with your pace, so that you're not running into traffic. And unfortunately, if you don't get there, you kind of have to deal with this as you go through the weekend. And so, yeah, that's what he has to deal with right now. We saw that yesterday, actually, with that LMP3 car. Oop. That hadn't. Oop. Yeah, who was that?
Yeah, Brian Van Oersdahl went for a spin there, I think, at the exit of 5. Looks like he's back rolling as we see McLaren tackle turn 7 right to the cone on the apex curve there. He is all over the racetrack, just trying to get as much width as he can. And, being aggressive on the curbs, that tells me that he's very comfortable right now and using all the width of the racetrack to his advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting up on that curb, probably has a nice soft suspension in there to absorb that curb and not upset the car. And if you have the suspension compliance to deal with it, then that's just extra track width for you.
Remember that McLaren needs to win this event in Podium Sprint to go out as champion. And I think he needs to also have the track record in front-wheel drive, which he currently does. So he's just defending from the record point from Moroni just to make sure that he can kind of alley-oop in the Podium Sprint with that win. And if he does that, then he will go out as champion. But he needs to not only win the Podium Sprint, but have the record too. His path is the hardest to win, but he's currently seeded as such right now.
Yep, and he has that record at the moment. So the first part of the job is done for the time being, unless somebody can pip him.
Yeah, 56 first lap out. That's not as quick as he needs to go to improve on his time from yesterday. Peter Granberg's right behind in that K-Power BRZ. Kevin Vu is actually the second quickest car in Club TR. Stan Feingold at a 55.8. And Feingold's best time is a 54.4, so he's a little closer. And he was struggling with some things yesterday as well. So he feels comfortable and feels like he can gain some time. There's Granberg in the BRZ coming down the hill, and he's had so much development in this car over the years. This used to be his daily driver. It's been supercharged, it's been turbocharged. He's had all sorts of transmissions in it. It was a street mod car at one point, but here it is in Falcon Club TR, and he has been in the front running part of this category for 3 or 4 years now.
Yeah, I'd love to have seen him carry on with that street mod build. I think there's the potential there for one of these cars to do some damage in street mod if somebody did a full effort build on it, and it could be a wild car.
Yeah, Dewey was saying he'd love to drop the engine from Boogie into a BRZ chassis. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it would. It would. So yeah, I'd like to see one of these. I think these are kind of the spiritual successor to the S2000, near and dear to my heart, of course. So I'd love to see that happening. With that said, he's gone down. I shouldn't say gone down. We don't go up and down classes. It's really moving to a different class with different set of objectives. He's moved over to Club TR here and put together an excellent build, an excellent program, and obviously is getting the results that he's looking for here.
Braking zone into 17. Maroney right behind Granberg. Sometimes having that rabbit to chase can be an advantage, especially on the straightaways that maybe see Granberg saw that coming, is going to point him by. Maybe gentleman lead, but also maybe not wanting to be that rabbit for Maroney.
Yeah, not wanting to give him that toe down the straight. Those cars did look dialed in, though, going into 17.
Maroney at a 54.1, so still not quite where we were yesterday. Kevin Vu in the 18, though, at a 54 flat yesterday, and he's still a little bit off. So I think we're in the conversation, but not quite there. But again, these cars, like the Club SC cars, I think they can get a little quicker throughout the session. Maybe after 3 or 4 laps is when they start to lose a little bit of performance. There's Vu in the Integra.
Yeah, so Maroney just 4/10 off his best time from yesterday.
Yeah, he's really the driver that has to come in with the most pressure, right? Comes in with the championship lead, maybe fighting an uphill battle as far as the pace here this weekend. But he has also kind of turned Podium Sprint on its head a little bit. I would be a bit worried if it rains for Maroney in particular. I don't think that car is maybe best prepped with a lack of ABS and things of the sort. Or at least that car might have ABS actually, but I don't know that it's still the car to have necessarily for the sprint versus, you know, some of the others in the class. But there's Kevin Vu in that 18, ripping through the S's. I should also note that we saw Halka put a 57 down, not his best of the weekend, but if he has those boost issues fixed, we should know pretty shortly. But that first time makes me think that maybe there's something going on.
Yeah, we saw some smoke coming out of the car yesterday when he pulled off as well, and I don't know if a knock sensor is going to produce that kind of smoke. So it seems to me there might be something else still going on with the car, or something other than just a knock sensor.
Yeah, it sounds like his dad's car, Tom's Subaru, did blow an engine yesterday.
Oh, that's too bad.
So he won't be back out. We didn't see him earlier in Group C. Here comes Kevin up the hill. And McLaren at a 54.4. Maroney, no pickup or improvement. Still stuck at the low 54s. Vu, no improvement either. So we're starting to kind of run up against this wall here. Peter Granberg does his best of the session, but it's not the best of the weekend. So hitting this wall, this is not good for Jeremy Bailey, who really needed ideal conditions this morning to improve. And keeping our eyes on Cody Umba, because the street class front wheel drive record currently held by him, he could improve on his time here this morning and maybe reset that record once again. It was a 155.7.
So still 2 seconds back from that.
Yeah. That thing makes TCR sounds. That was cool. A little pop and crackle down the front straightaway. Yeah, but just, again, running into this kind of wall of unimprovement. And I think it was just because we were gifted kind of the best conditions of the weekend right out of the gate. But this is sort of why, Alex, I really like this Podium Sprint format, because, you know, imagine we didn't have that later today. We would have just been kind of waiting all weekend for somebody else to come into the conversation. But we don't have to do that, because we know that the top 5 qualifiers will have to go up against each other later this afternoon for the trophy. Now, is that the purest form of time attack? Maybe not, but it does create a much more entertaining proposition for the afternoon. There's a kitty on the racetrack. And thank goodness, under the Armco. Wow. Okay.
Well, that's something new.
I hope it's not somebody's kitty. I hope. I don't imagine that a lot of people are bringing their cats to the racetrack, but
yeah. No. So Podium Sprint format. Yeah, of course. It isn't the purest form of time attack, but this new format's been very smart. Keeping the purest form of time attack is just the records, right? And we've kept that. The records, the records can be set in any session, and so that still counts. That still is, you know, the time attack purest format there. But as you say, what it's given us is very often time attack events, especially from a spectator point of view, can be very anticlimactic as you go through the weekend. Especially, you know, in the big builds, the big unlimited builds, they can show up, come out Friday morning, set their lap, and then go home. And that's, you know, great from a lap record perspective, but it doesn't give us a whole lot to watch. We want the event to build throughout the weekend, and then climax with this podium sprint on Sunday afternoon. So now, with the new format, if you want to see who's going to be crowned the winner of the event, you know to tune in at that time on during the podium sprints and watch them battle head-to-head to be declared the winner.
Certainly, it makes brings a whole different kind of action to Sunday afternoon. And the other thing I really like is that it sort of forces drivers to have to practice in the rain and to have a little bit of rain driving experience, because we go racing in the rain. As long as there's no lightning or you know, wind that exceeds safety standards, right, you're going to go driving in the rain, and you better be ready. And so, you know, in the past when it rained, no one would go out on the racetrack ever. But now, if you're going to be in the podium sprint, you better go out there and learn what the conditions will be. So we get a look at Joshua Halka, again, not really improving, and again, this is concerning for his championship hopes. He was, I heard last night that he was kind of jokingly begging Luca to take out the Evo for podium sprint. He wasn't planning on driving the Evo in podium sprint, and he still is not. And because again, Luca's team Evo here, so he's not going to help take down his brethren later this afternoon. So Halka's going to have to do it himself.
Yeah, I actually feel that's a little bit unfortunate that Luca's not going to drive the Evo. I think that would give us an exciting podium sprint here, especially if Josh is you know, dealing with issues with the car and what have you. So yeah, I think Josh may need to find out what it is that Luca wants to drive that Evo instead of whatever he is, the Supra, I think, isn't it, that he's planning on driving in
yeah,
podium
it'll
sprint?
be the Supra for him. And what a great season it's been for Halka regardless. I think you'd have to walk away from this season at least, you know, having understood that he did the best that he could. 2 wins. Let's make that 4 wins. 2 with track records, 1 at CMP, 1 at Road Atlanta, 1 at Lime Rock without a track record, 1 at Laguna without a track record. But for Andy Holst, he showed up at Midwest, Mid-Ohio, and Autobahn Country Club and just swept the floor. Won and the track record. A perfect point score in Gridlife Track Battle is 104 points. 25 times 4 for each event win, and then you get an extra point for the drivetrain record. And if you do all of those things, that's 104 points. And Halka only has 102 left. 2 on the table for Andy Holst to pick up this weekend.
Yeah, as you say, a season still to be incredibly proud of. Winning a time attack event is a tough proposition and is a big achievement. Winning an event and setting a record is even harder than that. Winning a championship over the course of a season takes a lot of effort and takes and should be considered a huge achievement.
So Halka, I think, is going to pit in this time, and no, he's not going to pit in, but he's just sort of coasting. I wonder if he's diagnosing.
Yep, and that's the checkered flag, unfortunately for him, so he won't get another lap.
Yeah, stays at the 57.6 in this session. So he'll come back around, and we've got one more group to head on the racetrack here for our last heat of the season before we head to our podium sprint and wrap up our championship later this afternoon. Evan McLaren's car breaking up a little bit, but maybe just on the overrun, on the slowing down. And of course, for Jeremy Bailey, I think he had an opportunity to improve in this session, and he did not. Only a 158.3. He needed to get a 54.6 or 54.5 or better to improve and knock this guy out, but he did not. So Jeremy Bailey is going to miss the podium sprint. And the podium sprint for your afternoon in Falcon Club TR are the 5 drivers that you see on that list. Mario Moroni, Evan McLaren, Stan Feingold, Kevin Vu, and Peter Granberg. Those will be the drivers, and of that group, 3 of those are front-wheel drive, and 2 are rear-wheel drive twins, 86 and BRZ. So maybe that's an uphill battle if it rains for the 86s, do you think?
No, I don't think so. I think that, you know, the rain will hurt everybody proportionately the same in terms of the car. It's certainly, you know, they do call rain the great equalizer. It will bring the drivers that are most comfortable being uncomfortable, basically, to the forefront. Driving in the rain is all about being able to handle that unpredictability of where the grip is going to be and finding the grip in the moment. They do get 3 laps to find their way around the podium sprint. So I imagine where a traditional podium sprint in the dry, you might be going out and trying getting it on lap 1. I expect they'll be a little bit more cautious. Maybe use the first 2 laps to kind of feel out the grip, see where the grip exists, and then try and get it done on lap 3. Have to see. It will also depend on when that rain comes, right? The very first lap may be a better condition track than the second and third laps if the rain is falling.
Joe King with the foam finger as the cars roll off the grid to the pit exit. Here's a look at your unlimited class overview. We're going to show you this now because we've got an opportunity to bring out the unlimited cars one more time in the heats. And this is basically the class, it's not quite the loosest rule set because Super Unlimited exists, but this rule set's very loose. As long as your car has the silhouette or even is largely the same as an OEM vehicle with a VIN, then you're good to go, effectively. You see cars take this all the way to the limit of the rules with things like FIA GT3 cars and the such, but you see on the very far left the picture there, that's Jim Rock's number 921 Honda Civic. He is the record holder as of yesterday, 140.118.
Yep, worst class name in all of Time Attack in my opinion, because the unlimited class does have limits on it. As you say, it has to have the general silhouette of the car. I believe you have to have the upper shock mounts in the stock location. There's some limitations on what you can do. Some portion of the factory floor has to exist in its normal location. But other than that, any aero, any power, any drive, any transmission, I think you can do some hybrid swaps. Yep. Can't have active aero still, and any tires.
Yes, and honestly, one of the coolest cars that we've seen in Unlimited in years past is the Kels Sasha and East-driven 350Z that has a hybrid powertrain in it. Really cool cars, and Unlimited, these are kind of the poster cars of Time Attack, and maybe, you know, closer to the, if you're going to talk about purity, which I have trouble with that from a classing perspective, but you know, this is build everything all the way up to, you know, the few limits that you do have fun, build what you want.
Yeah, this is really what Time Attack is all about, and what the history of Time Attack is all about, is to take one of the other limits. It has to start as a factory street car, or be based on a factory street car. Take a car from the street and make it go absolutely as fast as it possibly can over a single lap, and so this is the unlimited class, is Time Attack. The challenge is it's extremely expensive, so you don't see a ton of full effort unlimited builds.
Well, one of the full effort unlimited builds is Jim Rock's Civic, and oh, never mind, he's going to pit in. I thought he might go out again, but just like yesterday morning, he's going to come right back to pit lane. Could we see him go out again? Maybe, but he didn't come back out yesterday. Luca Barberis takes the green, so we'll shift our focus to him. Weather is gorgeous again this morning, not quite as cold as yesterday and the day before. Still a couple little blips on the precipitation, but air temp's a little bit up from this morning, 68 degrees, 10-mile-an-hour breeze out of the south, and there is Luca Barberis running down to turn 3 there on the brakes in this GR Supra. He was really struggling, I talked to him yesterday, with the application of power in this car. He's on an ECU that doesn't really give him the control that he wants, so he's having a lot of trouble with throttle modulation. It's an on-off pedal for him, and really struggling out of turn 5 here in particular, right here. Yep. Exactly this, just struggling to keep it underneath him.
Yeah, I think, you know, not to discount his concerns here, I think everybody struggles there. I know I've struggled there, that you start rolling on the power and you're in that compression, and then just all of a sudden the rear wheels let go for apparently no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, and you know, he showed me some onboard, and you see it even there snapping back and forth, just really struggling. Just gets all of his boost at once, which when you're going in a straight line is no big deal, but applying power going up a hill, that can be problematic. So Justin Peachy there, pulling off to the side, but getting back rolling again, maybe just letting some traffic go.
I don't know if that we're hearing that something going on off throttle very quickly, and you know, almost that classic center throttle application it sounds like, and I wonder if that's this car that we're hearing with that binary throttle pedal.
Into the brakes for turn 17. Well, he was pretty stoked to see his rotors glowing on the broadcast yesterday. Yeah. He was pretty excited about that.
Look at that.
Wow, power slide for Luca Barberis. That throttle's an on-off pedal, but it was on there, wasn't it, across the stripe. I don't know that this will be his fastest of the weekend, but that was probably the coolest of the weekend across the stripe for Luca. And a 210.3, not even close to his best, but holy cow, that was awesome. If you're going to struggle with grip, you might as well make it fun to watch. How about this?
I imagine we'll be seeing this clip on the Gridlife cut reels all next season. That was spectacular.
Oh man, lit the afterburners there, and again we'll cut back, and Chris Boersma in a 149.6. That's actually a pretty quick lap for Boersma, isn't it? What did he run yesterday? Boersma did a 47.9. It's not too far off. He's still struggling with that thing, and now his tires will be pretty molten hot from that big power slide out of 17.
Yeah. Yeah, he's out there now really just bridging the gap between a time attack car and a drift car.
They'd just be surprised how little of a gap there is between those at times, but yeah, it just doesn't look very comfortable. His best of the weekend is a 45.234, so a good ways off of that at the moment.
The big difference between a time attack car and a drift car is no matter what you do to it, a drift car is never broken. It can always go out and do more drifting. A time attack car is always broken. It almost can never go out and run properly.
Yeah. Yes. Here's a Zestec Lamborghini. Zach Joe behind the wheel. He had a big scary slide yesterday coming down through turn 16. It might have been aero balance related. It could have been curb jump related. That rear wing is angled up pretty high. And, you know, this is something that we saw, you know, with Justin Peachy back at CMP, Alex, where the wing angle was so high that it could have been stalling out the rear wing, and thus you have no downforce. Here's a look at yesterday coming through turn 16, and it just swapped ends on him. Wow,
that's carrying a lot of speed while he's spinning through there. That had to be a moment of excitement.
Yeah, I'm sure it was exciting for him in the wrong way. But again, I have to wonder, I don't know, I'm not an aerodynamicist. We had Ido Waxman on in the spring when Justin Peachy had his issue at CMP, and he noted how steep the rear wing angle is. It looks steep to me.
It does.
So I wonder if that is maybe the issue, because there is diminishing returns. When you add angle to the wing, it's going to definitely increase the downforce to a point. If you stall the aero, then it's not going to be effective.
Right, it essentially becomes useless at some point, and I agreed. I'm not an aerodynamicist either. We have somebody who helps us with all of that, and we listen to him intently rather than trying to figure it out on our own. But that looks very, very steeply angled.
Yeah, you can see a little struggle there through turn 17. But what that'll do is basically, as the air comes off the rear wing, it'll actually separate and kind of break the flow that creates the downforce. And when you have it too steep, it gets harder for that air to stick. So Eric Peachy in the 293 Dodge Viper. This has been one of the cars we've been following this weekend just because it looks and sounds so cool and clean. And that is a Trackmod entry. And as far as Trackmod is concerned, I think he is currently, yes, in Podium sprint, but only by 1/10 of a second. He's competing with Josh Powers, and Powers is only a couple tenths off, about a second off, rather, from Eric Peachy's qualifying time. So Josh is, it's possible that Josh could knock Eric Peachy out. What great noises.
Yeah. The two V10s chasing each other around the track.
Very different sounding V10s as well.
I'd say one thing that, you know, going back to that wing angle, one of the benefits of having it steeply angled like that is you get a good shot of that Zestec sticker right on the top of the wing on the stream here.
Yeah, it's always cool. We got to do that a little bit. I don't think that Rush cars have done it a ton, but when we designed the decal package, we had a big decal printed for the rear wing. I don't know that we've really bothered putting them on a lot of the cars, but it is a cool spot for branding. Great shot here coming up through 12. You can see how much climb there is up through 13 and 14, where you got these blind corners that you're navigating using all the curb there on the right.
Yeah, it does feel like when you drive this track, it does feel like the track is constantly going downhill. It's like you're always going downhill through the S's and what have you. And then there's just 2 or 3 sort of short, steep climbs. As you mentioned, you know, coming out of 17 here and going to 1 is one of them. Coming out of 5 is another steep climb. And then I think it's 12 that going up there's a short, steep climb. And then the rest of the time, you're just slowly going downhill.
Andres Bertulis and the Lexus RCF. This is going to be an interesting topic to talk about here because Eric Peachy's
going very slow.
Yeah, going to come to pit lane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm curious. Alan Patton told me yesterday that they weren't intending to run that car in unlimited. So I'm going to get a clarification again because that will change the podium sprint qualifiers and knock Philip Glass Hess out. Jeremy Lauder is going to be the one that qualifies into the podium sprint, whether or not Alan is actually running it unlimited. And that's big news because Lauder is chasing Bertulis for the 3rd place position in the points in that category. And he's right there in the mix as far as lap times are concerned, within a half second of Bertulis. So I'll try to get that clarification as we watch Justin Peachy heading down the hill here in Trackmod. Philip Glass Hess. Oh, sorry, this is Joshua Briggs. Philip Glass Hess is another unlimited class Miata. Joshua Briggs had that big moment at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca last month. We had not seen that clip yesterday. We showed him that clip of Joshua coming up over the crest, you know, airborne, digging into splitter, ripping all the aero off. He was shocked that car was rebuilt in such a great shape. But Briggs is out here running in unlimited after having a pretty wild ride out in California last month.
Yeah, it's crazy the commitment of some of these teams, you know, to have made it out to Laguna Seca, as you say, just last month, and now all the way back to Pennsylvania and competing again with rebuild time in between as well to get the cars fixed back up. Really impressive and really shows the commitment to the series.
Yeah, so Briggs is going to be slowing down on a cool down here. Got some clarification on Alan Patton. That car was moved to unlimited per the rules. So a little bit of a shift and shuffle. I think, again, that car is a factory race car, but again, based on a production chassis, so it still qualifies for unlimited. I don't know exactly the reason for the Trackmod to unlimited move, but I think based on where it's running, it's probably a fair place for it to be. But that's going to change the math for Andreas Bertulis, who I think is likely to get knocked out. This is that moment at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca we were talking about, Alex, and up over the crest, just missed the braking and went for a ride.
Yeah, just all the underbody aero coming off that car. And a real heart-in-the-mouth moment, I imagine, for him going through that.
Yeah, but this weekend's gone better for Briggs. And I think he's definitely qualified into podium sprint. Will get to show us his speed tomorrow. So the track is pretty quiet at the moment, isn't it? No real improvements or pickups here to speak of at this stage. There's a couple cars maybe still circulating, but I don't hear or see anything.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we have an empty... Oh, there we go. Justin Peachy is taking the opportunity to have the track all to himself.
Yeah, if the track stays empty after Peachy, we'll do that and get out a little early. So Peachy working his way around turn 12. I think he's the last car out there, and let's let him finish this lap and then probably wrap things up, get set for Eibach GLTC Race 3. But
there's his brother. And a Corvette as well.
Ah, Josh Powers. Okay, so this is kind of an interesting fight here because, like I said, Josh Powers is on the outside looking in as far as Trackmod is concerned. He needs a 150.7 or better, so he needs a second improvement.
There's lots of cars out there. They were just hiding from us.
They're all in a line there. There's Powers, 151.1, so he needs 4/10 now to qualify into podium sprint. He's so close. See, and here's Alan Patton in that unlimited class car. They all just kind of came back out for another little run here at the end. Here's Patton in that 606.
And you got to think he's got a lot more time in that car because he's done a 49 here, 149 here, but in the other Supra, in Carl McHugh's Supra, he did, what, a 141? earlier, and that's just
42,
a street mod car.
Yeah, I think this car is running, I think, in GLGT power trim.
Oh, okay.
So that will probably restrict it a little bit as far as its potential. And I think that's because the tunes for these cars, when you kind of detune them a little bit for the GLGT series, Toyota will give you a tune from factory that will run competitively in these series. But I don't think the ECU is like unlocked where you can easily swap between the two. So I think he's sort of stuck at I think about 330 or something of the sort for this car. But pretty impressive times considering the power limitation. Might be a little bit more than that, more like 370 perhaps, but still not a ton compared to what the engine is capable of making if you were to uncork it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this also, I think this is a great representation of how good factory race cars are, how sorted and dialed they are. And of course, Alan Patton drives both Supras and M4s in professional GT4 competition. But they just do a lot with a little as far as engine power is concerned. And Chris Drum hanging out in the chat, 390 uncorked, he says.
Okay.
So a little bit less in this configuration. So still impressive that with under 400 horsepower, he's one of the fastest cars on the road here in Q7. Here's Eric Peachy continuing. Bet you this car's making north of that by a lot as far as horsepower is concerned.
I would expect so.
Yeah. Just such a unique engine note with that huge displacement V10. And you're sitting almost in the back of the car. This is really just an engine with a control stand at the back.
Yeah, they're so long, aren't they? And so much car out in front of you. It's got to be, I've never sat in one, never driven one, but it's got to be such an odd feeling being sat that far back and so low down.
Into turn 7 now. Just still chasing some time again at a 150.9. Again, Josh Powers, I wonder if Jessica's taking note of the times and just encouraging him to keep out there and just go a little bit more. It doesn't need a lot to knock, I think it was Eric out. Yeah, Eric Peachy at that 150.7 is P5 in Trackmod. So Peachy on defense, Josh Powers on offense. I just don't know that Josh is going to get there in the closing stages of this. So Eric comes around over the crest here. And when he comes back to the stripe, I think that'll basically be it for Track Battle Q7. We've got our top 5 qualified in all of our categories. It looks like Peachy is also off pace here. Let's do results for this and get out and get ready for Jill. So with Eric Peachy coming back around to the pit lane and the tail end of Track Battle Q7, we'll have a look here at our results. It's Mike Jansen atop Falcon Club SC, reset the track record again this morning by 0.7 of a second. So great strong start there. In Falcon Club TR, Mario Moroni at the top of the charts, and this is critical because he's ahead of McLaren, Feingold, View, and Granberg in equal conditions, which we'll have to do in Podium Sprint later as you look down the rest of the order in a very stacked Falcon Club TR class, all the way down to 22 entries here. Of course, we started with 27 on the start of the weekend. Bucky Lasek, top street, again, qualified into Podium Sprint. Alex, we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, it's important to see, while the track records might not be important, the relative positioning of the drivers is going to be important and telling going into the Podium Sprints.
Yeah, then looking at Street GT, no Luke McGrew here this morning. He'll save all the rest of his energy for Podium Sprint. Ryan Matthews tops the chart there to 150.395. And then looking up to Street Modified, it's Dayton Della who say that, actually, I think Luca Barberis had a time that wasn't showing on our timing and scoring, but it is, in fact, a time that would top the charts here in Street Mod, just not a record time or anything of the sort. You see Luca's best showing is a 2:10. I know he did better than that. Dewey crossed the timing line, but did not go out. And then in Track Mod, Andrew Brownfield leads the way. Chris Boersma second. Justin Peachy, Josh Powers, Eric Peachy, the rest of your top 5. And then in Unlimited, a little bit of shifts and shuffles here. Alan Patton to the top, 149.369. Louder, close in that number 125, right behind Bertulis, Zach Joe, and Joshua Briggs. That is your results for Track Battle Q7. Let's have a look here at the highlights here for the session. It all started with Group D and Mike Jansen resetting the track record here for Falcon Club SC this morning. Then Nick Berg getting back out there with a plastic wrapped front bumper and leaving nothing on the line there. You see Sam Dooling fist out the window, celebrating. He'll be in Podium Sprint later, going for another win here on the season. Moved up to Group C, where a handful of the Club TR cars went out. Bucky Lassick is going to be in Podium Sprint later. Tim Lutz out there in the Street Mod Corvette. Ethan Brown trying to improve on his best in the Volkswagen GTI. Couldn't quite pick up any time. Dan Persing picked up the checkered in Club TR there in Group C. Then Group B moved out onto the course, and a little kitty running for its life, and did safely get under the Armco. Put all of our hearts in a throat for a moment. Peter Granberg on the road with Kevin Vu and the other qualifiers for Podium Sprint. It's going to be a slugfest in Club TR later today. Mario Moroni up on top there. And then in Group A, Josh Powers was chasing the opportunity to move up into Podium Sprint. Chris Boersma will be fighting for Trackmod. Then Andreas Bertulis and Zach Joe, two of the qualifiers for Podium Sprint. And Justin Peachy in the 445 with that new LS engine, putting things on display for us. Zach Joe with a little bit of an off at turn 17. Briggs, after the big oopsie at Laguna, is back in competition. Alan Patton in Unlimited will be going for the gold in the Thunder Bunny Toyota GR Supra later today. Eric Peachy is going to be in the show with the Dodge Viper in track mod. Cool to see that car out there. That is it for Track Battle Q7. Podium Sprint later, and Eibach GLTC up next.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder, slicker, cooler, tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh International Race Complex and the season finale for Gridlife competition. Kyle Heyer joined by Adam Jabay for Eibach GLTC race number 3. Yesterday, we had a lot of excitement in the Eibach GLTC competition, and of course, Eric Catil was chasing Matan Rosenberg for the championship title. Here's a look back at race number 2 with Tom O'Gorman on the front row alongside Matan Rosenberg. They gave it all they had for the first couple of laps, so Tomo led the way for some time against Matan Rosenberg. Then this little battle for second between Catil and Tomo. This was fierce for a little while. Eric did eventually complete that pass, put Tomo down to third in Trainer 3, 2022 champ, following behind the Hybrid Racing EG. Catil started a charge to catch up to Matan Rosenberg in the 484, but once he got a little bit close, he had a little bit of trouble finishing the job. We look back in the field there, Eric Meadows and Brian Hedian having a nice tight moment at turn 16. This was the defining moment of the race and maybe the championship. Eric Catil's foot slipped off the brake and slid off course at turn number 1. Tomo then resumed the charge to try to run down Matan Rosenberg as the battles were fierce deep in the field. Lisa Keys and the 462 of Natalie Latos. There's Rory Lonergan trailing in behind. But Matan Rosenberg, as he did in race number 1, just continued to lead and drove away from Tom O'Gorman and picked up the checkered flag for race number 2 in Eibach GLTC. He is still in the lead of the championship, and the lead is large enough now that if he finishes 7th, he should, 7th or better, he should clinch the championship for this season with Eric Catil right behind.
Yep, he just needs reliability right now, and we're seeing the last of the cars entering the racetrack to start race 3. And this track is beautifully groomed right now and pretty clean. Track Battle didn't have a whole lot of dust or debris dragged on, so we're looking for for maybe one of the better tracks that they've had early in the morning. Not a lot of rubber debris.
Yeah, Eric Catil, we saw that moment yesterday in turn 1. His foot slipped off the brake. I went to go talk to him yesterday, and he was making some modifications to his brake pedal. And we should have a picture of that, the modification. Basically put a piece of metal, angled it, and bolted it behind the brake so that when his foot slides from the gas to the brake, Adam, it's going to catch on that piece of metal. So that can't happen again. I watched him kind of practice that, get that sorted. But
it's not the first time that's happened to him either.
Yeah, so he's just trying to prevent any mistakes. And again, he's got rev match downshifting, so he doesn't need to heel toe, but that quick transition, he can't have that happen again. He's fighting a huge uphill battle here today.
Yeah. Both these drivers need reliability out of their machines, and hopefully they have put in the work overnight, them and their crew. And here's our starting row.
Yeah, and Eric Catil, by virtue of a solid lap time, will start in second place right alongside championship hopeful Matan Rosenberg. Tom O'Gorman and Eric Meadows start in row number 2, 3rd and 4th, with Andy Smedegard and Eric Magnussen sharing row number 3, 5th and 6th. And then in 7th place, it's Brian Heading in the 824. Ryan Power starts 8th in the 865. Row 5 is Lena Chin and Paul Darling, who said he is hopefully out of tire, so he's going to try to cling to 10th place and see what he's got. Nick Barbado, 11th. Joel Morrison in 12th in the number 71. Blake Korth in the Porsche Cayman, and Salil Shukla in the M3 starts in 14th. Jim Smith starts in 15th place in the number 130. Jim Chepelev in the number 930 starts in 16th, and John Gatos and Kevin Zhu 17th and 18th. Kevin Zhu with that borrowed transmission from DJ Alessandrini. Steve Cairo and Don Luis start in 19th and 20th. That is row number 10, with Sam Scott and Michael Pagano in that beautiful BTCC style 116i starting in 22nd. Thomas Moss and Josh Fleury start in 23rd and 24th. Then in 25th is Shreddy Brown and Clayton Fitzpatrick in the 171. And the last handful of rows will be Rory Lonergan, Robert McDaniels in 28th place in the number 16 Honda Civic. And then it'll be Natalie Latos, Lisa Keys in row 15. And bringing up the rear of the field for the start of race number 3 is Jason LaManna in a Civic TCA car.
Yeah. A little bit of teething issues on that car, but car's coming around turn 17 in just a moment here, and we will see them pack up and pair up.
Yeah, I said hopefully, hopelessly is what the word I was looking for. Hopelessly out of tire. All right, time to go racing at Eibach GLTC race number 3. The championship standings we'll have on the top of the screen for the duration of the race. The math gets really challenging for Eric Catil, but he's going to fight this to the end regardless. Still race wins on the line. Still a chance to go out on top with
Green
more
flag.
winner stickers. Green flag, and we're racing at Eibach GLTC at pit race. And Catil up the inside there of Rosenberg into turn 1. Rosenberg's going to clear, and look at O'Gorman around the outside of the 3 of Eric Meadows, who had a nice solid lap time, put him up in the mix here for the front running part of this race. And Tomo looking for second place already.
Looks like the field clean through 1. That is job number 1 done. Let's separate out here and try to get some good racing through this first lap.
Into the braking zone now for turn 3. Rosenberg leads the way. O'Gorman to second place. Catil pops out of line there. A little bit of dust kicked up in the background as we head down to 5 for the first time. And side by side with Shukla and Lena Chin. That gets really tight. Shukla on the curbing to give her as much space as possible. And John Gatos in the 444 around the outside there up the hill.
This back section of the racetrack strong for these lighter weight 4-cylinder cars. We'll see what they've got for Matan as they're entering the really tight S's here. Upshift, downshift, left and right. Long train of cars there chasing them.
And are feeding in throttle throughout the S's here. Catil has got somebody right on his tail. Is that Smedegard that has poked on through? So he's got, trouble. That's at the top of the hill there, turn 4.
Clayton Fitzpatrick and somebody else there.
That's Donald Louis in the FRS. So they've gotten tangled up. I didn't see a ton of bodywork damage, but either way.
Looks like both cars were still rolling and moving, so hopefully we can go clean with green here.
Shouldn't have a yellow to deal with there, but Rosenberg leads the way down the hill. O'Gorman second, Catil,
Big off by Barbado.
And there is a standing yellow there in sector 1. So
see if they can get those cars into a safe spot.
Yeah, Catil losing some ground there to Smedegard. And here's a look at a replay, top of the screen. Fitzpatrick all on his own.
Looks like a single car off there, yeah.
Did he get the? He did
Touches
get the wall.
Let's see what happens with Louis.
Came in much later, and maybe it was a mechanical issue. There's a full course yellow. So they're going to take this opportunity now to grab those cars from turn 4. The Eibach Jeep going to head out and pick up the field here.
Pace car driver said she was a little uncomfortable in the S's in the Eibach Jeep, but it handled well.
I bet.
A lot taller than the typical pace car.
Yeah.
Great looking Jeep though.
And again, so Rosenberg leads the way. You see the points reflect the positions there as they cross the stripe. I don't see any bodywork or anything amiss on Donald's car, but Clayton's right front has a little bit of damage.
Probably a pretty easy place for tow team to extract the cars and get them at a safe spot.
Yeah, so it shouldn't take too long to get this sorted and dialed.
Didn't look like heavy damage, but both cars obviously stationary, so it must be something mechanical or physically wrong with either a wheel or maybe they're not starting. You never know.
Yeah. Well, with this race under full course yellow, Eibach, the series partner this year, kind of a real landmark moment for us to have a season sponsor like Eibach. They are giving away the opportunity to go to Germany, the champion of this series this year. And here's a look at what Eibach is offering the season winner that looks like it might be Matan Rosenberg by the end of the weekend.
Can win it too. It's so cool that you can bring your own flavor here and make it work.
I love it. It's been great for years. It's going to be even better this year with the support from Eibach and this new partnership for the Eibach Gridlife Touring Cup Championship. Time to go racing. Here we go. Eibach Gridlife Touring Cup action from Carolina Motorsports Park. The first race of the season is underway, and we're green flag racing.
It's been an amazing year as an official partner of the Eibach GLTC Championship. We've been wanting to be part of this program since its inception, and we're finally here, and we're really happy to see you guys and gals put it all on the line and have an amazing race after race, from CMP all the way out to Laguna and back. You guys have been killing it, and we're excited to see all of you drivers really put it out there. As Eibach approaches our 75th anniversary, we thought it would be fitting to bring the championship winner out to Germany to celebrate with us. So what does that include? We're going to get you out there. Flights, hotels, dinner at Eibach. We'll have tours. We'll celebrate. We've got a huge celebration party going on for our 75th. So you will be there with us, and then after, we're going to set you off to the Nürburgring with our friends EVN Ring Rental. You'll have the chance to drive the ring in one of their rental vehicles, and they're going to give you a tour around the town. So it's an exciting prize. We're very happy to have the winner out, and very happy to offer this to all of our drivers who have really put dollars, their time, their commitment, their cars, their safety on the line to have fun and drive.
And a huge thanks to Eibach for coming on board this season. Adam, you know, this is a series that you sort of conceived in 2018 really, with a lot of input from the community, and a lot has been built up the last handful of years. We do see Clayton Fitzpatrick rolling again, which is great to see. But talk to me about the Eibach partnership and how much legitimacy and how much cool factor a brand like Eibach can bring to this series.
It was one of the more humbling things when I heard that they were that interested. I've actually been friends with Mark for many years. Prior to Gridlife, we used to do HPDEs together before he moved out west. He's been on our podcast several times, but it's a brand like Eibach. It's such an iconic brand for motorsports. You know, even before any of us had done track days, if you had asked us, you know, what springs are you going to buy, you'd probably buy an Eibach springs. They are the brand in this. We see Donna Louis creeping on his own power. Safety truck following. Hopefully both these cars are okay. Yeah, it gave a lot of legitimacy to this series, I think, in the eyes of others as well, which we obviously appreciate from Eibach. But most of these cars, they already had Eibach springs underneath, and we really appreciate their partnership. And yeah, just hard to express how cool that is for our team.
There's some other really cool things here in the field. I mean, you look at just the top four, right? The leader, Matan Rosenberg, a young driver that's been with us in Gridlife for the last handful of years. He's got a big Eibach sticker on the nose of that car, but it's also the only grip racing Falcon liveried car in the world at the moment.
Yeah, it's the first time that's ever happened. Yeah. The same thing with our other tire partners, and like it's so cool to see those companies see this as the place they want to invest and attract others that are car curious, that will be drawn to a racetrack someday, it's cool to see the eyes of the community watching this series and the others that run with us.
And for the tuners of the automotive community that are relying on Eibach springs, drivers like Eric Catil, who have scienced out a chassis that maybe is imperfect for wheel-to-wheel racing. He has done so much to it. It is factory race car beautiful.
Yep.
That's sort of the culture and spirit of Eibach GLTC and Gridlife in general, is to build the mousetrap that you want to build, and Eric Catil has done that. ASM has done that with 2 cars in the top 5. Tom O'Gorman's championship-winning car, which basically it's like if Honda made the S2000 into a GT3 car, this is what it would look like.
Pretty close. The amount of development effort across anybody that's inside the top 15, top 20, especially in the past 2-3 years, has really risen so fast. And like with the Corvettes that are perennially on the top 5, we saw Jeremy Swenson do quite well several years ago with a much simpler Corvette, but the whole water level rose in the talent and prep fields in GLTC, and they all had to keep stepping up at their game. They all got faster. The S2000s got faster. The Corvettes got faster. BRZ FRS chassis doing really well. A lot of BMWs. At the E46, E36. Kind of the lone wolf though is the heavy prep that goes into the Civic.
So lights are out on the Eibach Jeep safety truck, and we're going green this time through with about 6.5 minutes on the clock.
Single file going into turn 1. The road will be a little bit longer full of cars because they're not 2x2, but we will see how clean they can get through this first lap, and hopefully mechanically everybody gets there. We go grid to checker for the rest of the race. Yeah,
that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? And again, for Matan Rosenberg, we won't declare anyone the champion of anything until the end of race 4, because
he's got 2 more, and it's not easy to do this.
Yeah, again, even if Rosenberg finishes 7th or better, that would technically mean that he is champion, but you still have to pass Scales and Dino post-race, and you still have one more race to let everything sort out. So Rosenberg, regardless, is in a great spot here for the restart. Tom O'Gorman right behind him. Andy Smedegard in 3rd, Eric Catil 4th, and green flag, and Tomo is not waiting. He's going to steal the lead away on the run to turn 1. He was not waiting around and just got a great jump there with so much experience as the 2022 champ. Takes the lead away and leads to turn 3.
Dropping down this hill there. This is way more blind right here. You have to have a lot of trust of the drivers around you. You have to know where this track goes, and then heavy braking right here. We saw a lot of cars into this wall on the outside right.
Catil on the outside of Andy Smedegard coming down the hill. That battle for second is going to be really fierce. Catil got overlap there on Andy. And Matan still P2 there. Going to have to hunt down that ASM S2000. Catil has the nose in the inside of Smedegard, and Andy's not giving way.
Looks tight and clean. And another thing about a restart like this, all these cars have heat in the tires. The drivers are, their heads are more focused. You're seeing more pace on this outlap than the first one. The tires are under you, the car is under you.
And trouble for John Gatos in the 444 out of turn 5, and I wonder if he can just kind of crank the wheel to the right and roll backwards out of the way. But
hopefully, I don't want him there.
Yeah, that's not a great spot to be. Here's Barbado and Magnuson and Ryan Power in the purple car over the crest there. And for 3rd place, Catil is not going to give up the pursuit of Andy Smedegard. Tomo still leads. And maybe a yellow would be handy for Tomo to keep Matan from having a shot to pass him here. It's going to have to get defensive on the run to turn 17.
In one of the microphones, I did kind of pick up the sound of what sounded like a BMW 6-cylinder. There he is moving.
Yeah,
here he is moving again. So hopefully just a power reset, and off he goes.
For the lead, here comes Rosenberg. Right here. This is where this car is really good, is at the top end, down the back straightaway. But Tomo's so good on the brakes, and he's going to go defensive, leave Matan a lane to the outside.
Not a bad run back into the front straight for Tomo, though. A little bit track right, but didn't look like it slowed the car down too much.
Up onto the front stretch.
Taking a wide center line here. There's no great option right now if you're Matan.
Down into turn 1, he's going to stay in behind O'Gorman for the time being. Tom launches into turn 1, can now set up for the run to 3. Matan had a great corner there, though.
Yeah, if I'm Matan, all I need to do is stay on this racetrack. But knowing him, he wants to win.
Yeah, well, he made that look easy, didn't he? Just drove right around Tomo. And into turn 3, Tom keeps the nose to the inside and isn't going to give this up easy. He's going to tuck underneath and maybe have a run into 5. but just can't quite do anything about it here.
Reviewing the GPS data on basically the top 5 last night with technical director Abe Schmucker, we saw the acceleration ramps on these cars basically the same exact ramp angle. One of the things that does stand out, especially on this track, is Matan, with the ratios and the torque he has. He only has to shift once in a while. The other cars are shifting way more. So there is a little bit of downtime in a shift. That line goes flat for a second and then ramps back up. That is probably his strong suit, especially dropping down this hill.
Yeah, Andy just trying to cling to his FA24 FRS right ahead of Catil. Battle for second is real fierce. And Tomo has got his hands full with 2 of the best in Eibach GLTC.
3 of the best.
Yeah.
In front of him and behind him. I think these 3 4-cylinder cars, if they worked together in a straight line, could probably do very well, but they are racing, and this track maybe doesn't breed the draft as much as others. We do have a long front straight and a long dropping right here.
Yeah, off into turn 17 again. See Andy pull a little bit on Tomo, but doesn't pull out a line there. Into the braking zone for 17. Track is clear, 2 minutes to go. I could expect a white flag this time. We'll see at the stripe if we'll get 2 or 1 lap to go. Catil pulls up alongside Andy Smedegaard into 212.
This battle into 1 is going to probably slow them a tiny bit. Neither one has an optimal line for the track.
And where'd Tomo go?
Tomo's right in front of them.
No, is he still there? He's dropping.
I thought he was. I didn't see him go off.
No, oh, well, there's John Gato. Or sorry, that's the 930, I think. No, there's that. Oh, here comes Meadows. This is 3 wide. I don't know where Tom is still up the road, so his transponder just didn't ping. But this tight squeeze into turn 3 now. Meadows and Smedegaard door to door, and Tomo trying to leave them in the dust while they battle for third.
I don't care how bad you want to win this. This has got to be a little bit fun, and this is great racing here for the 3rd position.
Yeah, Catil watching all this from behind, and just got to tuck up underneath and just try to use the shorter distance there.
These 3 drivers spent a lot of years running with each other, and looks like Meadows is right on the back of Andy there. Dead even there in a straight line, and the strengths of the lightweight car going to shine a little bit. You'll probably see a couple car lengths put on Meadows right now. This whole section, we've seen that happen with these 4-cylinder lighter weight cars.
And we're coming back to the checkers this time. Catil up alongside Smedegaard here. Just precious points. Again, just even in defense of Eric Magnussen as well for the weekend. But here he comes to the outside of turn 12, just trying to get anything he can. These 2 fought on toe-to-toe at Autobahn Country Club a couple of months ago. There's a little touch there as they come up over the top.
And at Lime Rock, tight battles at Lime Rock. We've seen a great second half of the year with these 2.
Yeah, and they're not done yet. Tom O'Gorman chasing Rosenberg for the lead, but Catil slots ahead of Smedegaard into the braking zone. Andy looks to the left. Here comes Meadows. Could he influence the outcome of this braking battle into turn 17? One more braking duel. Catil sideways on the binder, slows it down. And this will be a battle all the way to the checkers.
This might be photo finish for these 2 here.
Side by side up the hill. Which one does Meadows push to the line, or does he take all of them 3 wide? He's going to sneak up. He's going to give Andy a little push here and to the stripe. I think he might beat all of them to the podium. Cross the stripe, and Meadows steals it away. 3rd place for the number 3.
Intense
How about
racing. That was intense, that last lap.
Holy
so fun
cow.
to watch. So fun to watch.
That was very close. And the difference between them, 0.05 of a second. And again, Tom O'Gorman did come home in 2nd place. There's something I missed with the transponder on that car. But Matan Rosenberg picks up his 3rd win of the weekend. And there's Eric and Andy. They are putting on a show.
I don't care about the drama afterwards or before. That was amazing racing. That was so fun to watch.
That was really cool. You see Tomo there placed back into 2nd place. Valiant effort.
And yeah, following this race, the race director will hand a 10-sided die to the winner. The winner will roll that, and that will determine our invert, which we'll know shortly.
Yeah, and that invert can be up to a pretty sizable number.
Yep, can be up to 10 with this field. 1/3 of the field, technically the rules.
And again, if this car passes tech, also, this would give Rosenberg the championship for 2025. But again, we won't know that until we get into race 4. So we'll make that announcement a little bit later in the day. But Eric Meadows, how about that run to the end? That was pretty cool to watch. He set them up. He watched those drivers go off into 17 side by side and just picked them off right at the stripe.
Ran a little bit better line there. They were probably 5 miles an hour slow because they were side by side there, and he had that little extra run and that grunt up the hill with a detuned V8. It definitely helps.
Yeah, Matan Rosenberg wins the race. P3 or third one of the weekend. Tom O'Gorman second, then Eric Meadows third, Andy Smedegard fourth, Eric Cattell involved in that pretty epic battle. P5 for the 82. Magnuson, Hetty, and Barbado. Darling with that top 10 on older tires.
And Ryan Power in P10. Great finish for him.
Yeah, Joel Morrison and Lena Chin had a great battle. We saw that in the background. Kevin Zhu, Salil Shukla, and Sam Scott, top 15. Tim Shepleff, Michael Pagano, Steve Cairo, Thomas Moss, and Josh Fleury in 20th. And the rest of the order there on screen: Natalie Latos, McDaniels, Shreddy Brown, Lisa Keys, Gatos, Lonergan, and Clayton Fitzpatrick rounding out the rest of the field. Let's have a look back at the highlights here from IBOC GLTC Race 3. We had a little bit of a hold up there with the yellow flag early on, but on the start of the race, we rolled off the grid with 27 cars here in the field, and a little chaos there in the background on the start, and the yellow early on for cars stopped at the top of turn 4. Clayton Fitzpatrick off into the wall just gently. Donald Louis with a mechanical issue. Both cars returned to the racetrack. On the restart, though, Tom O'Gorman stole the lead away from Matan Rosenberg, but it wasn't to be for long. The lead for a lap or two before Rosenberg just throttled up, and that Corvette strength has been in the upper half of the 100-mile-an-hour range, and right here just blitzed right on by him and took the spot away and never looked back. That's how he's been so far this weekend. Tom O'Gorman then was kind of a lonely second for a little while the battle broke out behind him between Andy Smedegard and Eric Cattell, and then Eric Meadows popped into the fight, and these three had a pretty awesome, fun battle at the tail end of the race. And coming down to the checkers, Smedegard to the left, Cattell to the right, but it was Matan Rosenberg, Tom O'Gorman, then Eric Meadows right here all the way to the line and stole it by a couple hundredths of a second. IBOC GLTC Race 3 complete.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? FireLapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
And welcome back to Gridlife Pit Race in Pittsburgh International Race Complex. Gridlife Drift on the track, and looks like Nick Nazaro out there having some fun. Adam, welcome back to the broadcast here. Last time ever we'll be here as the racetrack's going away, but we're going to send it for some skids here on a morning, and we've got a couple more drift sessions throughout the day. We'll see who takes advantage of it.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe some potential rain in the end of the day will enable tires to last a little longer for these drifters. Last night I was out in the dark looking for a lost transponder from a car that touched the wall in the headlight of my little pit bike, my Moto Compacto. I couldn't believe how grainy some of the asphalt was. It's got to be eating tires like crazy for these drifters.
Yeah, again, I think we've only seen Nick so far since I got back up here, but we'll see if anyone else takes to the racetrack. And if not, we'll come back with you for more action. We've got a couple races left on the day. Of course, race 3 for Gridlife GT and the Rush Series is coming up after this. And then we'll have IBOC GLTC race 4, Podium Sprint, and then the last 2 races of the weekend, Rush race 4 and Gridlife GT race 4.
And inverts for GT and the TC race, so a little bit of a mix-up will happen. Give us a little bit more of a storyline to talk about, and as we said earlier, I think yesterday, talk about how some tracks really do benefit one car or the other. We saw the change of a track like an Autobahn and a Lime Rock and versus a Road America, and this track, especially in TC where the cars are so close on parity, like a track really comes down to, that's where the random invert with a roll of a dice at the end will give us better racing to watch.
Nick Nazaro making it worth his time out there on the course. He is the only car out on track this morning. I wonder if they're maybe waiting for the next session, perhaps. Maybe one last go here, Adam.
Like you said, they got to be out of tires.
Yeah.
We saw so much smoke coming out of even lower horsepower cars yesterday. The poor tire budget. It's probably almost rivaling the bumper budget.
It's a 3-mile lap almost as well, and you've got so much of this back and forth on the back half of the track with the S's. It's a great drift track, but definitely eats a lot of tire if you're doing it every lap.
In our little closet, I'm hearing some more rumble coming past the tower, so I think we might have something to show here. But what a great day yesterday. Really big thanks to all the fans and spectators that came out. I had some of the more fun conversations at lunch that I've ever had. Just people driving 6, 8, 10 hours, and all they want to talk about is old Honda Civics and what a cool racetrack this is. It was really great time talking to all the spectators and fans, and I really appreciate the track themselves for really helping us out with with the gate and parking and just being some of the nicest people to work with. So such a great facility.
Well, Adam, there's a couple cars taking advantage of this, but I think we'll step away for a little bit and get ready for the races that are upcoming. There's plenty more storylines to talk about there. So enjoy some sights and sounds here from Gridlife Pit Race. We'll be back with more coverage on the airwaves here in just a little while, with the next race being the Gridlife Rush Series, Race 3, in about 15 minutes. We'll see you soon.
my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data butt. Do you know how to use it? Firelapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with Firelink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, Firelapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
The season-ending races for most of Gridlife Championships are coming to a close this weekend here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. For the Gridlife Rush Series, the season ended out west at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. This event just an encore with just weekend points on the line. Welcome back to Wampa, Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh International Race Complex. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Adam Jabay. Adam, we've had a lot of action in the Gridlife Rush Series this season and this weekend, including a pretty wild rollover in yesterday's race.
Yeah, longtime Gridlife driver Jeremy Boyson went for a little bit of a ride, and the safety of the car did the job. We're going to have a couple of cars dropping out in this race for that reason. We saw Lee Kellert pack up because he didn't have all the parts to fix. Jeremy Boyson's car could be fixed. Rush of the Carolinas said, "We will fix this. We got the stuff." Jeremy said, "I think I'm good." So,
here's a look at it. The incident in race 1, lap 1 yesterday. Jeremy Boyson there up and over the top and went for a pretty wild tumble, brought out the red flag early on as the field came to pit lane. They cleaned up the car, and then they returned to the racetrack for nearly a full race after that on the green flag. It was Jalen Batley that tried to sprint away. Jason Ayler and Ayrton Grimm and Max Krause were really the show for most of the rest of the race. A couple of the battles popping up here and there, but Jason Ayler kept Batley honest on the restart lap, but then fell back into the clutches of Ayrton Grimm a little bit later on. Ayrton finally getting this number 121, the purple and orange car, up to snuff with some setup changes here, and that battle continued pretty fiercely for a while. He eventually got around to second place, and then Ayler and Max Krause did some battling, but Jalen Batley did win both of the races yesterday, looking to parlay that into a victory here today in race number 3.
Jalen giving props to his prep shop and team Diversion for giving him a really good car, and they roll out. He is the leader here, and the 4th race coming up will be by overall weekend points. So a little bit different point structure and race format structure than our other 2 series, TC and GT. And honorable mention to the 777 of Ben Carroll. He is on his way to Japan, but he said, "I had the best time ever. This is the best weekend I've ever had." And I said, "Really?" So we're missing him in the grid as well. We should have about 15 cars for this race.
Yeah, this is Gridlife Rush Series, race number 3 at Gridlife Pit Race, the season finale for our competition season, 9 rounds in, and we've got we're on race 3 now, but as we head down through the grid, and let's have a look also. We talked about Jeremy Boyson's rollover. I went over there, took a picture of the roll bar. I was blown away by how well the car did in that rollover.
Really hard impact into the ground for the top of the car.
Yeah, we might have that picture able to be shown to you here on screen, but these cars crash so well. They have a great kind of roll bar structure that is much larger than it appears at the surface. The bodywork kind of hides it well, but
it's actually a full double hoop. It's 2 hoops, and then if you have an updated car or a brand new car, it has the Trident front, which is kind of that little windshield looking bar up front, which would prevent a large object from contacting the driver. More and more cars are upgrading to that. It's a modification you can do, or you can order it that way now. So
I mentioned that I took a picture of that roll bar. We'll show it to you now. Jeremy Boyson's car, I think it was able to be repaired. Yep. You see here, that's really the most damage it had.
Yeah, we're effectively talking about scratches and minor deflection in some of the tubing, and no strength, no movement, and none of the pickup points on the suspension was even bent on this chassis. So.
Yeah, unbelievable, but he will not be racing today, so I'm good.
Yeah, he's feeling fine. I just checked in with him. He said slight headache, but I'm good. His head obviously banging around when you go upside down, backwards, sideways.
Let's have a look at our starting lineup here for the Gridlife Rush Series race number 3, and on the front row it'll be Jalen Batley in the number 88. Ayrton Grimm will start alongside him in second place. He's been fighting for his first win in the series, could get it here in this one. Jason Ayler and Max Krause share row number 2 in 3rd and 4th. Then in row 3, it's Jared Anderson in the 99 and Nick Billingsley in 6th in the number 9 car. He went for a spin yesterday, hoping to continue his climb forward. Rob Desjardins and Kelsey Billingsley share row number 4 in 7th and 8th. Then it's Pat Brady and Sam Reed in 9th and 10th. Moving on to row 6, Ben Carroll, you mentioned he's going to be out for the count. He's off to Japan, as you said. Paul Click starts 12th. Then 13th is AJ Campo in the 227. Chuck Desjardins in 14th. And then it's Trip Stout and Bill Dorrance in 15th and 16th in the last row to start race number 3. Would have been Jeremy Boyson and Lee Kellert, but I think Boyson's out. Where's Kellert? Is he at the tail of the field here?
He couldn't get the car back together. He was actually the car that had that spin and was impacted by Boyson. Bill Dorrance went for a bit of a hardship lap this morning because he had to redo some. He got a little bit tangled up in the unfortunate melee on the start of race 2 as well. So, but car back together and off we're going in just a moment as they round turn 17. Lights should be going out in just a moment.
Yeah, let's have a look here at the weather as well. You see the radar does have some action on it to the west, but for now it doesn't look like it's going to get to us in time for our afternoon festivities, but we'll see. 71-degree air temp, 6-mile-an-hour wind out of the south, and it looks like we're going to get a pace lap extended here.
Oh, we might have a car stalled somewhere.
Yep, so
that does happen sometimes.
One more lap around here under control of the safety car here, Adam. So as a driver, you get kind of amped up, you're ready to go, and then you got to go around another pace lap. What's your your thoughts right now behind the wheel of the car?
If I was a driver, many of the drivers are worried about the amount of tires they have. So maybe I'm thinking, okay, this is fine. I'm on my last legs of these AR1s, but if there is a lot of pent-up energy if you get a pushed off start like this where you're doing another pace lap. And I think, is that Sam Reed back there?
And that is the reason for the extended pace lap. Sam Reed stalled there at the exit of turn 15.
See if we can get that fired. Here comes the truck otherwise. These cars are pretty easy to tow as long as they roll. They do like a quad wrap on that top bar. Driver pulls down on the strap and off they go.
Yeah, and honestly, the reliability of these cars has been pretty spectacular. We've had, at times, 40 plus of them on track.
I think we had 47 registered for Road America, 44 for Laguna. I can't recall.
Yeah, there was a lot of them out there.
It was a lot.
And they're designed to be relatively simple to work on and easy to replace parts on too. So you don't see a lot of them having mechanical issues, although we did see a couple drivers burn out starters. Yep. So that could be the case here with Sam Reed as he gets the strap.
They usually only get starter problems if they do a spin. We don't know what happened with Sam, or maybe he was wiggling too hard and he looped it. TBD. Sam is part of the team behind this chassis and this car over at the Rush is based out of Texas, and he was one of the people that really got these cars off the ground, along with the Haaseys and a few others. Yeah, sad to see him not be able to finish race 3. Maybe they can get back together and he can jump out.
Yeah, why not? Give it a go. And especially if you get that little push start, if you get the engine fired after you bring it back to
like
the pit
you said,
lane.
these cars are so easy to work on. Like we've seen people take off body work in like less time than it would take to just for me to look and see where the push pins are. An experienced crew can have this thing apart.
Yeah, so still trying to work on getting Sam Reed on the hook here. There's a look at Bill Dorrance to the number 20. And you were talking to me just before the show here about how many drivers are geared up for next season here in Grid Life. There's a lot of drivers that have kind of subscribed to the Grid Life ethos and have planned to return in the future.
I don't have a count on how many individual Rush drivers we had. I'm estimating it's pushing about 80 individual Rush drivers this year. And last night I talked to several of the shop owners and several drivers, and they said this is the most fun I've ever had. I love having this spec series. They love the live stream. Eternally grateful to the crew behind the live stream, Project Prime Boys. Kyle, your voice is somehow extended through multiple days and sometimes 10-hour days, so they're thankful for that as well. So this is this series has turned into a place that younger drivers are looking to jump into to get more experience, get noticed, and then also kind of almost like a retirement home for some experienced drivers that have been around for a long time, and they just want to have a really fun place to play. So it looks like we're getting the hook out. Doesn't seem like Sam's car is rolling, unfortunately. We'll know in just a moment what's going on. This crew has been very fast in towing these cars.
Yeah.
But if they don't roll, it's hard to tell. Sam waving to the field, kind of giving his apologies, you can see.
Yeah.
But car looks like it's in one piece, so I'm sure it's something that the crew can fix, and hopefully he'll get back out for race 4.
Yep, we'll have to go around one more time, and we're likely going to have the clock countdown from about 10 because the clock is rolling right now. We're about 3 minutes and 45 seconds into the time block here. Lots to do today, Adam, so we've got to keep things on a nice tight schedule. So cutting into this race a little bit. We had a full race yesterday despite the accident at the start of the race that
stoppage caused the clock, and we had just enough wiggle room where thankfully race control could give us probably about 7/8 of a race last time.
Yeah, so I was a little bit surprised, and this is a procedural thing that I wasn't prepared for, but I guess the clock stoppage in orbits that Emma hits to stop a race deploys the red flag on our graphics. And we did see a red flag out there, but it was a procedure that will bring cars to pit lane. Right. I didn't say it in the moment because I didn't want to be wrong, but usually red flag is stop the car. Yes. But in this case, it was bring it to pit lane.
Yeah, the it's one of those things. That hasn't happened a whole lot in wheel-to-wheel with us. I think that might have been our first actual red flag, but the track itself there's so much radio discussion happening when something like that happens, and the track race control and our race control didn't quite know with the slight delay on our stream and with the angle of cameras exactly where it was and how much it was blocking, and then radio chatter, we kind of basically triggered like a fail-safe with some of that. And with FIA rules, that would mean red flag typically means come into paddock. So we cleared up that confusion and just went straight black flag with U.S. flag rules. So
yep. So that clears that up
a little bit of learning going on too. You know, you kind of move into a facility like this, and it's like they do things one way, you do things the other way. This track has been amazing to work with, but yeah, glad we had some fail-safes built in, and all's well that ends well with that one too.
It's always good to check to make sure the red flag graphics work on the broadcast too. That's not a flag we see a lot.
I don't want to check too much.
No, I don't want to check too much either.
That's not something we want to see a lot of.
So heading up the hill here, coming back around, hopefully to a green flag this time under full course yellow for a delayed start here in Gridlife.
Saw the safety team rolling, so yep, here we are. We're in the paddock. I'm imagining the safety car lights will go out towards turn 17 in just a moment.
Yep, so truck is in with Sam Reed's car on the hook, and we've got about 6 minutes elapsed, so it'll be probably under 10 minutes remaining in this race when we get the green flag. And Nick Billingsley, Kelsey Billingsley, right up there in the middle of the field. They had some really great races yesterday. And Jared Anderson involved in that. It was pretty fun to watch them slice and dice.
Yeah, brother, sister, brother-in-law, husband, whatever you want to call it. They are always in about the same spot. And when I go check in with them after the race, they're always in, like, they're always having a lot of fun. It's good to see a whole family affair coming out here and having a good time. Should be packing up and pairing up. Hopefully they all recall which side of the track they were supposed to be. And we'll see the lights go out here in just a moment. Double yellow flags will be dropping as soon as the lights go off.
So coming down the hill here, and there are the lights off on the pace car, so we'll be doubling up because we didn't get the green flag, Adam. This will not count as a restart.
Not a restart. This is the first start. Yep.
The first start, so we will be double file here. Ayrton Grimm on driver's right. He has been tantalizingly close to victory.
I think driver's right might be a good choice here. We saw that be a good choice in TC, but especially with a littler car like this, a little narrower, you get a little bit more track to play with. But yeah, it really comes down to driver preference going down that hill. Like, where do you want to potentially be as you think about that hard left and then the narrower dropping right afterwards?
So the pace car will make that hard left onto pit lane. Jalen Batley, Ayrton Grimm, Jason Ayler, Max Kraus on the front two rows. Jared Anderson, Nick Billingsley there in row number 3. And here we go. Time to go racing in Gridlife Rush Series. The penultimate race of the season. Green flag, and we're underway at pit race.
Holding their positions on that front row. We're seeing 3 wide for the second row, and they choose to keep it tidy. Let's keep it clean all the way as we, this crest right here in real life right there looks way more blind, especially in a low car like this. But it does look like Ayrton Grimm got out front. Not a bad spot for him to be. Jalen Batley looking right.
He's not going to give it up easy, is he? Ayrton Grimm tasting the lead here in the Gridlife Rush Series. Down the hill, Batley to the inside. They're side by side, and Ayrton Grimm throttled up and holds on to the lead into turn 5.
Using all of that outside curve. Fairly smooth, fairly usable. And you see Balin dipping hard right, entering the uphill.
Kelsey Billingsley and Jared Anderson now chasing each other up out of turn 6. Grimm got a great launch, too.
Yeah.
And tasting the lead for the first time, it's going to be hard to wrench this one away from Ayrton.
We've seen him be very fast in that downhill section. What is that, turn 4 there? And if he can keep that up, that's kind of his strong point. The rest of the track, these guys seem pretty even. Jalen, when he gets out front, though, he's very quick.
Yeah, Max Kraus has gotten around Ayler for 3rd place as well. He was a threat at times at Autobahn Country Club, one of our other non-championship points round earlier in the year. But Grimm, pretty solid lead, about 10, 15 car lengths.
Look at the rotation on that car. He's got that car set up real fast and loose. A lot of throttle being applied. If that car's rotating like that, he is on the gas.
I think there's a lot of speed to be had on the limit of these cars, kind of in a little bit of a slip angle.
Yeah,
and that's why we've seen the drifters get really good at driving
this. Probably a turn in and straighten and just immediately back to throttle as soon as you start turning in. These curves here very, very smooth, and this pavement very predictable across the whole width of the racetrack too. So sliding cars, I mean, it's you're not going to run into a very different pavement on inside or outside. It's not like a polished off line on this track.
Yeah, we've seen a shocking number of massive curb hops that would break most cars in this paddock that these cars are somehow able to take. Ayrton Grimm leads across the stripe, but Batley is closing here. 4 car lengths between them at turn 1. Now Grimm's got to make that tiny little Rush SR real wide coming down the hill to 3.
This is kind of my favorite spot of the track to watch Grimm. We saw him effectively like jumping down the hill here. He's making the hard left, and then he'll drop hard right. This has been a great shot from the live stream the last few races. We see him, he chucks it down that hill.
Batley has got him in the crosshairs now.
About 2.5 cars separating the two. These are about a little over 10-foot long cars. Yeah, it looks like about 30 feet right there. And clean lines for both of them. I think if I'm Jalen, all I need to do is hit my marks. I don't want to get in the red mist.
That's fine.
I want to run the cleanest possible line right here.
Yeah, up, down the backstretch towards turn 7, and Grimm and Batley are going to kind of enter the slalom section here. Reminds me a lot of the corners on the backside of NOLA Motorsports Park.
Yeah, very much so. Just with more elevation change, because it's not built on a swamp, it's built on a hill, which is kind of cool. This track, though, I think, especially with the speeds these cars are carrying and the amount of downforce that this car actually does generate, you don't want to really be nose to tail in this section. You're not going to go real fast if you're the P2 car nose to tail. You're going to be pushing off.
Yeah, these cars do generate some downforce. And when you're following in close proximity, you lose a little bit of efficacy on your aero components, just like you would see in Formula One, but just scaled down a little bit in
for
power.
sure. You don't want to be immediately behind someone. Your car is not going to do as well.
And it looks like Anderson and Nick Billingsley are pretty tight for 5th place. Just behind this, there's Kraus and Ayler, and then there is the 99 of Anderson on the attack here on Nick Billingsley. Billingsley's going to stay drivers right here on defense, just to dissuade Anderson from going up the inside.
A little bit over halfway. We've got about 5:20 on the clock. And so there's time for anything to happen in the 1, 2, 3 positions, but good battles throughout the field. Kind of a fun place to drive a car like this too. You know, big wide track, fast and flowing. Very different from an Autobahn where it's a little bit slower and you get the high speed digs. It's got to be a good time in these tiny cars.
Yeah, leaving turn 1 now, heading up towards 3. Jared Anderson charging up to try to run down Billingsley. And then the other thing to consider is slipstream. So following in close proximity in the corners, not advantagus, but on the straights.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you're the exact same powertrain, the exact same weight, and the same tires. This series also, unless you have a puncture or a flat, mandates 1 set of tires per weekend. So we are probably seeing some degradation in tires. Conservation of tires is going to be key this weekend for race 3 and race 4.
Yeah, that's a great point. And again, we've talked at length this weekend about how abrasive this racetrack is, how a lot of competitors have shown up with multiple sets of tires for when they need to go fast. And if you've got just 1 set here to use this weekend, even on a 185 with 13-inch rim, you know, that's not a lot of rubber to use up.
No, you're using all of that tire this weekend, especially on this facility.
Anderson in between the Billingsleys right now. Kelsey behind, Nick in front.
Jared tightening up that gap, lap over lap from the previous one we saw, and we'll see if he's got something for his brother-in-law.
While just up the road from this. Oh, big slip for Nick Billingsley. He's almost off course. Here comes Jared. And Kelsey to the inside.
Very nice, very clean, and looks like the front end is just not under Nick at the moment.
Yeah, and once he tried to turn into 14, it just didn't steer because he was on the marbles out there. Here comes Rob Desjardins in the 81 to the outside, and just again, you can kind of smell a bleeding seal as the shark in the field here.
Some of the Rob Desjardins working with friends of Gridlife Robertson Racing to really tighten up his game this weekend. So cool to see them really assimilating with our paddock and utilizing some of the resources we've got, yeah, fun to see these 3 going deep into turn 1 together.
Ayrton Grimm and Jalen Batley were basically matched last time around, but this is the battle for position here for about 5th spot. Here's the lead. Jalen Batley is close on Grimm. He's going to swing to driver's right, side by side into turn 3. Grimm on the brakes a little bit later, but look at to the outside. The 88 of Batley's got overlap, and they're going to go side by side down through 4.
Just enough racing room left by either driver. This is what we want. Hopefully they can keep this up. Entering the uphill right here, I think.
Man.
We've got a good over-under from Grimm. He had a better line. And we're going to be probably side-by-side entering the next turn here, too. Yep, looks like we are.
And I think Batley might just nose ahead, but Grimm just a sharp over-under there. And he's going to get back to the inside of Batley.
Exactly
Huge
what
slide.
we asked them to do. Perfectly left room. I love to watch this. This is so fun.
And Grimm's going to keep the nose in there to the inside. Batley going to leave him some space up on the curbing. What a battle for the lead here in Rush Race 3.
Amazing. Great job, buddies. Great job.
Grimm lost grip of the top spot, but he's not out of the question just yet. Maybe lining him up for turn 12. Stay in touch. He's got the big long backstretch here to slipstream on. This is so much fun to watch these 2 battling.
Dropping down the hill here, and right here, you're going to want to be underneath the other car, and maybe he's got the braking advantage going in. We'll see. Very fast section right there, especially with the cars from downforce.
Be braking after the kink here in just a moment.
Yeah, looked like he didn't quite get the advantage in the slipstream right at the tail end of the straightaway. Closed in a touch, but Batley's car very strong in a straight line. They're kind of outrunning, and a little bit of a slip up there in turn 17, and Grimm got a better run. Can he take him into turn 1?
This is also another place for getting underneath, but he's not quite tight enough for a slipstream, I don't think.
Coming across the stripe, I think this is going to be our white flag lap. Should be the last one, and Batley takes the top spot. And white flag is out. This is the final lap of the race. Batley and Grimm nose to tail there, but Batley just got around Ayrton in the number 121, and looks like it's slipping away from Ayrton, but he put up a valiant effort there for that last lap.
That was a great second half of that track. I loved watching that.
And we're not done yet. Any mistake that Batley makes, Grimm will be there to pounce.
Especially with 0.3 between the two. That's about a 30, 40 feet as they're driving down the hill here.
Yeah, Grimm's really strong at this particular section, down into 5. He's just been really aggressive, and the car will give you back some aggression. It doesn't, you can manhandle these things quite a bit, and they'll give you grip when you ask for it.
We've also seen him be pretty good entering here. And yeah, that gap is not stretched, not shrunk. Very evenly matched cars right now.
A lot of curb usage there by Batley. Slip and slide. Grimm, tighter line here. He's closed in back on Batley, putting the pressure on the 88.
15 feet between these two cars. 5 feet, 3 feet. We'll see what they have going in towards 12 right now.
This might be Grimm's last opportunity here to jam it up the inside at turn 12. He's going to set up Batley. Will Batley go defensive? He tried. Grimm looks left, looks right, looks left again.
Slight overlap, but maybe a better line for Grimm rolling down this hill. See what he's got heading towards the kink.
Going to use all the curb there on the right, coming down the hill. One last braking zone for Ayrton Grimm to try to keep Batley in sight here. It's going to be a run to the checkers with 3 corners left, Adam.
This is tighter than they were last lap. We'll see what happens across the finish line. Anything can happen here right now. Perfection in the brakes right now. No ABS, tiny tires.
And can he get the over-under? Grimm was really good at that last time around. Batley a wider line. Grimm going to try to shorten the distance here. It's going to be close, but I don't think he's quite there. What a battle between Jalen Batley and Ayrton Grimm.
What a great couple laps.
But Jalen Batley, 3 for 3, right over Grimm in the 121. What a job.
That was so fun to watch.
Oh, man. That was cool.
That's the reason these cars are here. They're affordable, attainable. This is a race series that anybody that really wants to race can jump into. And what a show.
Look at that. Desjardins stole a spot there from Billingsley.
We got photo finishes left, right, and center. I love this.
0.06 between those drivers at the end. That was cool. Wow.
So fun to watch.
All right, the results. Last couple of cars coming across the stripe here and making their way around. Bill Dorrance and Chuck Desjardins, Paul Click as well. But let's have a look here at our race results. Jalen Batley and Ayrton Grimm putting on a show at the front of the field and a perfect representation of racing and grid life.
As long as he passes impound, his points will put him back on the pole for race 4, and Ayrton will be right by him.
Yeah, Max Krause, Jason Ayler, Aaron Anderson, Desjardins, Billingsley's, both of them, Nick and Kelsey, 7th and 8th, Trip Stout, and Pat Brady, the rest of the top 10. Nice job there for Trip and Pat. Trip in his first race weekend here in the Gridlife Rush Series. And looking down 11th through the rest of the field here at the rest of the order. Again, we see Batley. He's been on top every race so far this weekend. He was going to come up short a couple times at Audubon Country Club, so good to see him kind of cap this off.
Another thing about this series is there's always somebody to race too. There's as these drivers all progress with each other throughout the season, we've seen battles change between driver A, driver B, but it's been real fun to watch, especially many of the mid-pack and back-of-the-pack drivers work their way up front.
Well, here's Gridlife Rush Series Race 3 highlights. As they rolled off the grid, they had a delayed start because of the stalled car of Sam Reed, so he got pulled back to the pit lane. We started about 6 minutes late. On the start, though, Ayrton Grimm snuck around Jalen Batley on the outside here on the run down to 5. He's been so strong there. It left Krause and Ayler to fight for 3rd. Then it was this battle with Jared Anderson splitting the Billingsleys here, Adam.
Yep, very fun to watch. Just a great show overall.
Yeah.
This is what I really love about this series, and the driving between these two. Look how close they're at. They're both leaving exactly the room they need, and all they want to do is have a really good time together.
Yeah, great battle. Big over-unders. Ayrton Grimm just so comfortable sliding that car around.
Identical angle on both those cars. They're both right at the edge of adhesion.
Yeah, at the very end of the race, Ayrton Grimm tried to get there, but could not quite do it. Jalen Batley goes on to win Gridlife Rush Series race number 3. Just one race left of the weekend for the Gridlife Rush Series here from Pit Race.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits? Absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
The season-ending event for the Gridlife Championships here this weekend, including for our brand new wheel-to-wheel series as a Midwest Festival, Gridlife GT. Welcome back to Pit Race in Wampum, Pennsylvania, as cars roll off the grid. Yesterday, we had some pretty fun racing, Adam, getting our first laps around here in our new Gridlife GT class. 8.9 power to 1 power to weight here.
Saw a little bit of attrition throughout the weekend. Saw some prior as well. These cars, you know, especially with the new series, a lot of people building fresh cars. A little harder to live with until you get these things underneath of you, but some great battles throughout the field yesterday.
Yeah, and of course, we're on race 3 now, but race 2 was pretty fun. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights from yesterday's race in the Gridlife GT Championship. Again, we came into this event expecting Hans Horpedal and AJ Hartman to battle for the title, and on the start, it was a pretty frantic one, and of course, Christian Aranja in the Thunder Bunny Supra has been dominant so far, throttled away from everybody else, but AJ, Eric Jensen, and a handful of others in a pretty fierce battle. Chris DeLucia in a borrowed car, heckling AJ for a lot of the race.
Unfortunately, we lost Eric Jensen at the start of that race. His left front wheel bearing went, and that's the aftermath of that. The safety crew doing a great job. He did get the car back in the trailer, but unfortunately unable to fix because of the lack of a brake rotor.
Yeah, and on the restart, great battles here with Alex Moss and Adam Ulrich, and then we also saw Hans Horpedal get a great move up the order. That championship fight will be thrilling to watch as Christian Aranja brings the car home for his second win of the weekend, and he's on pole again here for race 3.
Yeah, we're seeing a few new faces and a few new cars. Jeff in the back there with the E36, he loaned his A car to Chris DeLucia, and now he's in what used to be an HPDE car with a full cage that was real pretty, quote unquote, and now he's cut it up, put flares and big tires on it to run GT.
Let's have a look at our starting lineup here for Gridlife GT race number 3, and on the front row, it's Christian Aranja in the 606. Chris DeLucia will start alongside him in the 62, and then in row number 2, championship contenders Hans Horpedal and AJ Hartman will watch the championship battle on the top of the screen for the duration of the race. David Bamforth and Gary Wimble share row number 3 in Bamforth's Cayman and Wimble's Corvette. Then Ulrich in a Corvette. Christopher Schooler in a BMW starts in 8th place. Then it's Alex Moss in 9th, and Eric Jensen would have started 10th had he been here. And of course, Jeff Zazoulis will start at the tail of the field in the number 429.
Yep, he is there. Reliability keeping him in the fight, and unfortunately, we're missing our friend Eric. I don't see Alex Moss out on the grid. We obviously know he was here. He was just on the stream, so maybe a car problem, maybe a choice to preserve some tires. He's basically here just for fun this weekend, so.
We will also get a look throughout the race at data courtesy of Firelapse, the official data provider for Gridlife GT. Most of these cars are carrying a Firelink on board, which will upload their data in real time at the end of each lap, so we can take a look at some data points like cornering force, braking force, maximum and minimum speeds, and a speed right here at turn 16. We'll show you that a couple times throughout the race. If you're interested, check out www.firelapse.com to learn more. The whole idea behind it is you don't have to bother uploading or plugging in or downloading anything. You put the Firelink in your car and you log into Firelapse post-session, and it'll tell you how to go faster with their AI coach, and it'll use an algorithm-based software to analyze everybody's laps and figure out where you can find speed. And the weather's holding off here, Adam, for GLGT Race 3.
So far, so good. We're seeing the weather basically go north of us, so we're crossing our fingers, crossing our toes, and we'll see how this race goes.
Time to go racing. Gridlife GT Race 3. Christian Aranja's the one to beat, but in the championship fight, it's Horpedal versus Hartman. Mustang versus Corvette. Green flag, and we're underway here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. Aranja immediately out to the front, but look at second place. Hans Horpedal and Chris DeLucia around the outside trying to find speed up to the outside of the Supra.
We saw a good look on the left by Hans, and he chose center track. We'll see how that goes, dropping down into 5 here in just a moment.
And then into turn 3, A.J. Hartman losing a couple of spots. I really thought that he would be a bit more dominant here this weekend than he has been. Side by side into that turn 3 complex. He holds off David Bamforth for now. We'll show you championship points at the top of the screen as they started the race. Every lap, those calculations will update. And now with the points on the line, it's going to push James Houghton, who's absent here this weekend, off to the bottom of this list.
Kind of unexpected. Horpedal, as he worked on his car throughout the year, an early purchase early in the year, following CMP. He ran TC in CMP in his S2000, sold that, and this has been his project baby throughout the year. Been getting faster and faster, more reliable. Kind of fun to see kind of the dark horse pop out here.
This is not going A.J. Hartman's way. He's lost a spot here to David Bamforth through turn 10. And all the while, looks like Hans Horpedal has moved up to second past Chris DeLucia. So the math is going to get even better in Horpedal's favor next time around.
Just under 14 minutes remaining, and all these drivers do need to get to the checker to have any of this matter. This next race is based on random invert,
oh boy, side by side in turn 14, A.J. Hartman and David Bamforth. Mustang versus Cayman, side by side. Bamforth cuts the corner there at 15 to try to leave him space.
Great driving by Bamforth. He's got a lot of seat time here. He's also running that in Trackmod in time attack.
Yep.
That car is putting in some work this weekend.
That was a very important pass for Hartman to complete. His car isn't super fast on the straights in comparison to Bamforth, whose car has been one of the quickest in a straight line here this weekend. Hartman's car, though, makes all the speed in the corners with all that A.J. Hartman arrow tacked on the front and back.
Almost seems like there might be a straight line problem with Hartman's car right now. We're seeing Bamforth all over the back of him and a little bit of an advantage in a straight line. There might be a slight mechanical or an off with Hartman's car.
Yeah.
Not where we'd expect it to be right now.
No, struggling a little bit. And this will be telling. Min-max speeds on lap 1, and Hartman isn't even in the top 5.
No, there's
That's
got
very
to be
telling.
something wrong with that car right now.
Yeah.
I believe he missed a gear in one of the races yesterday per the group chat, but he's still in front of Bamforth trying to hang on to this.
It's interesting, though, that you see the sector times. He's third quickest of the laps on lap 1.
It just doesn't look right to me. I could be very, very much wrong here, but we're kind of used to seeing this car a little bit further up and not having a Porsche all over the back of it.
Yeah, and see, look at this again on the speed trap. Again, he's P5, but only 126.
Yeah, he might be okay though. You never know. This is it just looks different on the stream, but that data does tell a story.
Yeah, it tells a story that the Corvette's really fast there. And look at the braking force. Chris DeLucia again has been really solid at that. A.J. Hartman's car with that arrow with solid brakes, second on that list. So great insights courtesy of Fire Laps, but here's the telling story with that arrow.
That's
A.J.
what we saw it doing all year long. The car sticks to the ground for sure. But Bamforth kind of unexpected how much grip that car has with such a simple OEM-based aero package.
Yeah, also interesting to note that Bamforth was a negative G, which means that was to the left. Most of the high G corners here are to the right. So Bamforth is pulling a little bit extra somewhere on course as they head down the backstretch towards turn 17. Christian Aranja's out front. Here's the battle for second. This is going to knock Horpedal off of second place, which is going to take a couple points. And he's broken. Hans Horpedal's got a problem at turn 17. This is crucial in the championship standings as the drivers run around him. Horpedal's got a huge problem.
Oh, gets it going again. He's been struggling with a shifter. He's watching his left mirror there. Doesn't want to be in anybody's way. Good heads-up driving by him and everybody else.
And just like that, A.J. Hartman to the top of the championship. And while he's defending from David Bamforth in this fierce battle, it could come down to attrition if Hans Horpedal can't get that car repaired.
Hans quite a ways back now, not within striking distance, even with a perfect car. Unfortunate incident for him.
Yeah, and again, there's still a race left to go, and this is close enough that one race here or there could swap the things around, but there's not enough cars in here to drop you completely out of the points as long as you start a race. But if you don't start a race, you don't earn those points. Yes. So A.J. Hartman's got to keep the car together, and right now with this really intense battle with David Bamforth, I would want to be a little bit careful, but they're having a lot of fun right now.
Yeah, I want to be David Bamforth right now, chasing that big wide Mustang. That seems like right here especially, these cars doing things very differently, but making the exact same lap time and about mile an hour per the data.
Yeah, and have a look at braking force here again. DeLucia just consistently hammering the brake pedal there.
Yep.
Ulrich and Wimble and Bamforth all exactly at 1.34 Gs, and AJ Hartman the lightest of the brakers that time. And as far as speeds that time, Bamforth 135. We've seen that car be the quickest in a straight line this weekend, and Hartman still the slowest of the top 5 there, 130.8.
Yeah, this class, you know, when we wrote the rules, we expected to see exactly this because of the aero allowances and the power disparity across different weights. They're making the same lap time, they're just doing it very differently.
And so Hartman now back up onto the podium for now, and as you see at the top of the screen, provisionally takes over the championship lead from Hans Horpedal. And again, I don't know if Horpedal did complete that lap, just 28 seconds back. So we'll see if he comes back around to complete another lap, if he's kept the car moving. That would help him a lot if he could just finish this race. If it was something where he just gets the car back in gear and carries on.
I did see something moving up by the top of 12.
There
He is creeping and crawling. That's not correct. No, that is not the pace we're looking to see. Luckily, he's underway. Hopefully, he can watch those mirrors and get to a safe spot if the blue and yellow does come out.
He's found it again. So it's just like it's missing a gate or something, or getting stuck in between a gear,
or on and off problem, maybe an electrical issue. They were wiring headlights in yesterday, but I doubt they were running it off the bilge pump blower that feeds the driver's face. I doubt that has anything to do with the ECU, but car looks pretty strong going into 17 here.
Yeah, whatever issue it is, it's intermittent. So as long as he's not in anyone's way, Adam, wouldn't you rather just diagnose this now and get it out of the way?
Yeah, let's see if we can get some data. If I were him, you know, if it's working, it's working. And we see it dying here in the front straight again, though. Yeah. Something is up, unfortunately.
He's trying to figure it out all the while. Christian Aranja has just been dominant here. This car actually doesn't really generate all that much power in this trim.
Yep.
But
mid 300s.
Yeah, it is a FIA spec GT4 car, and with that comes a really solid build and, of course, a very solid driver. Christian Aranja has run with us in IBOC GLTC, has driven this car before back at Midwest Festival too, so he's pretty dialed in. Alan Patton's running it in Unlimited, in Track Battle as well, but cool car too.
In
really
one of the chats, I think it was Alan Patton said Christian Aranja is the best driver I've ever seen.
Wow.
And as a driver, he's driven SRO, Time Attack with us, some IMSA. That's high praise from the main driver of this car to say that about his buddy.
I ran into them yesterday, and Alan Patton looped this car as we get another look here.
Oh, that was a wild loop in Time Attack, yeah.
It was, and I talked to Alan about that as we see against the speed traps there on the Fire Laps data about why that happened, and he said this car drove terrible. He goes, I have no idea how Christian was driving it because it was a mess. They hadn't touched the setup in this trim since Midwest Festival.
Really? Okay.
And so he goes, whatever we did at Gingerman does not work here. No. And he said it was just like playing pitch and catch. It was not driving well.
And we did not see that out of Christian, so he had it underneath of him. This Midwest Festival especially, it's more of a polished off surface, and when you put all those people on that facility and it's not raining, it gets dusty. That track gets very, very dusty. So totally different setup from a track like this.
Into turn 3. I don't think we're done yet watching this Bamforth versus Hartman battle, are we? Porsche versus Mustang.
Making speed very differently. Bamforth very good in the long straightaways, but Hartman obviously the high G sectors coming up right here.
And this is where Hartman's car really is designed well. I mentioned yesterday and before this event that, you know, Hartman's car, the sort of the general silhouette and the aero configuration and the sound of it reminds me a lot of the GTLM 4 GT.
Big slide from Bamforth, chucking it in.
Yeah, just
keeps it there, but that's not the fast line, unfortunately.
No, he really rings the neck of this car.
Yeah,
he had a couple incidents at Lime Rock Park, just trying so hard to find speed.
I think this is his 4th year driving it with us. We've seen the car many times in a Gridlife false grid.
Oops, that was Bamforth again dragging a tire into turn 12.
Right.
The curbs end very abruptly on the exits here, so when you go into 12, you kind of expect to be able to ride that curb into the braking, but you can't because it just drops away into the grass.
I'm wondering if Bamforth is throwing that hard, or maybe he's got tires going away very fast. He might have found some cords potentially.
Yeah, these cars are much heavier than what we see in IBOC GLTC, so if you've got only a set or two for the weekend, you're going to be feeling it on Sunday afternoon here.
Yep, the 350, 370 horsepower cars, they're going to use up a tire because they have the corresponding weight.
Gary Wimble kind of running a lonely 5th for the time being. DeLucia 12 seconds back from Aranja, then Hartman a few seconds back from that, and David Bamforth still hunting Mustangs here into turn 1 of this Porsche Cayman. Great sounds out of the Porsche too.
Yeah, fun battle to watch here as they do things so differently. But like we said, that gap isn't stretching a whole lot and it isn't shrinking a whole lot.
I think that twin turbo V6, for those that aren't familiar with AJ Hartman's build, it's a really unique sort of mixture of Ford components. It has the 3.5 liter twin turbo V6 out of a Ford F-150 EcoBoost, and then it has the independent rear suspension from an S550 Mustang, and obviously the body.
On.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Just bolts right on.
That's nuts. And then obviously the new Edge Mustang body, and I can't remember what he's got for a transmission. I think it's out of a Shelby or something.
Yeah, I think it's a 6-speed if I recall. So the yeah, a lot of different Fords represented underneath that carbon silhouette.
He's also got, Ford sells electronic ECU sort of thing to run basically any Ford motor. Their Ford Racing sells this.
A crate engine style package.
Yeah, which is kind of wild because I guess you can get it for basically most Ford stuff.
Yep.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be a motorsport-oriented vehicle.
They're popular engines like a Coyote, a Godzilla, a 3.5 EcoBoost. I think you could even get it for the little 4-cylinder turbos, the EcoBoosts.
Really cool. You just plug it in, turn it on, good to go.
Modern technology. I remember reading Hot Rod magazine when I was younger, and in '96 when OBD2 came out, I remember them talking about how the sky was falling, hot rodding is dead. I don't think there's anything cooler now than the programmability of a modern ECU. Hot rodding is not dead. It's maybe at its peak. You can buy a 700 horsepower car with a warranty.
Adam Ulrich might have had an issue there that last lap around. Actually, he's not even in this race.
Haven't seen him. No, I haven't seen him.
That's still, but here's sector times here. How about this? Sectors split across 3 different cars. Hartman quickest in Sector 2, Bamforth in Sector 3, and Gary Wimble quickest in Sector 1. Pretty interesting. White flag is out. Last lap of this race. Fastest car that time through was David Bamforth again. Maybe no surprise there. 135 miles an hour to Hartman's 130. That seems to be where that car kind of caps out.
Yep, slipperiest arrow probably in the field right now is that Porsche of Bamforth.
Yeah, and Hartman's gotten a little bit easier on the brakes, but DeLucia has not let up.
Just throwing this borrowed car as hard as he can. It's been really fun to watch. Very similar car to his silver E36, S54 powered, kind of a max effort S54, and really well set up chassis, you can see.
So up the back straightaway for the final time. This is a race that's going to put Hartman out in front of the championship, but it's not over yet by any stretch. Only 5 points between them. The difference from first to second is 4 points. Difference from first to third is 7.
If we can get a seat for Hans Horpedal to sit in and a steering wheel to steer, he might still be in the hunt.
Yeah, and I'm sure whatever is causing him issues now, he'll probably already have a pretty good idea based on his sciencing out here this race.
Hopefully it's not the $18 Amazon headlights he installed just in case of rain, because they were really cool looking. I don't want him to take those off. I want to see those, but
well, there he is.
Still circulating. Car seems like it's on pace, but he's probably going to see the blue flag here with Aranja behind him.
Yeah, and Christian Aranja and this Toyota GR Supra GT4 doing really, really well, driving away. Checkered flag. Win 3 of the weekend for Christian Aranja. Flashing the lights in celebration. Picks up another one here in Gridlife GT. Chris DeLucia in the 62, and that borrowed car is going to come up the hill next. He's a long ways back. AJ Hartman, this is going to be a critical point for him this weekend as he crosses the stripe here. 5 points ahead of Hans Horpedal there in third place in this race, now leading the championship.
Right now, your championship leader. Right in front of us, the Carbon Mustang. Very cool build. If you are on property, you should probably go check it out.
Yeah, really, really cool. Gary Wimble comes across the stripe, top 5 for the number 11. And Christopher Schooler in the number 39 should be coming up over the crest here in just a moment. As Wimble finishes P5, we'll have Schooler and Zulis, who had some kind of issue in this race, but he's still on the road. We'll come across the line next. Let's have a look at your race results here for Gridlife GT as Aranja kind of completes his cool-down lap. We'll have a look at how things panned out for the rest of the field. We've seen no one other than Christian Aranja in this graphic on the right side winner panel this weekend. Chris DeLucia, though, and AJ Hartman, I think they still have some battles left to deal with. And, of course, Hans Horpedal now is on the outside looking in for that title hunt.
We'll find out what happened with his car. It did sound strong in that last straightaway as we heard it go by right in front of Christian Aranja. And, yeah, hopefully he can get back into the seat. We'll see him in about an hour and a half.
Well, there's still more racing left to go. Let's have a look here at our highlights for Gridlife GT race number 3. And on the start again, always a frantic start on the run to turn 1. Christian Aranha throttles up, but Hans Horpedal had a great start, put himself further ahead of AJ Hartman on the initial launch of this race and got himself ahead of DeLucia. Then it was this battle that was fierce for the first 5 minutes. AJ Hartman and David Bamforth back and forth, just kind of throwing down the thunder into the braking zones. Then this was the pivotal moment of the race and maybe the season. Hans Horpedal having something go amiss in that Corvette at turn 17, dropped him out of the championship lead, took the rest of the race to try to figure out what was wrong so that he can go into race 4 strong, and all the questions have been answered. AJ Hartman ended up in 3rd place, dispatching David Bamforth, but it was Christian Aranha that came on through in dominant fashion, wins race number 3 here in Gridlife GT. More coming after lunch here, though, because we've got our last races for all of our wheel-to-wheel series and the Gridlife Track Battle Podium Sprint. More coming later. Gridlife GT Race 3 complete.
If it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might take you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle. Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too, but yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet, I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the Gridlife Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards out of turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here, this is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&T is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, into turn A, especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9, and now into this wickedly quick kink here. Turn 10, they're carrying some serious speed here. And oh, how really pounding that curb. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
First of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and
Yeah.
like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one. But
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
It's just like I don't have confidence yet in some of those turns. Yeah, but that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like, this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink, and I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm going to do in race 2. I'm just going to try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen. Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. talking with Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave. Like, go do it. He said, you know, work up incrementally. And I know that. But to hear someone else tell me that, you can do that. You can go flat through the kink. I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind, and I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I've been scared of it the whole time. I finally got it. I finally was able to find that pace and go completely flat through there. Do you know the silver E46 562? Yeah. Do you know where he's paddocked? I gotta go apologize, I've dive bombed him. I'm still overdriving the car and not doing what I can out of it.
Pick up time or?
I did, I got a 149.5, so I broke under 150, and I'm very comfortable going flat through the kink now. So,
nice,
yeah.
there you go.
In fact, I'm looking for that guy. Have you seen a 562 silver E46? And I was coming up on him really quick into 11. Oh, yes. That's him, perfect.
Oh,
yeah, I'll get you coffee later. Who's the E46, is that you?
This one, yeah.
E46.
Oh, that's
Who's this guy?
Yeah, so you need to apologize to him? What'd you do?
I thought I was going to rear end him, so I dive bombed him instead.
Oh.
He did a great job keeping it clean, but...
I told him when he gets out here, you're going to whoop his ass.
Yeah, okay, good. Is this you?
That's my car, but I wasn't driving.
Oh, okay. Kevin Bandy, I was in that white Miata.
Oh, right,
I thought I was going to rear end you, and so I just made a quick judgment, and I dive bombed you there, but you gave me so much. 11. Yeah,
that was fun.
Okay, good. I was like, you kept it super clean.
I saw
okay,
yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
These drivers, they're so friendly and so eager to help that I feel like a peer. I know that I'm new, and I know I'm coming to them for their help, but they don't make me feel like I'm not part of it. They don't make me feel like I'm, as inexperienced as I truly am. The fact that I'm out here and I'm making it happen, and they're more than willing to help me get there is really exciting. I've learned that mindset is like the biggest thing, at least coming from not having raced before. It's just that really close dueling, and you're right up next to another car, and you got to figure out, what are they thinking, what are they about to do, when do I need to brake early to not run into the back of somebody, or when can I switch over and gain an advantage because I know they're going to run wide. That kind of stuff is really fun.
Going up and making it 3 abreast. That's really difficult, man. No. And there's the inevitable result. And then Wabum just got clipped.
we go. There's the full course yellow.
There it is. So everybody's going to scrunch up. Here comes our pace car. And you can see Walbaum right in the middle of the track here. So they had absolutely no option but to throw this full course caution. I mean, safety is always paramount.
Here's a new variable. Now there's something to avoid. The guy I bought the chassis from thought I was absolutely crazy that I was going to take this meticulously built chassis, build it into a car, and then take it to wheel racing. In his mind, it's immediately going to get crumpled up and thrown away. And where did all that hard work go? This is incredibly hectic. 50-car grid in a small track. The things that come with incidents, like heated arguments in the paddock and people being aggressive back and retaliation and those kinds of things that I fear, is not present, even with all this going on. These are the racers I want to be door to door with. These are the racers that I am okay bringing a car that I've poured everything into and putting it at risk out there.
The hard thing about building a car and building a driver at the same time is like your learning curve is just steeper than Mount Everest. Like for me, I was an idiot. I built a 500 horsepower car, so it was, traveling twice the speed.
Terrifying to get to that limit. Yeah, exactly.
Which is just stupid. If I could go back and do it again, I'd be like, I expect me on it, you idiot.
Right. Going into race 4, I didn't have any specific strategy. Like, I know I picked up pace in race 3, so I really wanted to just see, could I move up? Can I race clean? Can I improve my times, do better? And race 4, it all clicked. I'm definitely a much better racing driver at the end of the day than I started at the weekend. I went from, wow, I'm all the way at the back to I am racing and I am improving by huge amounts and I'm actually making positions up. I'm moving up. .49.5 was the fastest time I got in race 3, and the last 6 laps were all 1:48s. I'm really proud of that. I am on cloud 9. This is what I'm here for. I got that experience. I'm getting that experience, and there's so much more left in the year. I know I've got a car that is more capable than I am driving so far, and I know I'm capable of driving much better. I still don't have my sights set necessarily on trying to be at the pointy end, but I'm really still excited about being in great mid-pack battles. These drivers are phenomenal, and these cars are dialed in. So as I develop the car, as I grow as a driver, it's going to be more and more rewarding. And yeah, probably way harder to say I'm going to do less of this next year.
family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber on track and in the paddock. Right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I am way off. Like, I don't really know if the car's making as much power as it should be, or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Luke. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it, it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine, the spark, we checked one spark plug is okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something? Does that all look like it's still plugged in? The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was gonna stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're gonna try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm gonna fix this and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this gonna be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling. All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
We've got cars on course right now for Gridlife Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm gonna get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like,
holy shit.
Number 7 spark plug is crushed. Oh, that's a problem. Valve or piston or both. The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know? It is what it is. Like being upset about it doesn't help. So like you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the Gridlife Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. Gridlife Touring Cup, race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here, Matan. Tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like, you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson. Looks like they single filed out
Dana's
now.
keep holding it together. Can he hold it around the outside of turn 7 here?
Big wiggle, he's off, and Wimble spins right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6. And Eric Cattill's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
All punched in.
Yeah.
That is going to be very, very frustrating. We saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone, right? And so, like, you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it. You know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time. But hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day 1 and for Gridlife Touring Cup. Race 1, Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the cause of this chain reaction. I saw that.
I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan, and there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for, Matan. An early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Cattill, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
We'll try this again. Gridlife Touring Cup at Road America. Green flag flies. Magnuson gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James Howden helping Eric Magnuson push by Luke?
For the first corner.
Eric Magnuson pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong in this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here. You know, you, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? Everybody has to be precise. Everybody has to be on their game. Everybody has to be in the right mindset of, you know, I'm not going to make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnuson with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnuson.
You know, if Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is, that's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Baton.
Absolutely, Kyle. And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for Gridlife Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Baton. Got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous weekend, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and sometimes that fight can leave you if you have multiple incidents in the weekend. 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. But then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in. And then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language, you know.
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds the hold next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1, Owen. Tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab, down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah, looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax. I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know. Take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh yeah, but not for long. Here comes the 7. Lichty's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. The strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Ryan Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Maton, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone. It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right? We're going to go side by side through the carousel. This is going to be a tough one. You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnuson, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Matan.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement.
Gosh, what is the ratio? Depends on how reliable of a car you build. What do we get in a week? An hour and a half of track time? So it's somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, this is a bad investment.
Like when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that.
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end. Come out and you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies. That's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person, so it's not that I'm racing an S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena, you know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Wallbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage, Owen into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking, it's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first Gridlife Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Baton here at Road America.
Great job, guys. You got it all.
Good. Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend, but
yeah, seriously.
That's next best thing is having people in the booth.
It's fun.
So
Watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just how it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Best family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being Gridlife. You guys are Gridlife. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here, and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
you have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the Gridlife Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in Gridlife than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to Gridlife. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to, because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10th, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more, and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me, E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena, woo, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7. But you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost of confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in Gridlife Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn, I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get to
I think there's a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
Hi, everybody, and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Howden, Matan Rosenberg start in the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is, I think, a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. It's trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger or where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th, and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill, so as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchev wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Bend just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
This super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. You have to be very smooth, but very, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
Here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're going to go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't going to push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come.
Checkered flag. Matan Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel. I was like, yeah. It felt really special because it's like, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in Gridlife Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
I've been wanting to be there a long time, since my first race in 2022, so.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh, no, not gonna work out, So, but it was a really nice job, what you did with defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy. I want to be here all the time.
Right? It feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, Gridlife Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race they bring out the scales and depending on that weight determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
We have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the Podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes. And went in a little nervous, but last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah. Kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy, and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
We'll see if it does better.
Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how Gridlife spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers! All right. Thank you.
To the Valley GOTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the pulse grid. GOTC drivers and cars for the pulse grid for Group B, Bravo.
With our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but Dino got it.
Just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that. You know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just gonna run my race.
Here we go. Cars are coming down. Chin on the pole.
Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
All of that jockeying, look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already. Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. You can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Thankfully, there were some battles happening behind me and checked out from the field a little bit. The course is very fast. It's less than a minute lap time. With it being so quick, it's easier for me to get into the flow of the track. You just kind of get into this mental headspace. Yeah, front stretch, you're on driver's left. Brake at the 2, start turning in toward the middle of track to try to hit the first apex into Big Bend. Not too heavy on the brakes, but not too light either. Let the car drift out about a car length and a half for the left-hander. Brake until you can see the exit, bring it onto the curb, turn it back the other way for the next corner. don't go over the curb because it is rough. Carry your speed out down the no-name straight. Get ready for the uphill. Expect a little bit of understeer, let the uphill grab you. Over the hill, enjoy the ride, go down to West Bend, hit the apex, go down the hill, breathe off the gas. Once you feel the compression, back on the gas, and then you're back on the front straight. Should only take 58 and some change seconds. I noticed my body's a lot more sore at this race than most races. Just the constant G-forces, you know, your body doesn't have a chance to kind of relax and chill. Like the amount of times we're under a G and a half, you know, maybe up to 1.75 Gs of cornering force is substantial here.
Well, Lena Chin, after getting bumped to the B group after failing post-race tech last time out, she is going to go back to victory lane. Gridlife Touring Cup Race 3B. Lena Chin wins it here at Lime Rock Park.
Well, how was your little single session out there by yourself?
It was a great laughing session. I really enjoyed it.
My wife's rooting for you on the live stream.
Oh, tell her thank you.
It was nice to win race 3, but I love coming back to the paddock and just congratulating and hugging a competitor because we had such a good race, and that's really the fun part. It's more than the win. Yeah, it's about the good battles. It's about the good memories and pushing yourself to be better. Race 4 starting in the back of A. I came from the mid-pack, so I'm no stranger to it. Just got to move up again. Sometimes you feel like a hero for a bit, and then all of a sudden people start getting faster and faster, and you're like, oh, it's not there anymore. And then that's when you get into a few more battles. And I've done these back races, you know, starting from the back. They're fun. They're a good time. It's party time.
One last race for GLTC at Gridlife Circuit Legends.
This weekend, you know, called Circuit Legends, and it's about as apropos as it gets because Sam Posey, a legend here, Paul Newman, a legend here, Skip Barber, and then, of course, the new legends that are getting formed in Gridlife. And here comes Lena Chin, and is working through on Robertson. And the one thing to watch here is Lena Chin, folks. She is an absolute master of the outside pass.
I've been called the queen of outside passing, which is kind of funny. There's really only one passing zone at this track. Turn 1 is Big Bend. My car has a ton of grip here, and yeah, I can just hold my line really well on the outside for turn 1, and then by turn 2, I now have the inside, and I was able to kind of hold it out there and make up a few positions.
It's hard here at a track like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start.
You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass.
The racecraft. I love seeing where I'm faster than others, where others are faster than me, and just making moves. This track is just all about the flow. It has this sense of danger because of how close some of the guardrails are. The quick elevation changes of Lime Rock are really exciting. It's like a roller coaster you don't want to get off of. Greg said it best, is once you start getting up there, 1, you hope that you continue to stay up there, but 2, I think that confidence you get kind of sticks with you.
We have a new fast lap set in the race. Lena Chin.
Really?
Just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12. Fast lap in this group, that says something.
I finished 16th. got the Hard Charger Award and the fastest lap of the race. I think it's cool that I know it's possible. The art of possible is nice. You know, I started questioning how good I was. I know that I can still be up there, fully legal, and take the battle to them. Some people get frustrated, they're like, oh, I should be up there, but I'm like, listen, like, the weekend happens, right? Like, I want to go out and have a good time. I want to play with my friends. You know, it's not the only time I'm going to be up there, and it wasn't a fluke.
No, it sure as hell was.
No, it's coming up. It just
Seriously,
seeing you.
great racing.
Thank
Good weekend.
you. I love this track. I love this race. I want to get a podium in a race. That's next step. I did my top 5 win. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing. Just keep on improving, you know.
She's a star.
It's true.
She is a star, bona fide.
If it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might take you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle. Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too, but yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the Gridlife Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards down to turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here it is. This is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&T is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, into turn A especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9, and now into this wickedly quick kink here. Turn 10, they're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding that curb. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
First of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one. But
sorry about that.
Yeah,
it's just like I don't have confidence yet in some of those turns. Yeah, but that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink, and I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm going to do in race 2. I'm just going to try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen. Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. Talking with Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave, like go do it. He said, you know, work up incrementally, and I know that, but to hear someone else tell me that, you can do that, you can go flat through the kink. I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind, and I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy.
Civics can win it too. It's so cool that you can bring your own flavor here and make it work.
I love it. It's been great for years. It's going to be even better this year with the support from IBOC and this new partnership for the IBOC Gridlife Touring Cup Championship. Time to go racing. Here we go. IBOC Gridlife Touring Cup action from Carolina Motorsports Park. The first race of the season is underway, and we're green flag racing.
It's been an amazing year as an official partner of the IBOC GLTC Championship. We've been wanting to be part of this program since its inception, and we're finally here, and we're really happy to see you guys and gals put it all on the line and have an amazing race after race, from CMP all the way out to Laguna and back. You guys have been killing it, and we're excited to see all of you drivers really put it out there. As IBOC approaches our 75th anniversary, we thought it would be fitting to bring the championship winner out to Germany to celebrate with us. So what does that include? We're gonna get you out there. Flights, hotels, dinner at IBOC. We'll have tours. We'll celebrate. We've got a huge celebration party going on for our 75th. So you will be there with us, and then after, we're gonna set you off to the Nürburgring with our friends EVN Ring Rental. You'll have the chance to drive the ring in one of their rental vehicles, and they're gonna give you a tour around the town. So it's an exciting prize. We're very happy to have the winner out, and very happy to offer this to all of our drivers who have really put dollars, their time, their commitment, their cars, their safety on the line to have fun and drive.
The IBOC GLTC Championship comes to a close this afternoon here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. Welcome back to Gridlife Live. My name is Kyle Heyer. I'll be joined by Adam Jabay for the race, but we do have a special guest here in the broadcast booth before we get racing in the final race of the season for IBOC Gridlife Touring Cup. I'm joined now by Harry Gill from IBOC. Harry, welcome. This has been a phenomenal season, and with IBOC's support, we have an incredible grand prize for the champion that we just saw a little bit of a preview for.
Yes, thanks for having me. It's been a fantastic season. We look forward to seeing who ends up winning this trip out to Germany with us.
Yeah, we've been really excited to have the IBOC name attached to our Gridlife Touring Cup Championship. It brings, we were just talking before this show, it brings so much legitimacy to this grassroots and amateur racing championship, a name that is historic in racing. See it in person this weekend as we wrap up our first year with this partnership.
Well, I've got to come to quite a few events this year, and they've all been absolutely fantastic, but there's nothing that's quite like racing, with bringing it all down to the last weekend with not knowing who's going to win away with the whole grand prize. So it's been fantastic to watch the guys out there battling on the track and then bringing it back into the paddock and congratulating each other, and it's getting really fierce out there, so this should be a good race 4.
Yeah, of course, while we saw Matan Rosenberg win not only race 1, race 2, but also race 3, past the scales, past the dyno, and Matan Rosenberg, this is the first time that we've said this on air, is officially your 2025 IBOC Gridlife Touring Cup Series champion. He's put an insurmountable difference between himself and Eric Catil before this final race, but that car also has got
Eibach stickers on it. So does Eric Catil. Eibach is such a great company for a lot of these drivers to work with, and they seem to use a lot of Eibach products in their cars here in the series as well.
Yes, we've got quite a few of the cars out there on the grid that use our product, which we are very thankful for, providing the support that we can out there and making sure that we've got the right springs for them. And it's been a fantastic time getting to talk to each of the different drivers and see what their different needs are and making sure that we've got something that works just for them.
Tell me a little bit about the prize that we're talking about. This is the first time we've ever had a grand prize for Eibach GLTC, and it's a big one, a trip for 2 out to Germany.
It is, yes. So Eibach is celebrating its 75th year next year out in Germany, so we're going to be taking the winner and a +1. So they have to choose somebody from their team very carefully there. We're going to be flying them out, hosting them in hotels, and making sure that they're well fed while they're out there. They're going to attend the party. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some pretty big special time out there. So they're going to get to hang out with all of our team, see the facilities. We have 2 facilities out there. They'll get to tour both and get to see some of the historic sites that is Germany, our German facility as well, before we tie everything off with the Eibach team and hand them over to EVN Ring Rentals, where they'll get to go and experience some stuff on the Nürburgring. So should be a good time for them.
I mean, the grand prize of being able to drive on the Nordschleife, in addition to seeing these Eibach facilities, and a trip abroad for a lot of these drivers building their car for a grassroots racing series here in North America. This is so special. Harry, before we get rolling here, any parting thoughts on the season? We've got a whole other year, at least, I hope many, many more with this partnership, but it's so cool to see that red logo attached to this championship. I hope there's a lot more coming.
We're very excited for next year, but we are just so thankful for the team here that's taking care of us while we've been out at these events. The drivers that we've got to chat to, we can't wait to work with all of you again next year, and we have to try and come up with some prize for next year to make sure that it's just as exciting as it is this year for y'all.
Well, I guess one question before you leave. If you were to build a car for GLTC, what's your route?
That's going to be a difficult one. Yeah, from the accent, obviously, I come from a different place than just America, but there's quite some good ones out there, and I think I'd have to go with Matan setting the way there with a Corvette. Nothing quite as American as hearing that go down the straightaway, so pretty excited by that one.
Yeah, the diversity of this series is certainly one of the great marks of a successful rule set. We had a little bit of trouble in race 3 earlier today. Just to look back on this series, I think a lot of drivers that race in this series, the way it's presented, the way that it races, they look back at things like Speed World Challenge, and they could sort of draw some comparisons there. I hope that in 15, 20, 30 years, I hope we're still racing, but I also hope that people look back on this era of GLTC and have the same sort of feelings about this professionally presented motorsport that still has so much heart and soul.
Oh yeah, this fantastic way of doing it. I mean, it's just reminds everybody of that everybody can get out there, everybody can race. Looking at all the different cars, you don't just have to have something that's the world's best and greatest out there before you can get it behind the wheel and actually have some of these fights like you guys are seeing on the track here now.
Well, Harry Gill from Eibach, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the race. You're up in a great spot to watch it from the timing tower, and I hear that there is some weather on the way, so it might get interesting at the end here.
Could end a little wet, but thank you for having me, and you guys enjoy.
All right, thanks so much, Harry, and we're going to get rolling here in just a couple of minutes, and like I said, there is weather on the way. We can have a look at the weather information, and that radar is a lot busier now. 73 degrees in the air. You see the wind is picking up 8 miles an hour, but it's a little bit actually breezier than that here at this facility. Adam Jabay sitting back down to join me again, looking at this radar. This is going to get interesting, and this is where I look back at 2021 Road America and the last race of the season.
Don't talk about that.
Hold on. Don't get pessimistic on me, Adam. The tail end of that series that year, we were on slick tires, and everyone had to choose whether it was a dry or a wet tire. I know drivers still have a preferred tire that they will go to in the rain now, but I feel a little bit better knowing that we're on 200 treadwear street tires with this on the way.
I also feel a little bit better knowing the conditions of this racetrack when it is damp or changing. A lot more drivable than some of these other tracks. They either have fresh pavement or sealed pavement. Cars rolling out there right now, but this track has shown to be, the racing line isn't as nearly as rain dependent when it does get wet. It is still usable everywhere.
Yeah, that abrasive surface that we've been talking about all weekend long comes to an advantage in the wet weather, and also it's going to kind of flip the script on which cars maybe have the preferred
advantage here. Front-wheel drive, I think, is a great little extra tool to have in your back pocket here, too.
For sure, ABS, a well-sorted car, and I'm curious about the, we're going out dry here. There is distinct possibility it is dry the entire time. We might see some completely different racing because these drivers might be set up with sway bars and spring changes and tire pressure changes. There's wing changes, angles, etc. There's so much that you would change on a car like this, especially to drive at the limit in the wet. So it's kind of anybody's game. Main goal, keep it on the racetrack for all these drivers.
Yeah, race 4, we have a field inversion by virtue of some rolled dice. Brian Hedian was 7th in race 3, but he will start on pole alongside Eric Magnuson, another fellow Pennsylvania driver. Eric Cattell starts in row number 2. Can't win the championship, but still can win the race. Andy Smedegaard alongside him. Eric Meadows and Tom O'Gorman share row number 3 in 5th and 6th. Then season champion Baton Rosenberg, second two-time winner of the championship after Jeremy Swenson, starts in 7th place. Then Paul Darling and Ryan Power start 9th and 10th. Joel Morrison and Lena Chin 11th and 12th. Moving on back to row number 7, it's Kevin Zhu in a borrowed transmission. He has a great start here, 13th in race 4. Cyril Shukla, Sam Scott, and Tim Shempelev round out your top 16. We're about halfway through the field now as we work down to Michael Pagano in that beautiful BMW 116i. Steve Cairo starts 18th. Thomas Moss and Josh Fleury in 19th and 20th. And just outside the top 20, Natalie Lato's great start here in race number 4, 21st alongside Robert McDaniels, who was on some Duralast brake pads. We'll see if he beats those here.
And a JB welded radiator.
Yes. Lisa Keys in 23rd and 24th. John Gatos and Rory Lonergan in row number 13. I think Clayton Fitzpatrick will bring up the rear of the field. It looks like there's a blank spot in the grid. I'm curious if there's any other cars. Looks like they didn't make it to grid. So 27 cars here for the start as we roll down the hill and get set to go, Adam.
And higher level amateur racing equals difficult to keep those cars alive. We saw a whole bunch of attrition. This place eats tires, but it also, it's a difficult track. End of the season, these cars have, they've seen a lot of them have seen at least 5-6 hard rounds. So we have had some attrition. As we said earlier, 40 cars registered for this event and just under 30 for the final race of the year.
Yeah, could we see some precipitation? These races are pretty short. It's not here yet, but it is possible that by the end of the session, certainly by Podium Sprint, by the end of that session, we'll have some rain in the area. It's going to mix things up here at the tail end of the season. We've got a couple of formats that have brought us all the way to the wire. GLTC has decided, but Gridlife GT still has yet to sort out a championship, and many of the time attack categories also will decide their championship in a 3-lap dash here.
Still pretty wild that that this very busy, very popular series has come down to race 3 of the final race before we knew who the champion was. And they're completely different, totally disparate platforms, totally different cars. They attended a lot of the same races, but not all of them. And my heart goes out to these drivers for how hard they work to be here. I know how difficult it is for our team to put them on, and we know it's equally difficult for these drivers to make so many races, and so thankful that they're here.
The Eibach pace car, that's Harry's personal car, by the way, pulls off the racetrack, and the last green flag of 2025 is about to fly here in Eibach Gridlife Touring Cup. The championship has been decided, but there's one more checkered flag left to wave, and we're underway in Eibach GLTC. Brian Hedian and Eric Magnuson lead us to turn 1.
Hedian maintaining the inside and a little bit better lunge on the braking zone, inside left. Clean so far.
Sure. So we come up out of turn number 2, a little bit of cars dropping some tires. Eric Cattell getting a push from Eric Meadows up alongside Andy Smedegaard. Not bad to have the V8 behind you pushing you down the straight into turn 3.
Looks like we've got them all. Natalie went for a little bit of a ride on the outside of the first turn, but clean into 3 so far. And Brian right out front, right where he started.
And what we've seen with this invert in the past is that drivers really seem to struggle passing in race 4 because of how equal things are. We'll see if Rosenberg can add to his 420-point total. Nice. As he climbs up the hill towards turn number 7. And Magnuson trailing Hedy in there in that S2000. He just shows up for one event a year, right in the mix. Yep. This is such an impressive drive.
Yeah, lovely to see locals come out and be local. It's really cool to see a bunch of them come out for this event in across all the different series, and really good show put on by Brian Hedian so far.
Yeah, high winds here, so we got cameras dropped down a little bit. Just make sure our camera guys don't fall out of the lifts.
You don't want the lifts tipping over. Oh, we got big smoke behind the Trainer 3 off into the grass, looking to preserve the racetrack. Great move there by Tom. Hopefully it is a minor incident. We don't have oil on the track, but great awareness by Tom. And getting into the cutout. Excellent work by Mr. O'Gorman.
Yeah, that is a championship driver doing championship things. Unfortunately, looks like that car will stop there. But Tom doing everything exactly like you're supposed to. Model Citizen there today. Looks like Matan is giving Barbado some challenge down into turn 17 as we come around to complete our first lap. It's still Hedian out in front of Magnussen as they come down towards the hairpin, and Eric Attila slotted into fourth. There's Barbado on defense from Matan Rosenberg.
Barbado not making it easy for Matan, and he shouldn't. His car's been very competitive at many events this year. Pretty decently mid-range power, low 200s, but the car is very well driven. Barbado, setting record times in practice at Lime Rock in pre-event. Very fast driver there.
I'm excited to watch this fight between Hedian and Magnussen. Magnussen got his first few wins of his GLTC career here earlier in the year at Gridlife Midwest Festival, and these two have been nose to tail all weekend long. Hedian checking the brakes there, make sure he's got pressure. Magnussen up the outside, little puff of smoke on the binders, and look at Andy Smedegaard licking his lips.
5 very different cars making up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and really fun to watch as they drop down the hill here. Single file at the moment, all looking to exhibit some strengths of theirs and take advantage of some weaknesses of the others, but everybody really crisp, very tidy so far.
Yeah, looks like Andy's going to try to drive up, catch Eric Magnussen here into the S's on the backside of the course. Really tight racing behind Barbado. There's Paul Darling, Joel Morrison, Lena Chin, all in a pretty tight race, but the top 3, this is going to get pretty spicy up here as they battle for position.
Looking for flags, not seeing a surface flag. Hopefully we have a good racetrack under us with that smoke from the O'Gorman machine, and so far so good. Thankfully he got to a good spot, not seeing yellows or yellow with red. So yellow with red meaning debris flag. Hopefully we have a good track for these drivers.
Yeah, great work there by Tomo to get off the racetrack so fast too. He departed the track like 100 miles an hour.
Picture left and got right behind the orange. This track is FIA rated with the orange marks on the side of the wall. Show you where to go. Good safe spot when you see an orange barricade in the end of the wall.
Hedian starting to put some distance on Eric Magnussen. Let's see if Smedegaard can get by the 330 and maybe set sail. Hedian's got the fastest lap of the race so far to 1:59.828. Track's a little slower. Again, that was lap 1 where you're kind of coming up to speed, so we'll likely see the fastest lap change hands. Rosenberg, little smoke there. Ooh, a lot of smoke.
Big smoke. And
is the engine letting go on Rosenberg's car?
We might have a change here if Rosenberg is having issues. This is a dry sump LS, and hopefully it keeps everything inside of it, but we're seeing a good amount of smoke there.
Yeah,
that is very abnormal for this car.
Yeah, it's super abnormal, and I guess he's really lucky that Catil had the trouble that he did in race 2, because if we had not yet decided the championship, if he can't finish this race, that would have turned things on its head this year.
Very much so. That's how close this is. We're seeing Hedian still with a little bit of a head of steam going towards turn 3. This is turn 3, correct? Yep. I'm bad with numbers, but a little bit of smoke in the same spot, but the gap has not changed, P1 through 5. Very tidy.
And Magnussen has closed in slightly. Things are condensing here at the front of the field. We're far from over just yet. Eric Magnussen is 3rd in the standings coming into this event. He's won 4 races. 2 of those came at Midwest Festival. Another came at Mid-Ohio, and then another one a little bit later on, 3 at Midwest, 1 at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. So he's looking for his 5th win on the season if he were to get around Hedian, who's never won here in GLTC.
So far we're seeing Magnussen making that big wide body LS powered E46 as big as it can be. The lighter weight cars not being able to exhibit the slightly better pace they have through this section here, and then he is able to keep them off.
Well, Catil right up on Andy Smedegaard's tailpipes there as they come down over the crest. So while the battle for first has fizzled for a moment, Catil has overlap on Smedegaard to the outside of turn 12. This is a tough place to make a pass, though.
A little bit of a nose, but a little bit too fast into there. He's got to brake and check up, and Smedegaard ducks a little bit inside of him. See how it looks on the way out.
Yeah, Rosenberg's engine is there's something's definitely not happy, but he ran the fastest lap of the race last time by, so we'll see if it clings on the last few minutes of this one. Catil and Smedegaard side by side, and then Morrison and Paul Darling are door-to-door through turn 15.
Not seeing any kind of a line behind him. Hopefully it's just coming out the tailpipes, whatever it is. Maybe he's lost a valve seal or part of a ringland, but
it's not slowing him down.
Thankfully, it is. We're not seeing a line behind it. A lot of smoke, though. Something definitely to be concerned about.
Eric Magnussen passed Hedian for the lead. Hedian must have slipped up, and now the battle's going to be for second place as they come across the stripe. Catil and Andy side by side. Meadows is going to push Andy down the front straightaway and take 3rd place back from Catil.
Catil in a tight spot here in the outside of 1, tucks in just next to Andy, and on the rumbles you can see the sparks flying. That is a rough little ride for him.
Yeah, Meadows again is going to push Andy on by. And here comes Matan Rosenberg up to the inside.
3-car battle making a way for Matan here.
And we'll go on by a couple of cars there on the straight line, even billowing smoke out the back, which Catil drops now another spot.
I'm sure he can smell whatever's coming out of Matan's. Hopefully he can't see it. Hopefully it's just smells.
And would they give him a meatball flag or something of the sort?
Only if they're dropping fluids. I'm sure all the workers are being instructed to look at the blue and white to make sure there is nothing falling out. If it's coming out tailpipe, no, not in this scenario.
So the leaders have traded positions. Again, Magnussen out in front of Hedian now by 1.5. We didn't exactly see what happened to Brian to change hands there as Catil pulls up alongside Rosenberg off into turn 8, 9, and 10. But about 10 car lengths between the two leaders, and Smedegaard has some distance for third. Here comes Catil up to driver's left.
Yep, Catil keeps trying this turn 12 braking zone, and that's a tough spot. Sometimes it can work. It's a battle of wits as you're entering that zone there.
And then those front two are just setting sail. Catil back by Rosenberg.
Catil got that one there. That was that must have been a tidy little break there. Every worker station I am watching for the debris flag. Hopefully we do not see that. We didn't see it after the O'Gorman incident where he got to a good spot thanks to him. Hopefully we do not see it following the blue and white of Matan Rosenberg.
Yeah, see the rub blocks under Eric Catil's car sparking. Barbado has a look at. Oh, that was really a big lunge.
Tight with Eric. Hopefully that was smooth. Looks like it was.
7 minutes to go now. And
not seeing the straight line that maybe hard to tell.
It's like the second half of the straight, really. It's like they dig out of the corner from like 40 to 80. It's kind of the same, and then beyond that.
So what we're dealing with here, and we can see this on GPS data, really is just the slipstream that naturally happens when you have such a small frontal area and a large torque motor. It just, the car is very quick, above 100 miles an hour. That's where you see it keep going, and the other cars taper off. Just a factor of the very different builds between these cars. And some tracks it's easier to parity, some tracks it is not, unfortunately.
Yeah, Catil was middle between those Corvettes on the run up to turn 3 now. Back in behind Rosenberg. And Eric Meadows can't do much about it now. This is where this Honda comes back into its own. Not necessarily yet here, but once you get to turn 7, that's when things start to flip back in your favor. Hedian now dealing with Smedegaard.
That is a lot of smoke. Very concerning. Hopefully we're still good, but Eric Catil in a Corvette sandwich, as you just said. This is a tight spot for him. He needs to exhibit the strengths of this car going through the uphill towards 12. His car is very good here. Probably see him tuck next to Rosenberg again if he gets lucky.
Yeah, see how much ground he gains right here in this right-hander. And then when we go back to the left, they'll disappear out of view, then come down the hill towards 12. That's where we saw Catil get the overlap last time by. There's Barbado and Meadows. They got real tight in 17 the last time around. And then Darling, there's Joel Morrison, who's up inside the top 10 with Lena Chin right there at the blue and
Chin with
orange.
a good run on the back of Joel. They're putting about 3-4 car lengths on him.
Top 3 still Magnussen, Hedian, and Andy Smedegaard.
Catil closer to Matan as we expected as we round the really fast kink right here.
And then to see Morrison and Lena Chin real tight. Look at Silo Shukla. And then these two in the background, Sam Scott and Michael Pagano. Those two have been nose to tail lots this season and have had some really great fights, thinking even back to places like Lime Rock Park. Those two cars find each other a lot on the road.
Very different builds, but yeah, great to see competitors over and over just racing clean together and attending so many rounds. They don't get sick of each other. They must like racing.
So Matan Rosenberg picks up 4th place again. You see the next point get added to the total, 423, which is, I think, almost the highest points value we've ever seen accumulated in a Gridlife Touring Cup season.
If not, yes.
Go back and find out that stat from 2024.
Magnussen has quite the gap here. His car getting better and better throughout the weekend, figuring this track out under these conditions. Seems like we are potentially going to be dry. We need about 2 more laps of dry. 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock at the moment. Magnussen driving quite well, as always here.
I was wrong about that. Jeremy Swenson's 2023 season, 443 points after all the races were complete.
A lot of points, a lot of laps.
Now see Morrison and Lena Chin, that battle, they've been nose to tail all weekend long. Kevin Zhu's right behind there in 11th place. He's doing a great job this weekend.
Yeah, I'm curious about the potential setup changes these other drivers make. That I wish we had more of a story to tell on some of those, because they were expecting rain. As I talked to most of the drivers on the lunch break, they were mostly expecting rain, and who knows about the setup changes that they made.
Let's have a look at the weather graphic on the bottom right again as we get down to the last couple of laps. I'll bet you that radar, we've got little pockets of it around us here, Adam. So Again, it's not yet raining, but it could at any moment. I don't think it's going to be enough to change the outcome of this race, but Podium Sprint up next could absolutely change the outcome of this conversation.
Yeah, it hasn't quite crossed into Pennsylvania on my radar, but it is basically knocking on the door, and we're only about 10-15 miles in, so we're very close.
Yeah, and Brian Hedian has run Magnussen back down.
Look at the smoke from Matan's car. Really wondering what's going on here.
Yeah, and again, the other thing is whatever is causing that smoke, at some point, whatever fluid is causing that is going to run out. So
yeah,
that's a thing to consider.
Very, very true. Hopefully it's not flicking up and getting on the other cars. I'm not seeing any loss of pace or any squirreliness behind it, so thankful for that for the other drivers.
Half a second back, Hedian was quicker than Magnussen by 0.2, and this is the white flag lap. This will be the last lap of this race, last lap of the season for Eibach GLTC. Matan Rosenberg up alongside Andy Smedegaard for third, and Brian Hedian, if he wants to steal this from Magnussen, he's running out of time.
Very clean so far. We got one more lap of the year. Thankful to the drivers, all their spotters and crew, and really thankful to the staff, the grid workers. Just the best team to work with. Hopefully we got one more clean one, and we can give a good round of applause for our buddies in Eibach GLTC.
Yeah, Matan Rosenberg, the championship is already wrapped up. It will be his second title, first ever consecutive title as well, because Jeremy Swenson's were separated by a Tom O'Gorman win in 2022. But job well done, well executed all season long. And Eric Catil, Eric Magnussen, you have to give a lot of credit to them. This is only Magnussen's second season in GLTC, and Eric Catil his third with this car, but so much effort and energy and development put into that Honda Civic, and we know he'll come out strong next year with even more changes.
Yeah, a lot of wild stories out of the Catil camp. The car was upside down in a ditch on the way back from Coda, got rebuilt, had a few incidents last year, got rebuilt, and showroom quality, factory effort, it looks like. You couldn't tell the difference if Honda themselves built this car.
Down the hill for the last time here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex for Eibach GLTC. Brian Hedian, now he was looking for the lead, now has to just hold on to second as they motor towards turn 17. Joel Morrison, Lena Chin, and here comes Matan on the outside. Hedian's going to lean on the brakes here, try to outbrake the champion one last time up the hill. Eric Magnussen is going to come on through, and I think Matan's going to snag second place away here from Brian Hedian. But Eric Magnussen, for his 5th time this season, will win a race. Matan Rosenberg is going to win the title with a second place in race number 4. Brian Hedian in third, then Andy Smedegaard, Eric Catil, Eric Meadows, who picks up the fastest lap of the race right at the end there, and then Barbado, Darling, and how about this battle all the way to the stripe? Pagano, Sam Scott, and more coming across the checkers here in a great battle. This is for 13th place. Great result at the tail end of the season for Pagano in that really unique BMW.
Great work by all the drivers here. Love seeing so many green to checker races. Minimal downtime, and yeah, hopefully we don't have anybody but Tomo to pick up. Curious what happened there. Apologies to him for the end of his season that way, but so thankful that he came out to join us here at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, always cool to have Tomo come back out, and he was kind of joking that everyone was saying it's like the battle bots have come back out, but did a great job, as much as you could ask for.
Yeah, Tomo definitely one of the final bosses of pretty much anything he's driven at Gridlife.
Let's have a look at the results here for the last race of the season in Eibach Gridlife Touring Cup, and it was Eric Magnussen with the P1 gets it done here in Eibach GLTC. Matan Rosenberg from 7th to 2nd, maybe just needed another lap or two to run down Magnussen. Hedian to 3rd place, podium result for him. Andy Smedegaard and Eric Catil 4th and 5th. You got to give Eric a lot of credit this weekend. Fought some issues, but that car is wicked fast.
Yep, very quick. Solid drive throughout the field, 11 through 20, only separated by 10 seconds roughly here, and just so happy that that all the drivers came out to celebrate this track for its final competition weekend, yeah. Just a solid way to end. Glad to see all the cars, except for Tom's, which will come back on the hook, but all the cars make it in one piece, looking great. Hopefully a lot of fist bumps and a lot of high fives.
Let's have a look at the highlights here from Eibach GLTC race number 4. We didn't get the wet race that we were anticipating. I think we'll still see some rain play a factor later. Green flag started with Brian Hedian out front, and he established about a 5-car length lead over Eric Magnussen. All the while, Tom O'Gorman's engine or something let go on that car. Did exactly the thing that you'd expect a guy like that to do. Pulled off the racetrack to preserve the race. Then Eric Magnussen tried to track down the leader, Brian Hedian, while Catil and Smedegaard fought for third. And then a little bit later in the race, Smedegaard pulled up right up alongside Magnussen. They were attacking the curbs using all the width of the road. And Matan Rosenberg's car started smoking here early on in the race. And it didn't take too long for Hedy to make a little bit of a mistake there. Magnussen got by and started to establish a pretty sizable lead, while Catil, Smedegaard, Meadows, and Matan Rosenberg fought for position, flames out the tailpipes, and Catil just in this V8 sandwich here headed down the hill. But all that aside, the drag race to the line, Matan Rosenberg finishes second but wins the title, and Eibach GLTC for 2025 is complete. Eric Magnussen wins the race. Matan Rosenberg is your champion for the second time in his career.
On the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
The season finale for Gridlife competition brings us to Pittsburgh International Race Complex, and the clouds are over the skies now, and the weather has been nice all weekend long, but there is precipitation in the area. Season championships on the line in a handful of categories. This is the Gridlife Track Battle Podium Sprint. Kyle Heyer joined by Alex Moss. Alex, everybody is nervously waiting and watching to see what happens here as we get set for our last run of the season.
Yeah, this is what it's all about now, settling championships, settling the finishing positions for this event, and as luck would have it, right now the track has cooled, the clouds have covered the sky, so we may even see some really fast lap times here.
Very likely we see those super fast laps. Here's a look at your Falcon Club SC class overview. This will be the first class on the racetrack. Mike Jansen, track record this morning, 209.505. And these are cars that make anywhere from 85 to 105 horsepower. It's a 25-to-1 weight to power ratio class, 205 with Falcon RT660 Plus or RT660 tire. You can even use the RT615 if you'd like. Mike Jansen has already won the championship, so the championship's not on the line in this class, but there are some other classes that we will see coming up after this that do have championships on the line.
Yeah, exactly. So Mike's trying to put a bow on the season essentially with a win here, and I think he set the record earlier this morning, right? So he's just looking to round off his season, have some fun, and end on a high note here.
Yeah, so you see the cars in line there. Sam Dooling, the hang loose out the window. Austin O'Brien there. And you see Nick Berg and the David Best 134 car. Those are the cars getting set to go here. 3 laps, and it's basically winner take all here.
Yep, so winner take all. 3 laps they get to all do here. Whoever sets the top time is going to be placed first for the event, regardless of what times have happened in the past. So fastest time in this session wins the event, second fastest, second place, and so on.
Yep, and of course you see the 2 of our beginning categories here. We're going to go Club SC, work our way up to Unlimited, 1 class at a time, 3 laps apiece, 3 flying laps apiece. And we mentioned the clouds in the sky. Let's have a look at the weather, because this radar is looking scarier and scarier by the minute. Some of these classes might get a nice, cool, dry track. Others might have to battle this out in the rain. There's Falcon Club SC. This is a Club TR rather. This is a championship that is on the line. Whichever of the 3, Mario Moroni, Evan McLaren, or Peter Granberg wins, they will win win the title as well. But Stan Feingold and Kevin Vu might throw a little wrench into things here.
Yeah, and as we can see from that radar, that there is rain coming. Probably will arrive at some point during the session. We have some of our team members are already on the road on the way home, and we have been told the rain that is coming is not going to be light.
Oh boy. Well, I was poking in on the Indianapolis 8-hour just last night. They had a weather system come through, I think as part of this same weather system, and they had to basically stop their race for half the day. So I hope it's not quite as severe as that, but it could be. So one last little track sweep here. It's Alex Moss with me here now as we get the safety vehicles doing a little track sweep here before the race, and the Falcon Club SC cars are rolling to the top of grid. Alex, what's the key to the going fast here in Podium Sprint for a Club SC car? How much energy and effort do you take into this, or do you just try to get a banker, or do you go hard all 3 laps?
I think these guys, the Club SC drivers, they really build throughout the session, so I expect they're going to be going hard all 3 laps, with the key being that they can't go off track, so they can't push too hard. If they go off track in an uncontrolled fashion, then that disqualifies all of their laps for up to that point, and they will be 5th in the results.
Yeah, so again, the way the championship points work, whatever your finishing position is in the podium sprint is equivalent to the number of points you'll get. So 25 points to the winner, 21 to second, 18 to third, 16, and then 15 are what you get in 4th and 5th. But once again, the championship here is basically decided with Mike Jansen. So there's a little bit less pressure perhaps for a guy like Jansen, but they're going to go hard because they want the big trophy and the stickers as well.
Yeah, of course, and just the pride of it, right? Nobody wants to get beaten on when it counts here, otherwise they wouldn't even be showing up. So they're going to go out there and be looking to get that win.
They're going to release cars one at a time here and hopefully space them out enough that you should never see another car on your lap here. This is not supposed to be a race by any stretch. You want to go out by yourself. You should have no distractions. And the reason why we combine them into a group now rather than running them one at a time is to make sure everyone gets equal conditions, Alex. So everyone's got the same racetrack at the same time, no traffic. This is your best chance to go fast relative to your other competitors with no other distractions on the racetrack.
Yep, exactly. So with them being spaced 10 to 12 seconds apart, it's a minute difference in the track. So if it rains for one, it really rains for all. Mid-session, they all get the same disadvantage at the same time to keep it a fair and level and even playing field.
So as the drivers roll around, there's Sam Dooling. He was the runner-up again this season. Drove that car all the way out to California. Went for a couple wild rides. Actually hurt his back on a drive down the corkscrew while he was out there. Austin O'Brien, we saw at Lime Rock Park. He's never run a podium sprint with us, I don't think, because he's only ever run with us at events that were sort of standard old school time attack. So this will be a new experience for him. But for Dooling, he's well equipped to battle in this, and so is Mike Jansen. Although we have seen some upsets between Jansen and Dooling this season.
Yeah, and that's going to be the key. I mean, the key I think is going to be to keep it cool, keep your head cool, drive your laps, do your best time. It's still, you're not really needing to react to other drivers. You just got to do your own best and keep it on the track. That is the absolute #1 thing, is to keep all 4 wheels on the track.
3 flying laps, and it all begins now. Mike Jansen throttling up out of turn 17, even though it doesn't look like it's going all that fast. It's as much as this car is going to do, about 100 miles an hour on the straights. Green flag is out, and the Gridlife Track Battle Podium Sprint is underway here for Falcon Club SC at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. And Jansen is going to take this into turn 1 and be the first of the 5 to see that green flag.
Yep, so going through turn 1 there, just getting everything warmed up, really. I expect to see for Club SC their fastest laps to be lap 3, assuming the rain holds off for all 3 laps.
Yeah, and again, even if the rain starts to happen, Alex, how long does it take before that really starts to impact grip?
It depends. I mean, if it's just a misting of rain, it may even help a little bit, just in the early stages, just to cool that track off. Once you start seeing the dampness on the track, once you start seeing spray coming off the tires, then grip is hugely impacted by the rain.
Yeah, so there's another look at it. It is getting closer, ever closer. I'm sure we'll see it by the end of the sprint. Maybe not for Club SC. They might be the only class to get dry conditions. There's Sam Dooling clawing his way up out of turn 5 in this car that's done hundreds of thousands of miles, tens of thousands on the racetrack alone as he's chasing Mike Jansen one final time this season. Jansen through the S's now with this very low-slung Honda Civic. The advantage of this car is that very small frontal cross-section of area that allows that car to slip through the air. Same story with this Civic. That car's been in the wall once this weekend, hence the plastic wrap holding it together in the nose.
Yeah, and that plastic wrap allowed it to do its best time this morning. So maybe giving it a little bit of help there.
Coming back around up the hill, there's David Best in the 134 as well, and he can only go up from here. He was the number 5 seat, Alex. That's the one advantage of Podium Sprint for drivers in 5th. You can't fall out of 5th place even if you go off, so you might as well go for it, I would say.
Yep, playing with house money there. What's the worst that can happen? You finish where you were anyway.
So Jansen is going to be the first one back to the finish line. There's Dooling coming over the crest at turn 14, and Austin O'Brien in trail as well. You can see the car ahead of you. Maybe you can tell if you're gaining or losing, but they shouldn't impact your performance. You're not going to get to draft or have to pass anybody. This is just head to head to head to head to head. Dooling really hard on the brakes. See that car wobbling, slowing down. You don't really use the brakes a ton in these cars on a lap generally, but that last corner is a lot. 2:12, 195. Not a bad lap for Jansen. We'll see if Dooling can go quicker and knock Jansen off that top step.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, it sounds obvious in every car that you want to shed the least amount of speed possible, but really in these Club SC cars, you're really trying to preserve every single mile an hour you gain because you really have to earn it on the acceleration of these cars.
Yeah, Austin O'Brien jumps Sam Dooling to 2nd place. So these cars were released in the order that they qualified, but again, if you see them shuffle out of order on the timing and scoring, they're upsetting their seed. Nick Berg goes at a 2:14.8, right behind Sam Dooling there, but just by 0.2 of a second as Jansen is midway through his 2nd lap on this claw up the hill.
Yeah, and we haven't seen, David Best there goes to, or Best goes to the number 2 spot there, but what we haven't seen is any of these Club SC cars set their best lap on the first lap out on the track. So I'd expect these times to improve on laps 2 and lap 3.
And that's actually one of the reasons why I really like the 3 laps versus the 2 we used to get with the single car format, because cars like Club SC, generally lap 3, 4, 5 can be quicker. So we'll likely see this order change around even on the last lap of this sprint challenge, which I think is really, really cool. Keeps us interested all the way to the end. Nick Berg there hunting through turn 5. Didn't use quite as much racetrack as he did this morning. A little smoke out the tailpipe there, but maybe not too big of a concern. That's something you see often with Hondas. So,
yeah, possibly Honda doing old Honda things there, but I'm nothing I would be too concerned about at the moment.
Yeah, and at this point, end of the season, he probably drove that car here. That's the only thing I would be worried about is how to get home after this. But you see Sam Dooling off in behind the grass mound there, and there's Nick Berg through the S's in that 2:16. I guess after putting the car in the wall, a podium and a trophy would certainly soften that blow for him. But down lap 2 here for Sam Dooling. Mike Jansen's just up the road. We'll be seeing if he can improve that 2:12, 195. Austin O'Brien, though, looking pretty solid right now, provisionally on podium. You hear tires squealing.
Might be from the skid pad.
Oh, that could be.
From.
Dooling on the binders. Here comes Jansen to start his final lap, and it's a big pickup, 2:11.515. Still 2 seconds shy of his track record earlier today. That leaves room on the table for someone to knock him off. Here comes Dooling, number 2 seed for this. He's currently off the podium unless he jumps into the top 3 this time. And back onto it, 2:13, 197, a good ways off of Jansen. This might be a fight for best of the rest. O'Brien to 3rd, knocks David Best down to 4th.
Yeah, so we're seeing them pick up a little bit of time here on their 2nd laps. And with what Jansen's done there is essentially the rest of this group is going to need to set their best times of the weekend or come very close to the best times of the weekend to be able to knock him off that top spot.
And here comes David Best. And it is not an improvement for the 134. Maybe put all of his eggs in one basket on that first lap. He's got one more to do it. And Dooling chasing green on the dashboard, heading down the hill to 5. Looking really dialed in. Love the open face helmet. You can see his expressions. There's some great pictures of him just attacking the racetrack in this car.
Yeah, one of the other things about driving these cars is because of the lack of acceleration, let me say, any mistake where you shed a little bit more speed than you want to, you get a lot of time to think about what it is that you've just done, and really give yourself a hard time in the car as you wait for the next opportunity to try and make it up.
Austin O'Brien hucking that thing through turn 7. Really cool to watch this car dig. I really enjoy the air dam on the front. I think it makes these cars look real mean, I think. But that's about all you can do aero-wise. You're talking OEM aero again, like a lot of our street-based production car classes, which all of them except Super Unlimited are. There is some higher allowances for bumpers and aero and things once you get to street mod and track mod and so on and so forth. But Club SC, Street GT, you're talking pretty stock aero.
Yeah, another thing to think about here is, and you probably hear it on the live stream, but the wind has significantly picked up over the course of today. It's extremely windy out there right now, which it hasn't been at all for any of the other sessions. I don't think that will affect, most of these cars too much, especially not Club SC, but it is something, another factor to sort of consider.
Oh, Jansen improved again to 11.1, and so he's the driver that if no one goes faster than him, he's going to win the last event of the season. And Sam Dooling might be the best driver suited to knock Jansen off the top step. Jansen has already won the championship this year in Club SC, and Dooling across the line, it will be no pickup for Sam Dooling. He'll be second at best. We'll see what O'Brien can do. To second place, 2:13.053 for Austin O'Brien, and here's Nick Bird. Can he knock Dooling off third place on the podium? In that Honda Civic. It's plastic wrapped up, stuck together with duct tape, and across the stripe, Nick Burke can go no faster. 2:13.866. He stays fourth. Now can David Best find anything in that 134 car to the stripe? Jansen looks like Best went better, but only to fourth quick and misses podium by half a second. Mike Jansen wins not only the championship in Falcon Club SC, but also podium sprint here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. He'll be a track record holder in perpetuity for Pit Race, which, again, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but for Jansen, job well done, season complete.
It's a notable thing.
It is a very notable thing, yes. Austin O'Brien, how about that? What was he, the 3 seed coming in? So he's improved up to second place now, and there's a look at it. Mike Jansen, your winner in the podium sprint for Falcon Club SC. Austin O'Brien Dooling will share the podium a little bit later today. How about 9/10 of a second from first to second, but then just 1/10 between second and third, incredibly close.
Yeah, Mike Jansen really put his stamp on this event, and has come in here, set the record earlier today, and also has come through and won really quite dominatingly the podium sprints here.
So with Mike Jansen at the top of the order, we'll have a look here at your highlights for Falcon Club SC. And again, on the start, we figured that Jansen would be the one to beat as the top seed. He stepped away from the weekend to attend a wedding, but came back late last night as the number 4 seed. This morning, broke the track record, went on to collect the fastest lap time of the session, and picked up a checkered flag. Again, just an encore, a victory lap on the season. And we saw him win again, and he'll add that to his championship stats. Falcon Club TR is up next. Let's have a look at the class overview here for this category. This is one of our most popular classes. 27 entrants here in the field this weekend. Purpose-built track day cars. You've got engine swaps allowed, but only if you're under 2.5 liters NA or 1.6 liter turbos. You're looking at 170 to 230 horsepower, maybe a tiny bit higher than that on some of these cars, but all on a 255 with Falcon RT660.
Yep, the classic track day, import type cars are in these events. Really dominated by older, late 90s Hondas and the new GR86 type twins.
There's a look at your points for Falcon Club TR, and this is the one that we were all waiting for. Mario Moroni comes in with 94 points over Peter Granberg, Stan Feingold, and Evan McLaren and Jeremy Bailey. Notably, Stan Feingold and Kevin Vu, who's 8th there in the standings, are here. They cannot mathematically win with a win in Podium Sprint, but if they do win Podium Sprint, they prevent either Granberg or McLaren from winning the title. Should Granberg win, should McLaren win, they will take the top spot from Moroni. So Moroni doesn't need to win this event, but he needs someone other than Granberg or McLaren to do so.
That's right. Yeah, so we're looking at this, you know, and as you mentioned, we've got 3 potential drivers who can win this championship on this event today. And those are, like you said, Mario Moroni, Peter Granberg, or Evan McLaren.
The first couple laps, let's follow the blue BRZ, the silver Integra.
But all the other 2 drivers that are in here can play spoiler and just give this to Mario Moroni.
So there's Mario Moroni in that purple and blue Honda Civic. Comes in as the number 4 seed, I believe, in this, or maybe it's number 3 seed after this morning. But we've got Evan McLaren again on track with Peter Granberg. These 2 were the 2 that fought for the championship last year, and it was a 3/1000th of a second difference that gave McLaren the title last season. So could it be this close this year? I think it was a lot of circumstances that made it that close, but Granberg is not that far behind McLaren, so he's going to have a rabbit to chase here up the front straight. Here we go. Green flag in Falcon Club TR. The championship gets decided in the next 3 laps. There's Granberg in the K-Power BRZ right behind McLaren. Probably, I'm a little bit concerned he didn't leave enough gap just in case he's faster than McLaren. There's Moroni up the front straightaway as well. He'll cross the timing loop as Evan McLaren descends into turn 3. New front-wheel drive track record holder. He will have that point unless someone goes quicker than him. Unlikely with the track conditions we saw earlier in the weekend. And those are the 2 that could take it from Moroni. Nose to tail. 1 front drive, 1 rear drive.
Yeah, so he is quite close. Probably has done that by design. Probably wants to give himself that rabbit to chase, see if he can catch up to McLaren there. Maybe just put himself in the mirrors and try and play a little bit of head game with McLaren as well. Really, I think what Peter Granberg's going to be looking at is if he can catch McLaren, then he's done the most of his job, right? Then he only has to worry about Moroni or one of the other guys behind him catching him.
There's Kevin View in the 18, Stan Feingold again in the Toyota 86. They're really just playing upset here. They came in as the number 4 and 5 seeds. It would be unlikely for them to defeat the others, but if they were, it totally changes the championship outlook for the 3 cars at the top of the order right now. Down through turn 14, Granberg in the mirrors of Evan McLaren. Is there a little distraction tactic there as well beyond just having a rabbit to chase?
Potentially, yes, but if I'm Evan McLaren and I'm doing my, I'm driving clean laps and driving to my potential, I'm not going to worry about what's in my mirrors. That's really going to be Peter Granberg's problem if he ends up catching me. If I make a mistake, that's when I start looking in my mirrors and start looking to see if I'm going to be holding someone up.
No rain across the stripe. Evan McLaren, lap 1 is going to be a 156.129. Granberg, a 155.824. He goes to the top for now. What does Moroni do in that 727? We'll see him come across the stripe shortly, and we'll know what kind of race we have on our hands here in Podium Sprint. Lap 2 of 3 underway now as View and Feingold come down the hill. Moroni across the stripe, and let's see what he does now in the 727. Championship leader is a 155.895. He slots in 700ths behind Peter Granberg.
Yeah, so as things stand right now, we'd still have to see the last 2 cars cross the line, but as things stand, Peter Granberg would be the champion in Club TR this year.
It's really, really close at the moment. And it's just a little bit of a gain. And how much speed do they have on their 2nd or 3rd lap? As it stands with Peter Granberg with that rear-wheel drive track record, and with Mario Moroni not claiming it, would be 96 to 94 in the points. So it would be a 2-point advantage to Granberg for the title if that were to play out this way. So he needs a little bit more, or he needs Feingold or View to steal this from Granberg.
Yep, he does. And then the other one is McLaren as well, who is out front at the moment. We saw Peter Granberg right up behind him at the start of the end of the first lap. He looks like he's backed off now. So Granberg may be doing 1 hot lap, cool down, and then another hot lap. Evan McLaren may be building up to his speed.
Here's McLaren down the hill through turn 15 now. Peter Granberg is still chasing, but again, with Granberg, I mean, you have no idea what you're doing in comparison to the other cars. So you have to look at that dashboard and see, is that time? Do I feel comfortable doing a cool down, or do I have to push for all 3?
Yeah, and certainly that gap has extended on this 2nd lap here.
Lap 2 for Evan McLaren. He was off by 3/10 from Peter Granberg last time around. It was a slugfest in 2024 for the title. Will it be again today? McLaren finishes second lap, goes to the top, 155-138. Peter Granberg doesn't match it, and Maroney's off.
Maroney's off. So Maroney is now, that will be a DQ for him. So he cannot win it by himself. His way to win the championship now is through Stan Feingold or Kevin View.
Yeah, and that is heartbreaking for Mario Maroney. Off at turn 17, and with that, you see the shaking of the head there, and he's out. So it's not over yet. If Feingold or View were to steal this away from McLaren or Granberg, they would keep them from winning the title, and Maroney would still go out as the top driver. But on this last lap, it doesn't appear that the others have had anything to match. Are they coming across the line? View goes to a 56 flat, but still needs 9/10. Here's Stan. He hasn't really had quite the pace of the other drivers this weekend, but it just takes one good lap. And for Stan, it's quicker still, 156, 182, but not quick enough. There's Kevin on the brakes into turn 3. And it's so close. Every one of these drivers effectively within a second. 5 drivers, so close. But McLaren really laid down a solid lap, and that could be what he needed to do if Granberg can't respond.
Yeah, it's all down to this now for Peter Granberg. And a little bit for Evan McLaren. He's got to be thinking in his head now, is that lap enough? Do I have to push on my third lap? Do I risk going 4 wheels off and throwing this away, essentially? Or what's he going to do? Peter Granberg kind of probably knows he has nothing to lose at this point.
Last corner, turn 17. Evan McLaren would be your champion if he stays put up at the top of the order. It will be a front-wheel drive track record that will stand forever, and potentially a second title in Falcon Club TR. Across the stripe, will McLaren improve and make the deficit to the rest even bigger? He will not. Peter Granberg, though, puts it in the green, 155-399, just short of McLaren by 0.2 of a second. And now it's down to View and Feingold. It's not over yet. I know it looks like it's out of reach, but you never know what can happen.
No, stranger things have happened than a 4 or 5 seed from coming in and stealing a podium sprint on lap 3. And it's starting to look dark out there, isn't it?
It's really looking dark, and I think we'll have rain on the way very shortly. So we might have gotten 2 of our 7 classes in without any precipitation, but we might have more upset chances coming your way. Here comes Kevin View in the number 18 up the hill in the ITR. Headlights flashing, season complete. What's it going to be? 56 flat, no improvement there. Stan Feingold in the 326, the last driver that Mario Maroney can hope can dethrone Evan McLaren at the top of the board, and he will not do it. Evan McLaren will be your 2025 Falcon Club TR champion in the 514 car. Alex stole it in Podium Sprint.
Stole it in Podium Sprint and really performed well. Got that laps done. I wonder if we saw Peter Granberg really attack on that first lap. I wonder if part of his calculus was, and I think we're seeing raindrops now, I wonder if part of his calculus was there may be rain in the middle of this session. I need to get that lap time done now. And to be honest, had the rain come on lap 2, he would have been top spot.
2-time champion Evan McLaren, won last year, won this year, and goes to the top of the board. 155-138 is the time that will stand as the time that defeated Peter Granberg. Mario Maroney finishes in 3rd, then Kevin View and Stan Feingold. But again, Mario with that off is going to be disqualified. That will move Kevin View to the podium, and the number 18 will grab a trophy here. And it is raining now, so just at the end of Podium Sprint. I'm not sure if that would have been a benefit to Mario Maroney or not, but we'll never know. We will know that it's going to affect the rest of the day. But again, Alex, if this was standard time attack, they wouldn't even bother going on the racetrack right now. But now they have to go out. The good news is the next category on track is our street class, which a lot of the cars here are all-wheel drive. So a fairly grippy surface, all-wheel drive. Let's have a quick look back at Falcon Club TR. Here are the highlights from this section of Podium Sprint. This was our closest time attack championship in history last year, and just again this year, only 0.2 the decider of that margin. That was impressive. Mario Maroney there just arced it in a little bit too hot, and just a little bit of an off and back on.
Yeah,
the way he
so
went.
Frustrated with himself for doing that, I think.
Yeah, you have to give him a lot of credit, though. I mean, he'll still end up on the podium for the season, no doubt. So I think because Peter Gramberg was second, I believe the math is still such that Mario Moroni will be second on the season. So he'll still end up with a big trophy, just not the biggest one. Evan McLaren, the first ever two-time Falcon Club TR champion. And with that, we set up for street class. Let's have a look at our street class overview here as the rain pelts down. And this is for street legal vehicles. You're looking at OEM aero, minor bolt-on modifications, looking at 300 to 400 horsepower and limited tire size here. Andy Holst is your track record holder, 151.127. Joshua Halka is a driver that is, again, on defense here in this podium sprint session. It all comes down to this.
Yeah, street class is for the cars that look like they are stock cars, but don't let that fool you. They are heavily modified. They make fairly significantly more power than stock generally. Not unreal power, but more than stock. Some suspension, some tires, and not a whole lot of aero on them.
Yeah, let's have a look at the points here for street class. Joshua Halka is the leader, 102 points, but note that Andy Holst has 78. That was 3 perfect rounds, 26 points at each of them. If he does the same again, if he wins podium sprint, he will have 104 points and knock Joshua Halka off. I think Joshua Halka's best chance of still winning the title is for rain to happen now, because Andy Holst has been by far the fastest car all weekend long. However, the rain brings in a level of unpredictability that could prevent him from winning. A slightest mistake, the slightest slip up, and if he doesn't win, he doesn't win the championship. So that's what this comes down to now.
Right. It just comes down to if Andy wins the event, he wins the championship. If he doesn't, Josh Halka's the champion.
Yeah. Pretty simple, but very binary, right?
Right. Exactly. And with the rain, or with the format of podium sprint, a 4 off is a DQ. So if Andy Holst goes 4 wheels off, he gets DQ'd. And so the rain kind of adds to that and just adds to the risk of doing that. So if I'm Josh Halka, I'm going out there to set a time and just to make sure I'm pushing Andy so he can't just cruise around and make sure he stays on track. But I'm not too worried. It doesn't really matter to Josh if he goes 4 wheels off, because Andy won't know that, right? He just needs to know that he has to push.
Andy Holst is going to take the green flag here, and the weather is here. You see it on the radar now. It says precipitation none, but that's at our weather station that's a little further away. The radar tells the picture, and it is raining fairly hard. Here comes Eddie Siegel down the hill. I didn't actually even see Halka on the grid, but I don't know if he got released somewhere else. So we'll see. There's Cody Umba in the other Honda Civic, and Holst making his way down through the first sector. Umba will be the second car across the stripe. Is Halka even out there? He was qualified into podium sprint, but if he was facing issues, he will not be here. Bucky Lasek, though, was hoping for rain, and he could be a huge upset here for the podium.
Yes, he could. Yes, he could. I mean, Andy still needs to win this, right? He still needs to beat all these other drivers that are coming out for the podium sprint.
So Siegel crosses the line. Bucky Lasek in third place there. Andy Holst, you saw through turn 5 on his opening lap. And again, this is tense moments. I've heard that this racetrack is actually fairly grippy in the rain, and it hasn't rained long enough yet for the track to completely be soaked. But again, this is going to be conditions that we haven't seen yet this weekend. Have had no precipitation up to this point.
Right, yeah, and with it being that abrasive track that we talked about, I would imagine it's not going to become an ice rink like some tracks that we visit can become. But the challenge is the grip level goes down. We don't have experience with it, so you don't really know where that grip's going to be. When the track's dry, you have a predictable grip level, and you know, give or take, how much speed you can carry into a corner and how much grip you're going to have. In the rain, that goes away, and it's a lot more of a guessing game.
Yeah, Bucky Lasek in the 541. He was hoping for rain. He was really excited about his first ever chance in podium sprint. News to share, Joshua Halka is not going to be here in podium sprint. Car is broken, so his only hope is for someone else to pull an upset here on Andy Holst, who is the top seed in this session here. So there's Eddie Siegel coming down the hill. Cody Umba is chasing Holst. There you see Holst in the background. He's going to come up under the start gantry, and the time to chase is a 1:58.298. Still a pretty quick lap, considering we've got quite a bit of rain on the road.
Yep, and I think think that's going to be the best lap that we see, or this first lap is going to be the one that counts for all these guys. We're not seeing a ton of spray coming off the cars yet, but we are seeing the rain coming down, so the conditions are just going to deteriorate throughout this session. So if I was Andy Holst, I may set one lap and then come in and just avoid the risk of going 4 off and getting a DQ. I don't think they're going to improve on laps 2 and laps 3.
Well, Cody Umba, 208.8, not even close. Bucky Lasek, though, a 203. That's kind of dangerously close. He could probably pick up a couple seconds on lap 2, but the rain is getting worse. For Halka, it was a transmission casing, by the way. Ido Waxman sending me that note. So unfortunate there. Eddie Siegel jumps to second with a 201.199. I sort of agree with you with the pit in if you're Andy Holst, but at the same time, Siegel and Lasek are not that far back. So again, I know the rain's getting worse, but there's a confidence thing here too. Lap 2, lap 3, you can build up a little bit more confidence, and a 3-second differential is not much at a nearly 3-mile track in the rain.
As long as you can overcome the deterioration of the track. So I mean, these guys are the guys on the track. They're going to be feeling that out. If they're feeling the track deteriorate, it does look like the rain's lightening up actually.
It does. And again, this could change hands again. So for Joshua Halka, he's the biggest cheerleader ever of Siegel, Lasek, and Cody Umba at this stage. I don't know that he's a big Andy Holst fan. It's that classic Evo versus WRX battle that we were talking about on social media. Bucky Lasek, though, enjoying his ride here. He was so excited to be in Podium Sprint. We talked to him yesterday. He was hoping, doing a little rain dance, and he got it just in time.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to tiptoe around a little bit there, doesn't it? Looks like they've slowed way down.
The other thing to note is the big no-go zone here is any of the painted curbing. The paint in particular is a much smoother surface. As Andy Holst picks up 3 seconds, 155.645, deepening the canyon for anyone else to dig themselves out of. But don't touch the rumble strips or the curbing because it is very slick. You can see how shiny it is in comparison to the pavement.
Yep, well that just goes to show what I know, doesn't it? Andy picking up 3 seconds on his second lap, I predicted that we would not see anybody go faster. Confidence thing, probably a lot more tiptoeing on lap 1. Must have been it. And yeah, the track isn't deteriorating as quickly as confidence is going up in what these drivers are doing.
Comes Cody Umba, definitely on the pace across the start-finish line, starting their last lap. Umba is going to pick up a couple of seconds, but not enough. And here comes Lasek and Siegel. Lasek picks up nothing. Siegel picks up a chunk, 2 minutes, .225. So one more lap here in street class, but Andy Holst looking to just basically put the cherry on top of a weekend where no one could even touch him.
Yeah, absolutely. Putting a bow on it. What a way to go out and win a championship. Perfect score. Sealing that perfect score for the season in the podium sprint. We're talking like it's a foregone conclusion. There is still one lap to go here. Bucky Lasek getting all up on that curve right there.
Yeah, I think if you can, you don't have a lot of load on the curbs there because you're turning to the right, so all the weight's on the left. So you could probably get away with jumping that one. But it's definitely lighter down in this portion of the racetrack. So it's kind of gracing us to the south, it looks like. And to your point, Andy Holst, what a season he's had. Even if he were to get pipped here at the end, just a dominant performance at every round he's entered. And this would be one of those perfect seasons where if he could lock this up, 4 wins, 4 events, 4 track records. He didn't even have to run an extra one. He just ran 4 events. And this car's for sale, by the way. He's feeling it out anyways. And what better way to get into track battle than buying a car that has been perfect all year? There's a great driver behind the wheel, too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that car is very well built. You can see exactly what's gone into that car to make it a well-built street car. And I think, the asking price is reflecting that and showing this is what it takes to build a competitive street class car. And Andy not completing his 3rd lap there, coming straight into the pits.
Probably no need to. Bucky Lasek and Eddie Siegel getting pretty close here, but they're coming to the checkers, so they shouldn't really have to deal with any sort of traffic beyond just finishing out this lap. It's a 5-second delta. Look at Lasek really pushing there through turn 16. And the season for street class comes to a close. Andy Holst with a 155.645. We're going to know pretty quickly if anybody can upset it and take it from Holst. But the Evo looking very strong. Here comes the 2 Civics. Cody Umba across the line. Picks up a little bit, but not enough for a podium. Lasek picks up, and Siegel picks up, but not enough to knock Andy Holst off. And Andy Holst in the Evo is going to be your champion for street class in 2026. Eddie Siegel second, and Bucky Lasek is going to land on the podium. Job well done.
Yeah, excellent job, excellent work. Tricky conditions for all these drivers. All doing a very good job here, keeping it on the track, keeping it clean, and a worthy champion for Andy Holst there.
So with Street Class complete, we'll have a look at our results here for the Street category. And again, with Joshua Halka off the road, he never really had a shot to defend this one, unfortunately. But Andy is going to go to the top step, not only of the event, but of the season. Eddie Siegel in the 470 will land on podium alongside Bucky Lasek, his first ever trophy in Gridlife competition. I'm sure he'll add it to his shelf that is weighed down by plenty of other trophies from sports, whether it be skateboarding or rallying, things of the sort. And that's going to do it for Street Class here. We've got a couple of minutes. It sounds like we're going to have to cover up a camera here for some precipitation. So we'll have a quick look back at Street Class before we take a very short break, and we'll continue on with more coverage of Street Mod and the rest of the championship battles we have yet to sort, basically for third on out in every other class. Eddie Siegel gave it a valiant effort, come home in second. Bucky Lasek jumped his seed up to third place, and he'll go home with a Gridlife trophy to put on his shelf for Subi Mods. Cody Umba came in as seed number 2, ended up P4, but it is the 443 of Andy Holst that will win Street Class here in Gridlife Track Battle.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
Born on the track. Bred on the mountains. Raised on the podium. Ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
And welcome back to Pittsburgh International Race Complex here for the Gridlife Track Battle Podium Sprint. The end of the weekend, the end of the season here for our time attack competition. Kyle Heyer joined by Alex Moss. Alex, as you can see here on this graphic, this is the end of the weekend. And again, the end of the season, we've decided a couple of championships, some upsets based on what was coming into the weekend. So Evan McLaren stole it in Club TR. We also saw just a moment ago that Andy Holst stole it in Street, but now we move to Street GT, a category for high horsepower V8s, V6s, inline 6s, even V10s on occasion. But you were pointing just a moment ago at the number 2, Conor Gallagher, in an all-wheel drive Nissan GTR.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Street GT is for those big high horsepower, a little bit heavier cars. And we've been talking all weekend about how the GTR has, not been the performance car of choice for a lot of drivers over the past few years. But here we are in the wet, and we've got an all-wheel drive car against 2 rear-wheel drive cars.
Yeah, Conor Gallagher's 10th in the championship standings, so with a good result here, he will vault himself probably up towards the top 5. Ben Boltice, Brad Smith, some of these others are not in the podium sprint. They're not here for some of them, so with 18 points, he will vault himself pretty far up the order and be top 5 on the season. So great event, great situation for Gallagher to be in, I'd say. He'll earn at least 15 points minimum, even if he goes off the course. So this is a great situation for him. So in Street GT, you're dealing with cars that usually have a whole lot of horsepower, not a whole lot of aero. In wet conditions, what's your strategy here in a big GT with a big rear drive V8?
Keep it on the track. that's about it. Try to tame all that power that you have. Hopefully, if they've got wet weather tires, they'll have bolted those on. But those big meat rollers on the back with the summer tires are just going to float in any sort of standing water if they're trying to use their normal tires.
And here's another look at the radar. You see the precipitation now showing, and light rain in the area now. It was quite a bit heavier than that a moment ago. But have a look at the wind, 16 miles miles an hour as soon as this weather blew in. It knocked up the wind by about 10 to 12 miles an hour. And yeah, it's raining. It's going to just be like this probably at least a little bit of light rain for the rest of the session and our last 2 races for the Gridlife Rush Series and Gridlife GT. So a lot of action coming your way as cars roll off. I'm not sure if Luke McGrew was just to the left of that camera shot or if he's packed up and gone home, but maybe, Luke's got a lot of self-preservation. I could see him giving up a trophy to put the car on the trailer in one piece, but we'll see. He's not a stranger to rain driving.
No, he's not a stranger to rain driving. He is more than capable of driving in the rain. I don't want to say he doesn't care about the trophies, but he cares more about keeping the car intact than he does about chasing trophies. So I don't know if we just didn't see him or if he has gone home. Wouldn't surprise me either way.
So Conor Gallagher in that all-wheel drive GTR. This is probably a car to watch here. And Ryan Matthews, I think, is the first car to have gone out. So we might not have a Luke McGrew. And for Ryan Matthews, again, Luke, the reason why Luke might have just given this up, he likes trophies and all those things, but he's won the championship. There's really no reason for him to go out here for championship points. No. Ryan Matthews can close the gap up, but he can't beat him. So no reason to put a lot of risk out there. So
perspective is what Luke has. He has a very good perspective on things and being able to balance risk versus reward.
Well, I think some of that risk was also related to his health. He was not feeling great this weekend, and I was told just a second ago that Luke is not feeling well either. So he's packed up and gone home. Tough weekend for him health-wise. I hope he gets better. Again, he thought it was food poisoning on Thursday, so just a tough health weekend. It's hard to extract the most out of yourself and your car if you're not feeling up to it. Yeah,
and it's just not fun either. Yeah. And when you have nothing to gain from it, really, other than a little bit of extra bragging rights, he's already got all the bragging rights in the world. I think he's been Street GT champion or Trackmod champion before. He's been very close to being GLTC champion, and now he's Street GT champion. He doesn't have to prove anything to anybody, does he?
No, he does not. Ryan Matthews, though, again, quietly lurking all season long, both in Street Mod and Street GT. Second in Street GT coming into this event, third in Street Mod, but throttling up in the C6 Vet.
Yeah, looking very tidy, actually. Not any sort of big Larry slides or anything like that that we might expect to see in the rain. It's hard to tell quite how wet it is. I'm not seeing a ton of spray off the car, so it may just be sort of wet track, no standing water conditions, which won't be too bad for them.
I've heard so many drivers tell me this track in the rain doesn't even really have a rain line because the track is so abrasive. Maybe there's some puddles and things you want to avoid, but for the most part, we haven't really seen people depart from the standard racing line. Typically why you would, Alex, is because the track kind of is generally rougher and it has more grip on the outside line. And so when the rain comes down and it kind of slicks off that racing groove, you've also got the rubbers and the oils and things baked into the racing line. You just want to kind of run anywhere that cars typically don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but this track doesn't seem to be as affected by those things.
Yeah, and it's strange how different tracks get affected differently. Certainly, I think on new tracks, we typically see that you can stick on the dry line, what would typically be called the racing line. This track, again, it might be because of that abrasiveness, but what tends to happen is that racing line over the years and miles of getting run on, it just gets polished. All the gaps in between the asphalt get filled in with rubber and what have you, and then when the rain falls and sits on top of that, it gets extremely slippery.
Evan D in the number 949 Ford Mustang just shot something out the tailpipe there. I don't know if that was a leaf or something that he had run over, but something came out from underneath the car.
Yeah, I think it was just a leaf.
We haven't really seen a lot of those on track, although the trees are telling us it's time for them to come down. So it's not quite. I know that's actually something that the SCCA runoffs drivers deal with a lot at Road America in the fall, is all the leaves on the track, especially in the mornings. But we haven't had to deal with that much this weekend. They keep this place impeccably clean inside and out as well. But here comes Ryan Matthews up out of 17. The driver to beat for sure, but again, I don't mind that GTR here in the rain, if Conor Gallagher is feeling comfortable in it. But Ryan Matthews, I think, look at how fast he's going right now across the stripe, 57.2 without aero. That's impressive.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be affecting him too much, but we do see the rain coming down right now. Pretty heavily. Yeah, it
continues to kind of ebb and flow, but now I think we're going to be getting it for the rest of the day. We're kind of past the wispy parts on the radar. It's going to be here for a while. Conor Gallagher across the stripe in the GTR, and it is a 201.561 within breathing distance of Matthews, so not over yet. Here comes Evan D in the Mustang into the braking zone. This is the car I think would probably be the hardest to contend with the wet weather. We'll see what he can do.
Yeah, and I think the challenge here for the GTR is if the GTR was going to get an upset, it needed an entirely wet session, because the GTR isn't going to get faster in the wet. If the conditions deteriorate, it's just going to get faster relative to the other two cars.
Actually, Evan went second quick in the Mustang.
Yes.
Again, within shout of Ryan Matthews, so not over yet. Looks like Gallagher, it's hard to tell. Seems like he's still on it, just gently squeezing back on throttle there. You have the front axle helping you claw up these hills. That's something that Matthews will have to be careful with the right foot, just making sure that you're not stomping down the throttle and breaking the 305 with tires loose.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you still need to manage the power in those big power all-wheel drive cars. You just have that extra grip, like you say, helping pull you along.
Love the sound of that Mustang. Makes some great noises, doesn't it? And then here comes the Corvette. Ryan Matthews, this is lap 2. Ooh, charging really hard there into 17, but it seems pretty gripped up. We haven't even really seen it break loose yet.
No, it looks very, very tidy. And we are seeing spray coming off those tires now, but it does seem so tidy as it's driving through the water here.
Will he pick up? And he will, to a 55.7. I'm really impressed with the pace that he's got, given the track conditions. Again, it's sort of damp, leaning to wet. But now Conor Gallagher, he's going to be guaranteed a podium because there's only 3 Street GT cars out here. The others, Luke McGrew won, and I think the other drivers that were qualified in are electing not to go out.
Yeah, and we don't backfill those positions. If somebody doesn't make or somebody who qualified in the top 5 doesn't make it to the podium sprint, we don't then fill in, 6th, 7th. Yep. You have to earn your spot in there in the top 5.
Yeah, got to qualify in. Not gifted any entrance into podium sprint here in this competition. Here comes Evan D in the Mustang. Outperformed Gallagher last time, and he will do it again, 59.5. And last lap here, a podium sprint for Street GT.
Yeah, I'm finding that very surprising that the GTR just doesn't have more of an advantage than it does right now, or than it seems to have.
We're on to turn 3 for the Mustang. I'm actually pretty surprised that the Mustang is doing this well. A
lot of spray there.
Yeah, the turn 3 to 5 seems to be the wettest area at the moment. And there's a little bit of a wet patch right here. You see where the track gets shiny for a moment. But Evan really driving hard, and now we're well into the radar. It's not going away. There's even some yellow and red on its way to Wampum.
Yeah, it's just going to get worse from here, or not worse, it's going to get wetter from here, and you can decide big flash out of the exhaust there from the Mustang.
Cars that shoot fire are better than cars that don't shoot fire.
I agree. Or maybe that's a GTR. It might have been the GTR, actually.
Here comes Ryan Matthews in Street GT, just trying to parlay this C6 to a win this season, and across the stripe, and he will, I don't think I saw the flash on the timing, but he didn't improve. Oh, he did improve, a 154.215. That is an incredible lap time with how much precipitation. I don't care how grippy the track is, that's fast.
That's a very impressive lap time in these conditions, I think.
So here comes Conor Gallagher. And again, it'll just be which of the two gets the bigger trophy at this stage between 2nd and 3rd. Great noises out of that GTR.
Yes.
Across the stripe for Conor Gallagher, and it is a 2:07.990, and it's just shy of Evan D's time in the Mustang.
So can Evan snatch the top spot from Ryan Matthews, or have we set a podium right here?
Across the stripe for Evan D in the Mustang. And here it is, 59.135. So quicker, every driver improved every lap, but Ryan Matthews is going to win Street GT here in the Track Battle Podium Sprint.
Yeah, very impressive drive there in the podium sprint from all 3 of them, actually, but particularly Ryan Matthews setting that blistering time in the wet.
I'm genuinely surprised that a class with generally the most power to tire and the least aero struggled so little with traction.
Yeah.
So again, I've been told that this racetrack is grippy in the rain, but we're seeing that demonstrated very clearly now. There is definitely, they call those rooster tails coming off the tires now down the hill. It's getting worse, but even still, a 154.2 is not a bad lap, all things considered. You see, the last dry session we did was with the Club TR cars that were just a second slower than that. And, you know, the fastest times we saw in Street GT were the high 147s, so only 7 seconds off with rain coming down pretty consistently is amazing. Well, let's have a look at our results for Street GT, and you see him on the left hand, but we'll see him on the full graphic here in a moment. As see the foliage in the background, Ryan Matthews at a 154.215, and with that, he'll also finish second in the championship this year, behind Luke McGrew, who went home a little bit early. Evan D in the Mustang, a 159.135, and Connor Gallagher in the number 2 Nissan GTR, 2 minutes .790. That will be 18 points and vault him well up the order in the championship standings. And here's a look at some of the highlights. We started off with just a damp racetrack, and throughout the next 5 minutes we did see it get progressively worse, but despite that the cars got progressively faster as the drivers felt out the racetrack. Alex, that shows really good read on the road from all these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're out there gaining confidence, running the track. Obviously, or presumably none of these drivers have seen this track in the wet, so probably tiptoeing a little bit to begin with, being a little overly cautious, which is what you have to do, right? You have to be below the limit, or a little bit below the limit's better than a little bit over, because you can't afford that DNF or that DQ for going 4 wheels off.
Well, let's have a look at our class overview now for our next class. This is Street Mod that we'll see now, and the class record held now by Alan Patton with a 142.002 set on Friday. This is cars with, you know, they're still street drivable, but they've got extensive bolt-on mods. You've got a little bit of aero allowance, but your tire width is heavily restricted here, especially in all-wheel drive. Only a 255 width, 200 tread wear street tire. Dewey DeWitt is your champion. He's out here just trying to grab another 26 points because he has already gotten the all-wheel drive track record here this weekend. We will not see Alan Patton on this list, nor the list of Podium Sprint runners, because that engine blew up earlier in the weekend, so we will only have at max 4 drivers here in Podium Sprint, including Dayton Delahousse in an ND MX-5 right here. And this car, I would imagine, would be kind of a nightmare in the wet with a short wheelbase and a lot of power. This is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, you would think so, but we have been wrong about all of our predictions so far in Podium Sprint, or certainly since the rain started falling. So, although you do see that car starting to slide around, struggling a little bit more putting power down than it seemed like Ryan Matthews was.
Yeah, again, we just have so much less tire to work with here. The maximum tire width you can have is a 285 width tire. In Street GT up to a 305. So, again, you're dealing with, you know, putting energy into the ground with a much skinnier piece of rubber, even on the cars with rear-wheel drive. All-wheel drive cars have a much bigger challenge down to a 255 width. Dewey I saw on the grid, but has he pulled that car back in?
I'm not sure. We're not getting any shots of him. I know that he was, I asked him if he had street tires. It looked like he was planning on going out. Street tires. I asked him if he had wet weather tires. He told me he did. He got some Contis that he was willing to slap on if it rained. So I know he was planning to go out in the rain. That sounded like Dewey, didn't it? In the background, we heard him going by there. He also told me, I mean, he wanted to get all of the excuses out of the way when I talked to him earlier as well. He told me he's having transmission issues. That thing is not shifting or not recognizing the shifts for the auto cuts and things like that. So he is having to clutch shift, and he's pretty despondent about that. So yeah, I don't think it'll be a problem for him. He's just getting those excuses out.
Well, he's talked about this. He's had transmission issues in the past with the sequential gear set, and he was talking about at Road America, he had to basically change his shifting technique halfway through one of his fast laps because heel toe downshifting with a sequential action on your gear stick is not something that you're used to doing. So it's a little awkward at times.
It is a different muscle memory. I know I've got sequential in one of my cars as well, and that one's paddle shift. But when you have to clutch and shift, it's a really odd feeling. Getting the muscle memory down to you know, clutch and blip the throttle and pull a paddle rather than moving the gear lever. It's a strange feeling.
Dayton Delahousse in the MX-5 heads down the hill. Luca Barberis is the top seed in this in Street Mod in a GR Supra. And Dewey DeWitt in second. Again, this is just for the weekend trophies. I think Luca Barberis, as far as the points are concerned, again, we saw them at the beginning of the session, but Luca is sitting pretty for third place in the title behind Ryan Matthews. I think if Luca were to win this, though, even with 25 points, he would actually get second away from Matthews here. So there's some on the line for Luca, and a second place isn't going to it's going to tie him with Ryan Matthews, but head-to-head, he has lost, well, only once, twice. No, he would actually break the tiebreaker there. So a second or better will be second place for Luca in the championship hunt. Here's Dewey across the stripe in the number 70. Boogeyman to the top, 154.368.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of spray now, so I imagine that all-wheel drive is becoming more and more of an advantage for Dewey than it was in the Street GT session.
That thing's ripping. Look at that car.
Yeah, absolutely flying. He has a lot of confidence in that car.
It looks even, I mean, I know it's not faster than earlier in the weekend, but it just looks faster in the rain with the rooster tail and everything, showing how much aero is at work. And he's developed this car for a long time. Already has won his second championship in it. He won it in 2023, but, you know, the class was in a different place then. And,
oh, there he goes.
Power slide up the hill. And, you know, last year he had a really bummer season with a lot of mechanical issues, and he really wanted to win one, you know, the old-fashioned way, just brute forcing it, and he's done it. Dayton Delahousse in the MX-5. Curious to see what that car will do as it comes across the line. You'll see the time hit in a moment as we watch Dewey navigate the S's. Dayton P3 in the MX-5.
Yeah, and we're seeing, if you look at the time there from this MX-5, it's clear that the rain is definitely affecting them pretty badly right now.
Yeah. Interesting to note, though, that their lap times are very similar to the Street GT cars. Again, when you're limited on just basic mechanical grip, all the other gizmos and gadgets don't really help all that much. Brian Van Oersdahl in the GR Supra P4 with a 208.332. And here's Dewey running down Luca Barberis on lap 2. He is hauling the mail right now.
Yeah, he sure is.
And Luca into the braking zone there. Love seeing the rooster tails. This is so
a lot
cool.
of aero on that Supra.
And this is lap 2 of 3, so they'll get one more after this. There's Dewey. Got the pirate flag over his shoulder. Got the eye patch on the nose there with the missing headlight. And across the stripe for Luca. Does he pick up a little bit? He does not. Dewey DeWitt does to a 152.025. That's a really solid lap time.
Yeah, Dewey just putting his stamp on this event now. What was his dry lap time? That can't be
45, 145.
Yeah, it's not that far off at all.
And he's now chasing Luca Barberis. I think he'll know that he's run down Barberis, that he's in pretty good standing as far as the podium sprint's concerned. He might just be having a little bit of fun now.
Yeah, I wouldn't force this issue if I were either of these drivers. If Luca sees him in his mirrors, he's going to let him go, I'd imagine. Dewey, I don't think is going to force his way through if he doesn't.
Well, he might.
I could be wrong there as well.
Yeah, and again, they got plenty of straightaway to sort this out. And again, passing is not illegal in podium sprint. You just hope that it's done nicely, and I think that was about as nice as it's going to get. Yeah, I mean, again, at this point, Barberis knows he's going to be outgunned here with the all-wheel drive. But he was probably hoping for dry conditions. His car was a hair faster in most of the qualifyings this weekend. And here comes Dayton Delahousse, the MX-5, just trying to hope to get up to the GR Supra of Barberis. He does not, 202.618. See if Van Oersdahl can get a little closer to Dayton. This MX-5 is pretty rowdy. I mean, how much power does that thing make? I mean, for such a short wheelbase, a little bit of aero to help it stick it to the road. Dewey might complete this lap, too. He seems like he's still on it.
Yeah, he's having a good time. He's definitely still on it.
Yeah. And why not, right? He's won the championship. He can't lose anything at this point. He can't lose the record because no one else showed up in all-wheel drive street mod to challenge him there. So he's gotten that, improved on his time from last year by a handful of seconds. And it looks like he might even go home with another first-place trophy on the season. And across the stripe for Dewey. And it will be even faster, 150.556 for Dewey DeWitt, and he'll be stoked about that. Luca Barberis at a 157, but it just won't be close.
Yeah, he had to complete that lap. You can't push your way through on a lap and then not finish it. So yeah, that was a heck of a lap, heck of a podium sprint from Dewey in the wet. Well done.
Yeah, that was pretty unbelievable. And one of the things I wanted to know is we do keep track of wet records here. I'm not sure how you know, how important drivers perceive those to be, but just if you were wondering, there wasn't an all-wheel drive wet record here, but it is now a 150.556. I think what's unbelievable to me is that's only 5 seconds slower than the record that Dewey set in the dry at optimal conditions.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it shows a little bit about, you know, what you were saying earlier, that this track doesn't deteriorate as much as other tracks do in the wet, although there's clearly a lot of standing water out there.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at our next category after we got to look at results first, don't we? Street Mod here. Street Mod results for Podium Sprint. Dewey DeWitt with the 2 thumbs up, 150.556. Pretty unbelievable time there. Luca Barberis will go home with a trophy. So will Dayton Delahousse. I don't know that Dayton has gotten a trophy before up on the podium. A 202.618. Brian Van Oersdahl at a 208.332. And again, missing Alan Patton because of the mechanical issue earlier in the weekend. So congrats to Dewey. He came for the victory lap, and despite a strong attempt from Alan Patton did take the class record this weekend, but that's not going to affect who gets the trophy this weekend. Let's have a look at our Trackmod class overview. Previous record did not fall this weekend, but again, for this category, we're talking big aero, we're talking big horsepower, and 60 treadwear extreme street tires. I don't know how much that's going to be helpful in this session, though. I think you'd want a little more tread.
No, and I'm not sure how many of them actually run 60 treadwear tires. 200 treadwear tires these days are so fast. I suspect a lot of the Trackmod drivers are still running those 200 treadwears that are allowed in other classes. They just can run bigger ones.
Yeah, and here's the championship situation here in Trackmod. The one that we're watching, the battle that we're watching, Justin Peachy versus Chris Smith, 75-73. Basically, whichever beats the other in this session is going to go home as the podium finisher in the championship. Alan Patton and Jackie Ding not present to run in this weekend. Chris Boersma, though, not far out either. Front-wheel drive, aero. I don't mind Chris Boersma's chances for a season podium either.
Can Justin Peachy or Chris Smith, can either of them catch Jackie for second place?
I guess that would come down to the drops, wouldn't it? Because unlike GLTC, where the last event can't be dropped, it can be dropped here. So in Trackmod, if Justin Peachy, let's say he were to win this, no, he could not. Chris Smith also cannot. So,
so Jackie's 1 and 2 is set, and we're just looking for fighting over a third place now in the championship.
That is correct. So looks like we've got Peachy, we've got Smith, we've got Boersma, so all 3 of those cars involved in that are here, and so is Andrew Brownfield in this GR Supra. We saw him kind of hucking and sliding this thing around earlier, and that's good practice for low grip conditions. We'll see what he's got.
Yep, I think we'll see more of the same here.
And the rain coming down even harder still. But we know the potential's there. All the drivers that are paying attention to the times will note that there is quite a bit of grip available if you can trust it. See the air temp going down. It's almost under 70 degrees now. We're right in the middle of that weather system. It's not going to get better.
No, we're in this for the long haul now for the rest of the track battle sprint here, and probably the rest of the events that we have coming up.
There's Chris Smith in the 212. I think that this is really going to be, it's hard to tell. I think for Boersma, you know, that's the real question, is what happens if Boersma were to pull this out. If Boersma were to pull it out and Peachy were to come home in second, it still doesn't do it. But if Peachy were to be third, then they would tie with advantage Peachy. So for Boersma, it's a kind of a long shot for third place in the title, but it could be possible. And there's Justin. I don't know. Again, Justin is really in tune with this car, but something tells me these conditions aren't going to be optimal for this car by any stretch.
It's going to be tough, isn't it?
And how well that aero is optimized, you know, every little bit's going to matter.
Yep, the aero will help a lot. Aero cars in the wet do have a surprisingly good amount of grip. Nothing like they have in the dry, but they do are less affected by the rain.
Yeah, I wonder also the power application for Boersma's car with, you know, power happening much higher in the rev range, if it'll make it a little easier to get traction leaving a corner as well.
It could, not having that big surge of power, but I think all of these drivers are in tune with how the power is delivered in their cars, and they'll all be well aware of how much they can push. Wouldn't surprise me at all if they didn't have traction control on these cars as well, a motorsport style traction control that will help them not do something silly in the wet.
Andrew Brownfield is the first one to get to the start-finish line and begin his flying laps here. 3 laps on the board and down into turn 3. I think the number 2 seed here should be Chris Boersma. I hear him coming across the stripe. There he goes. And Chris Smith in this 212 BMW 1 Series. This car's got a lot of aero as well. Shorter wheelbase, though, than... Actually, I guess these are all sort of short wheelbase cars, aren't they?
Yeah.
Except for the Corvette.
Supra, not too much the Supra.
Yeah. And the Corvette, Justin Peachy throttling up. This is, I honestly don't really know what the outcome of this one's going to be. I don't really feel very strongly about the ordering of this one.
Right.
I think the other sessions, you know, they all kind of landed logically for the most part, but this one I'm not sure I could predict exactly what's going to happen. Peachy across the stripe there in his car that's rocking a different engine than the start of the season. Here's Chris Boersma all the way out of Ontario, Canada with the K-Tune Civic that has been with him for many years. Drove his wife to prom in it decades ago. Was originally a drag racing car that he's converted for road course time attack, and it's seen a bunch of different configurations over the years. And he's chasing not only a podium, but potentially a trophy here with the front drive. He's the only car in this sprint that is running front-wheel drive.
Yeah, a fascinating story hearing, you know, both him and James Houghton from Canada as well, from Toronto area as well. He famously had that Integra that he's been using for years and years as a time attack car, and he'd owned that for a long time before it became a time attack car as well. So really interesting that both of their stories are somewhat similar in that they are long-time owned cars. Certainly long time they've been competing with the same cars, which is pretty exciting.
So Andrew Brownfield puts down a 2-minute .747. That's the benchmark to chase. And Chris Boersma ripping through turn 16, looking pretty planted right now. On the brakes into 17. Got to just make sure you don't lock anything up. Chris Smith in trail as well. Rooster Tail's definitely coming off these cars now. And we're still on time, by the way. This track has slowed down so little that we're not even behind in the schedule. Typically, rain really slows Podium sprint down, but has not yet. Here comes Boersma across the stripe, and it's going to be 2:05.672. I think he'll gain some confidence, maybe be a little quicker next time around. Chris Smith is going to go to the top of the board, 2 minutes .054.
Wow. Yeah, I think, you know, for keeping us on time, it's really helped that all of these drivers have kept it under control, kept it on the track as well, not had to go fishing cars out of the mud. Really helps, and not dragging mud onto the track has really helped keep us on time.
Yeah, so Chris Smith, if he were to pull out this win, that gives him a shot for the podium as well. It all depends on what Justin Peachy can do in his Chevrolet Corvette. Across the stripe for Peachy, and it's going to be a 2:07.228. So if Peachy were to earn 16 points and Smith were to finish as is, Smith would beat Peachy for third place in the championship by 5 points. Now, if Chris Smith were to get knocked off that, he would still win it by 1 point. So Smith has to finish third or worse with Peachy not improving for this to stay with Smith's advantage here. So we'll see what happens next time around, but I feel pretty good if Smith attacked lap 1 that aggressively. Maybe Brownfield might pip him back, but he even a second would still get him P3.
Yes.
Assuming that Peachy stays P4 too.
Yeah, and what does it matter what Chris Boersma does? As long as he beats Chris Boersma, he's going to finish ahead of him, isn't he? Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah, because he's already ahead of him in the standings. So across the stripe for Brownfield, he goes back to the top. That's a huge pickup too. Yeah. 157.505 for Brownfield. Last lap here for the Supra. And that could be the wild card for this battle. He's not really in the points fight at all. It's going to make it a little bit interesting. And off into turn 17, Boersma right to the edge of the road. That made me nervous for a second. Grass is lava when it's wet, this wet. You see Chris Smith hunting for the middle. You can see the racetrack kind of dry in the center. He saw that too, looking for the dry line, which is starting to become more important. You see the tires spinning, kicking water spray out. So a little bit of wheel spin for Boersma here in the Civic, and across the stripe for Boersma. And it's a pickup to 2 minutes .584, but he stays P3. Here comes Smith, and he does not improve.
No, it goes a little bit slower. It does look like they're starting to hunt for that grip now, taking some different lines, a little slide there. We've seen Andrew Brownfield sliding more around in the dry than we have in the wet so far. He's kept that car very stable and under control.
Yeah, and does Justin Peachy improve on his 2:07? Again, it's going to be critical for him to hang on to third in the title fight. And here he comes out of turn 17. He's going to have one more lap to find something. I think if he finishes third, the math gets a lot harder for Chris Smith. So across the stripe, if he defeats Boersma, and he will not, doesn't improve. So he's only got one lap left to save his season podium. And Chris Smith is looking very good at this stage. And here comes Boersma now. Is he even on it anymore?
Doesn't look like it, does it?
Yeah, Yeah, pretty hard to tell with the S's now. About 90-mile-an-hour corners for the most part in the wet, or in the dry at least, so maybe even slower than that in the wet. Love watching the water kind of show you all the effects of the aero, but here comes Andrew Brownfield. Will he improve on lap 3? Yes, 156.96, and he is provisionally the winner at Trackmod. See what Smith and Boersma can do. And can Peachy find anything to defend his third on the season?
Yeah, it looks like he's struggling in with these conditions at the moment.
So just the way things are standing, I think Boersma, did he let Smith go? So,
I think so.
Yeah, so Smith goes on by. That means Boersma is looking at a third place, which would be 18 points. It will not be enough for him to do anything about the season podium. But into the last corner here. Andrew Brownfield picked up speed every lap. Smith is going to pit in. So all they have to do is hope that Peachy doesn't pick up. And looks like, sounds like, Boersma's going to pit in as well. Not going to bother with that third lap. And I wonder if Smith is stopping. Again, he did have to pass Boersma there. If you do get impeded, you have the opportunity to ask for a rerun. I don't think that's strictly necessary.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think he got 2 clear laps in. The track is deteriorating. I'm not so sure a rerun's going to be all that helpful to him.
No, and he's already P2, so he's going to get the season podium by 1 point, provided that Peachy doesn't improve. And Peachy, I don't think it looks like he's on a crazy fast lap here either, and he's got his fist out the window. So with that, the Trackmod class is complete. Andrew Brownfield will pick up the first place trophy. Chris Smith is second, and that second place, is he going to go back out again?
Looks like he's going to get a rerun now, doesn't it?
Yeah, and again, he's owed. I mean, he can't ask for that if he feels like he was impeded, but I don't think it's going to change the fact that he is going to be the third place runner in the championship by 1 point over Justin Peachy. Here's the risk I see with this, and this is probably on the team to communicate to him. If he goes back out and goes off course, his times are deleted, Alex.
Right.
I wouldn't take this risk.
No, I wouldn't either, unless he thinks he does have, you know, a little over 3 seconds in the bag to take first place away. I'm not sure I would take this risk either. I've got a P2 right now. I'm quite a ways back from P1, and that gives me third place in the championship. I'm calling that a day and saying that's a good event for me. However, like you say, by rights, if he was impeded, he does have the right to request a rerun, and if we can give him a rerun, we will.
Yep, and it looks like he's going to get sent and on his way here. So we're not quite done then with Trackmod, we got time for this too. We're not actually in a delay at all. So we've got another few minutes for him to get his extra lap here, and for the unlimited cars to go and still be plenty on time. So Chris Smith is going to go back out. Big risk here, but we don't know what his relatives said. If he was up in the green by a couple of seconds or even a couple tenths, you know, I could see the impetus and the desire to want to run this extra lap. I just see this as a really big risk. Yep. And again, I know that the team is watching. I know that they'll communicate that to him, that this is a risk, and he's going to decide that it's worth it. Again, ahead by 1 point as things stand, but he'll get 1 flying lap to upset Andrew Brownfield at the top.
And to find 3 seconds, or a little bit over 3 seconds, 3 seconds and 2 tenths, essentially, for 1 tenth.
So go back all the way to Carolina Motorsports Park at the beginning of the year. He was, I think, the top seed going into that podium sprint and had an off at turn 1. And since then, has sort of felt owed one. So we'll see if he can claw it back here for the Seems Legit Garage guys. I have to say that Seems Legit puts together a really good program with fantastic looking cars, which I think is part of the draw to Grid Life, is not only the fierce competition and the presentation of the sport, but also the presentation of the vehicles and the pride the drivers take in how they look. And I think Seems Legit, especially their fire suits, oh my gosh, they're cool. So we're going to head back down the hill, getting an update from John Raymond that, again, everything will be reviewed post-event here. So all the results from Trackmod will be provisional post this run, but he's going to get his run, and we'll see what happens. Down into turn 17. Got the track all to himself now.
That's always an eerie feeling when you have the track to yourself.
Let's put up the lower third. previous lap time. Just leave it up there for the whole lap until it gets back around the straight. So here comes Chris Smith up onto the front straight, throttling up. All eyes on him. If he needed the added pressure, he's got it now. Green flag for one more flying lap for the 2:12. And we're going to see the previous lap time there is a 6-minute lap, but we're going to leave this up and see what he does next time by. Into turn 1. I don't know if it's gotten better or worse, but I'm leaning on the side of it's worse than it was 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't think it's got any better. Not any significantly better anyway.
Yeah, running down to turn 3 on the brakes. And, oh boy. See him run down the hill here into 5. Looks pretty good. And again, we were pretty surprised at how much grip was available. And if he can just throttle up a little bit more and find some speed, a little bit of a wobble on the brakes there. But it's not giving me the kind of body language that would make me think that it's just a little away from dropping up from underneath him. It looks like, other than the power slide there, it's pretty well composed.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tidy. A little bit of wobble on the brakes. That can get away from you in a hurry. As we see him coming through the start of some of the S's here.
Yep, working his way through the S's. Again, he's giving it everything he's got. And again, not being in the car, not knowing what this track is like in the wet, maybe he's way further from the edge of grip than we thought, and he's got the confidence to keep it on the road, and he's made it through half a lap. I'll be really curious if he does pick up and he does go to the top. Egg on our face. I mean, again, you are owed the opportunity to get 3 clean laps. And if you say I was impeded, I want this extra lap, by all means, take it. And if you improve, good for you. You've taken everything that's available to you, and you put yourself in position. So down the hill through turn 15 there. I think the moisture is playing with us a little bit now at this stage. But into turn 17, Chris Smith. Watch that curbing. It's really slippery.
Again, looking tidy though. I mean, he hasn't looked like he's been at risk of throwing it off the track at all on this lap.
No, but
very clean, very tidy. Is it faster though?
Yeah, lots of moisture coming out from those wheel wells though. And across the stripe, let's see if Chris Smith can go faster. Needs to be to 156.9, and he will not. A 159. He does pick up time though, so you know, credit there. Did go quicker, but not enough. So it didn't change the results, and critically, he didn't go off the racetrack, forcing us to go back and look at the rules about going off in an extra lap. So we didn't have to do that. So it'll stay the same as it was. Let's have a look now at the Trackmod results here. 156.960. Andrew Brownfield takes the top spot. Alex and Chris Smith in second. Hey, Chris, do you need any time to sort out that flashing? Is there anything that you can solve, or is it just moisture stuff? Okay, all good. No worries. I just want to check. Chris Smith and Chris Boersma, second and third. Then Justin Peachy in the 445 is in fourth place. So that'll be the end of Track Battle Podium Sprint for the Trackmod category. We're going to move on to Unlimited now. And we'll have a look at our Unlimited class overview. And this is where the rule book gets real thin, Alex. The only restrictions are effectively safety related. Here's a quick look back, though, at the highlights from our Trackmod group. Chris Boersma, I thought this car was probably a little bit better suited to run up at the very pointy end of the field, but just the grip level not quite there with the front drive, leaving some of those digs when you shift the weight to the back in the front drive car. But Andrew Brownfield was the one to go to victory lane and pick up a trophy here this weekend in Podium Sprint. And you know, sometimes this Podium Sprint upsets the balance. Sometimes it's not the fastest car that wins the event, but I think in Trackmod we saw Andrew Brownfield, as far as the times this weekend were concerned, consistently leading the class. Chris Smith with the extra lap that he required. Big power slide out of turn number 5, and on the rerun picked up a little bit of time, but not quite enough. So he will finish second, and then that will put him third in the championship standings on the season and pick up a third place finish. All right, let's have a look now at our Unlimited class overview. And Jim Rock, the new track record holder, 140.118 was the time that we saw on Friday. This class, highly modified cars with minimal restrictions. You've got active aero allowed, engine swaps allowed. You can run hybrid drivetrains. You're looking at a horsepower in the 700 to 2,000 range. We've even seen cars probably even above that 4-digit number, believe it or not. Here's a look at the points. Jim Rock is leading. No one can catch him here because Ernestus Pezelis is not here this weekend, but this is what we're watching. Bertulis, I think actually Jeremy Lauder is I didn't even see if he rolled, so it might not be as volatile as we thought.
No, I don't think so. I'm surprised, or pleasantly surprised, that we're seeing cars show up for Unlimited. These are the cars that typically care most about those records, right? Unlimited is the purest form of time attack, and they typically care more about the records than they do about the event wins.
that's fear.
So we got cars on track here. Looking at the unlimited order here, Jim Rock was going to be out on the racetrack, but it was a transmission braking that we heard just a moment ago. Ito Waxman giving us that update there. So it's just Joshua Briggs, Alan Patton, Zach Joe, and Andreas Bertulis. No Jeremy Lauder in this session, which means that we will not see a trade for third place in the championship standings here. Ito's coming back to tell me more.
Briggs was on slick, so he wanted to go out the back.
Okay, got it. And so we've also had a little bit of a modified grid order because it sounds like Joshua Briggs was on slicks. He's decided to go out at the back of the field. If he's got nothing other than slicks, Alex, this is going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, very brave. Going out on slicks, even if this is a good abrasive racetrack that doesn't lose a ton of time in the wet. Any kind of puddles or anything like that, which we're not seeing a ton of puddles, but any kind of puddles, that car's just going to float over those.
Yeah, this is a car I'm really expecting to be good with Alan Patton behind the wheel in the 606 Thunder Bunny Toyota GT4 Supra. This is a FIA spec GT4 car, and he's run it in Gridlife GT. Christian Aranja is taking it in Gridlife GT here today. Let's see what we got here for Andreas Bertulis across the stripe and beginning his laps. And looks like he's just beginning his first time lap. Alan Patton, I think, is going to be the top seed because of the grid order reshuffle here. So we'll see what Bertulis has in the RCF. I know he's spent a ton of time this year driving in the wet, so he's definitely dialed in with this car. This actually probably comes into Bertulis' hands a little bit because it's going to equalize the cars. Again, This car's a little heavier, maybe a little less powerful than some of the others in the class. I don't actually think Alan Patton probably makes the least at about 390 wheel horsepower.
Yeah, and there we see that car that I think is on slicks.
There's other issues going on for this car.
Yeah.
Joshua Briggs is just creeping up the hill and just hoping that he can make it back to the pit lane
before these cars come around.
Yeah, they got a little bit of time. There's Zach Joe in the Zestec Lamborghini. We were talking about the wing angle before. Looks like he might have flattened it just a little bit. But we were concerned that maybe it was decoupling the airflow after his slip up yesterday. Alan Patton just did a 151.97. So that's going to set the benchmark here. I think that's going to be a tough time to beat. I think he's really dialed in with this car.
It is. I think that, the exciting thing I'm kind of looking at here is, can somebody beat Dewey's time in the wet? And can somebody challenge for that top time in the overall wet record here for Gridlife?
Alan Patton heading down the hill. He's got lots of experience driving this car in the wet, or cars like this in the wet. Again, this year competed in GT4 America as well as IMSA's VP Challenge last week at Road Atlanta. That was in the dry, but he's had plenty of opportunity to race in the rain this year in GT4 Supras on a different tire, I believe, here today. So again, a little bit of a different experience, but let's see. Lap 1 for Bertulis across the stripe, and it's going to be a 155.7. Not a bad start, honestly.
No, that Supra looks so planted in the wet, though. It looks so confidence-inspiring, not sliding around at all. Looks like it's putting power down just fine. Actually, he's sliding around again less than we saw him doing in the dry. That thing looks really hooked up in the wet.
Yeah, Motorsports, ABS, and TC as well. I think the TC probably the biggest advantage, I would think, with this stuff, again, dialed in by Toyota's Motorsports division, TRD and Gazoo Racing. They sell that as a package you can buy, in trouble for Zach Joe in the Lamborghini, some kind of mechanical problem.
That's not a great spot to be stopped either.
No, and that's going down into 3. Actually, is that turn 1? I see the number 1 corner station there. Yeah, so that's they have 2 pit lanes here. That's why it threw me off there for a second. But again, we'll see if they are going to bother deploying a full course yellow as Bertulis makes his way around the course in the 171 Lexus.
Yeah, there won't be any full course yellows in the podium sprint. They may black flag people to bring them in, though.
Look at Alan Patton. He did go quicker than Dewey, 150.268. And I think that with 2 good laps in, they might just local this and let them go.
It's a tough spot right on the edge of the track with that braking zone.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? And it sounds like they are going to black flag all, potentially, is what the notification I just got, and give everybody a full rerun, potentially.
I wonder if they will even want to take it. I mean, Bertulis maybe.
Yeah, so there's the yellow notification, which will be the black flag.
Yeah. I imagine, maybe not. I'm not going to make any predictions because we've done a good job of making those
Yeah, so it looks like they're actually going to wipe the times. You see them delete them there. I think Zach Joes is going to get removed here shortly as well. So it's not going to be up to them, I think, by the looks of it. So, and I think this is probably, Alex, out of an abundance of safety, because what they don't want is a winning time to be done under yellow. So I think that's really the impetus behind this decision here. And yeah, just looking at Zach Joe, there's a lot of, just a lot of moisture underneath there. You just have to wonder if it's messing with the electronics or something.
Some kind of an electrical issue.
Yeah, he did just pull off to the side there and just come to a nice controlled stop, though. So
just a tough spot to stop, unfortunately. Yeah. That you and that's the right call. You have to black flag that. You can't leave a car right on the outside of can't leave a car right on the outside of the track in a heavy braking zone in the wet.
Yeah, so not a great spot to be stopped, and they'll have to go pull him in. Again, we're still not super on. We're not that far behind schedule, so we'll see if they can get him loaded up on a flatbed or on a rollback here. And it looks like they're calling for a tow truck. The rain continues to pelt down here. Just a preview of what we're expecting to see for the rest of the afternoon here as well. If you're just tuning in, this is the very tail end of the Track Battle Podium Sprint, where we're deciding our winners of the weekend here. But coming up next, we've got 2 more races getting covered here. It'll be the Gridlife Rush Series Race 4 and Gridlife GT Race 4, and that will wrap up our coverage for not only this weekend, but the season here in Gridlife. Strap getting hooked onto the Lamborghini and going to talk in the window here. And they've already got it attached to the truck, it looks like, as well. So should be pretty quick to go here. I don't think Alan Patton's going to mind this too much. I think he's probably pretty happy with the 150.2 that he had. I guess sort of for Dewey, this, at least as far as the time charts go, if Patton can't improve again, he would still technically be the fastest of the podium sprint runners if Alan Patton can't go quicker, although, again, we did see Patton run quicker than that.
Yeah, it's a really odd situation, because Patton ran one time, 1 lap while everything was green, and then the second lap he finished, and he didn't have to go past the yellow flag station, so he did get 2 full laps under, essentially a green flag condition then. So the wiping of the times is a little bit odd for me, because those times were run under green flag conditions.
Yeah, so we'll see how this pans out, but Lamborghini is now under control of the safety trucks there and behind a wall.
In that second pit lane, I think.
Yeah, that's the run up to turn 3. And Andres Bertulis, I think he probably stands the most to gain out of this, but I'm not really sure that there is a lot to gain. Again, I think, Andres has put a lot of effort and energy into this car. It looks as close to a GT3 car as I think you're going to get with homebrew parts.
Yep.
But I think the electronics in that GT4 car are what's going to give it the advantage. And you put a weapon like Alan Patton behind the wheel. Pretty tough to compete with that. But again, we saw no Jeremy Lauder. We saw no Jim Rock. So it's going to be just a 1v1 here between these two.
Yeah, so I wonder if we're going out for 3 full laps now again and just resetting the entire session here, or if we're going to do 1 lap?
Full rerun is what I was told, so this would be all 3. Again, I don't know that Alan Patton will, hey, look, there's 2 FRSs. One's mine, one's Peter Zhang's. The one with the race car stuff on it's Peter's. But yeah, the Zestec Lamborghini going to go back to the paddock, and hopefully whatever it is inexpensive and easy to put back on that car. But let's see here. Yeah, so 3 laps, kind of a fight to the death here in Unlimited. And you see the Rush cars already getting set on the grid for race number 4. And they've got their wet weather tires on. They do run a wet weather tire configuration on these cars. That will be a little bit of excitement to end the weekend. And of course, we still have one more Gridlife GT race and a championship to sort out, which I'm pretty excited. Alex, you were registered for Gridlife GT this weekend, but maybe not in the rain for race 4, no?
No, my car's already on the road on the way back home. Obviously a long drive back for the ASM crew, so I'm foregoing race 4 to allow them to get on the road. I'm not sure I would have been given the choice to participate in race 4, but I offered that up. Yeah, GLGT, super fun driving, racing with those guys. A lot of fun with the car, doing a lot of testing on the cooling of the car, taking a what was our or is our endurance car that was making 210 wheel horsepower. Now we're up to 215 or 315, sorry, 330, trying to keep everything cool and doing that testing on it. So that's a lot of fun. And this is and GLGT is a great kind of place for that, and it will be a combo GLGT car and endurance car.
Yeah, it would be kind of cool to see what the development looks like on that next year. Andres Bertulis, what about him? What is his headspace here? Waiting around, you're kind of, you had all your butterflies already. You went out there, got a couple laps in, asked to do it again, and the rain's still, coming down here and there. The track conditions have deteriorated, but it seems like they kind of hit a wall where, it's not continuing to get a whole lot worse. So is this just opportunity for Bertulis?
Yeah, I think it's opportunity for both of the drivers that are going out there. They've had 2 practice laps in these conditions. One of the big challenges that we've had for all of these drivers have had for the podium sprints is they haven't seen the track in these conditions to this point. Now they've had those 2 practice laps. It can only get better for them from there. There's a little bit of a risk of a mechanical failure, of putting those extra laps on the car, but that won't be in their minds at all, I don't think. So it only benefits both of them to setting their best times.
So Alan Patton is going to be the first one out. This is just a 1v1 at this stage, kind of a lockout here for Andres Bertulis and Alan Patton. And again, you have to give Andres a lot of credit. This is one of the drivers that consistently shows up to Gridlife competition. I remember when we went back to Road Atlanta earlier in the year, we had wet weather all weekend long there and traditional time attack. There was no real reason to go out after Friday because there was going to be no improvement in lap times or no fast speeds or anything like that. But Andres basically lapped every single lap. There was thousands of fans on the hillside there, and the only driver that took advantage of the track time in the wet was Andres. I know it wasn't for records or anything, but understanding the mixture of competition and entertainment that is Gridlife, and I think it was really cool to see him kind of understand that and take advantage of his ticket at that stage too.
Yeah, and it becomes, traditional time attack format, it does become a risk versus reward scenario and calculus. The reward is very, very low. You're not going to set record times or anything like that. You are going to get to go out and have fun and drive in the rain, which is always exciting and fun. The risk is these are very expensive cars to build and put back together. Should something go wrong and you end up sliding off track, especially at a track like Road Atlanta, that is a pretty treacherous track. You can end up costing yourself a lot more than the cost of a ticket.
That's a fair point.
With one tiny mistake.
Andres Bertulis up and accelerating here. You see all the aero at work. This car is a lot lighter than you think it is. Again, these Lexus RCs are not lightweight cars, but full Lexan replacement for all the glass and about all the weight you can take out of it, he has done. Alan Patton, good way down the hill towards 5 already. A little bit of a wiggle and a wobble there on the brakes. But again, this track must just be like Velcro in the wet, because we've just not seen body language at any point that's told me that these cars are on the edge of control as at least anywhere near like what we've seen at places like Mid-Ohio in the past, where it just looks like as soon as you get any water on it, you're just on a skating rink.
Yeah, and skating rink is a great way to put it. Oftentimes you feel, and the cars look like they're sliding, that they're sitting on top of the surface and sliding across it, rather than the tires actually biting into the surface and generating that grip. It does look like for these cars, they are biting into the surface. They are generating grip. Obviously not as much grip as they get in the dry, but they're not skating like they do in a lot of other tracks.
Yeah, and Alan Patton, once again, he entered the weekend in Street Mod and then was running this car in Trackmod after the Street Mod car had an engine expire. But the car was kicked up to Unlimited for a handful of reasons. I don't know the details on it, but I think it makes sense that a factory race car is an Unlimited versus the Track Mod category, which is really designed for street cars that have been kind of upgraded quite a bit. But here comes Alan Patton on the rerun here. It was a 150.2 that he ran last time out. With seeing the track first, maybe this will be even quicker this time across the stripe for Patton. It's a 150.6, not far off on lap 1.
Not far off, 10th behind Dewey's time right now. Interesting thing, obviously it's not going to happen at this point, but it looks like Zoo's time is going to stand here. And I kind of understand that. He went off track in a controlled manner to preserve the session, and you don't get punished with a DQ for that.
Yeah, I guess the question I'd ask procedurally, I don't actually know the answer to this, is Bertulis does a 53.5, really solid lap there, actually better than his previous, is procedurally, if Bertulis were to then go off or Patton were to go off, will they be scored under Joe? I don't know that that would make a lot of sense to me. But
well, if conditions had deteriorated to the point where they couldn't go faster than Zoo did, or Joe did, you know, what would happen there, which would be an interesting thought. Now, it's all hypothetical at this point. That has not happened. So all's fair, I guess. And we'll see where they stack up here.
Ooh, see, just touching the grass there with the left front tire and even using a little curb.
Still getting sparks off the splitter as well as it touches the ground, still bottoming the car out and compressing that suspension.
Alan Patton now navigating the S's and heading up to turn 12. He had a big off at turn 14 the other day. Told us that the car was really set up for Gingerman Raceway and had all sorts of wacky suspension, configurations and alignments in it. And Christian Arana was just driving through it. They didn't realize how bad it was till he went out and said, "Holy cow, this thing drives terribly." And they spent some of the evening kind of resetting things to make it drive a little bit better. See the wiggle on the brakes.
See it. Yeah, and that's that little bit of instability you're starting to see now from the wet surface.
Yeah, this is also going to help. You see the Gridlife GT banner. This car is going back out on track in about half an hour for the Gridlife GT race. Sure, Alan Patton can give a lot of heads up to Christian Arana, who's been very fast in this car this weekend, and he just matched his time. Yeah, 50.22233. So, again, we're kind of right where we left off. And Andreas, big wiggle there at turn 16. Slow it down. That was a charge into 17. He is leaving nothing on the table.
Yeah, it sure was a charge into 17. I wasn't sure he was staying on the track there, but obviously he did. And I bet it's going to be a killer time now as well.
I almost want him to just call it off after this if he doesn't improve, but he does. To a 153.004. Got to give him credit. Oof. You just hope that these drivers don't put it in the weeds now on this last lap. With the times that they've set, these are really solid lap times. I just don't know that Bertulis has got quite enough to dethrone Alan Patton, but he's given every opportunity to do it here today. And again, just looking very gripped up on the run down the hill. I'm blown away by that. I'm so close to the edge of the track there. Makes me nervous. Sparks again from the rub blocks and half a lap to go.
Stable, it looks stable, it looks consistent, he looks in control of it. It does look very good, looks very tidy. It looked like he may have overdone it on that braking zone, but obviously he didn't. So I'm not seeing anything to suggest that this is, on the edge and being sketchy at all.
Yeah, he used even the curbing there a little bit. It was some sort of a no-go zone we had talked about. Alan Patton really charging hard now into the brakes. That car looks so, it looks like it's dry out there almost.
Yeah, they're fully on the dry line as well. They're not making any line adjustments to fine grip.
And look at the weather. We got a little red band coming too. It's going to get even worse here. Across the stripe for Alan Patton, the end of Podium sprint in Unlimited, and it is going to be a 1:49.982. Unbelievable lap for Alan. And welcome back to Grid Life Live in Pittsburgh International Race Complex. Boy, that was exciting the last 15 minutes. We had something go wrong somewhere, and all the things went away. So
that happens sometimes.
Project Prime behind the scenes, Herculean effort to get things back up. And you know what else happened? We had a car die on the pace lap. Gives us plenty of time to get back. So
yeah, we're doing one more pace lap here. This is pace lap 3 now because of car stalled in this right next to the south paddock. So the great spot, but yeah, smaller field to rush here because we had some attrition with some car breakage, and some people with 15 to 20-hour tows said, I don't know if I want to go through all my electronics after a rain race, so I'm going to put it in the trailer.
Yeah. So
looks like about a 10-car field here right now.
Yeah, so a small field, but we're going to still race regardless, and we got back up just in time again. I know that situations like that are never fun, but again, the broadcast team has done an impeccable job this season, and to sort out, I don't even know what happened, but I know that they just did a lot of stuff to make it happen.
Major power issue, it sounds like. And you'll see just on our left-hand side of the screen here in a moment, this is the issue with the safety truck. They are grabbing a car that stalled, almost got into a good spot. Should be just a second. Hopefully lights out after turn 15, roughly.
Yeah, this is going to be Grid Life Rush Series race number 4. The clock has started on this lap, so it'll be a slightly shorter race once we do go green. The rain has proven to be not as much of a change in track pace as I would have figured, but everyone told me that this racetrack is very grippy in the wet. But look at that radar. I don't think I've seen radar completely green and yellow. Yeah. We saw this in action at Audubon Country Club, but it was just a storm cell moving through. That is a lot of green.
Yeah, there's some red in there too, which is a little bit worrisome. Hopefully we don't get a lightning delay, but right now we're under a wet condition. Obviously these tires, the tires on these cars now, a Hoosier H2O is the spec wet tire, slightly less spec weight because of the tire difference between that and the AR1, but we will see in just a moment if we can go green this next time by.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the pace car come back around the hill here. Jalen Batley and Ayrton Grimm. Ayrton Grimm and Jalen will put on a really good show earlier in the day for race 3. Back and forth a number of times. Jason Ayler and Max Kraus in the conversation. Trip Stout in the number 1 will start in 5th. AJ Campo up in 6th place in the 227. We'll see what she can do here. Confidence in the rain, that's a big piece.
These tires, though, they're incredible in the wet, and this track obviously incredibly grippy as well. So crossing our fingers that we have a nice clean, luckily they're getting 3 pace laps at least, so hopefully they get a little bit of heat in the tires as well, have a nice clean start, and go racing again.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these drivers must have been watching Podium Sprint, must have been watching the live timing and said, you know what, the lap times we saw were only a couple seconds off of peak. Right. So while it's going to look very scary, I think that there's a lot to be said about the grip level this track has. So who's got the bravest gut going into turn 1 to mash the brakes at the same marker they were earlier today?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how this track is in the wet, the behavior, the characteristics of the asphalt. We saw last year, even though it wasn't broadcast, we saw an incredible GLTC race in the rain, like the same braking markers. It stunned us because that was the first time we'd been here in the wet. So
yeah, a little bit of downforce doesn't hurt too. Generate some grip with the aero, put some more energy into the ground. Still the lights on the safety car, so we might get another go around here. It's going to keep this race under yellow a little bit longer. But again, it's a small field because a couple of drivers have opted out. Again, I think that's a little bit of a bummer. I understand why, but again, I think the grip is there a lot more than you would think. So
there's kind of an issue. This car of Sam Reed also had brake issues in the last race. It was locking up the brakes. It looks like we might be into the same problem, unfortunately. They should be behind a barricade real quick, though. Great job by the safety team and getting that car up on the hook.
It's really coming down right now.
Pace car lights look like they are out.
Oh,
we might have a start.
All right, let's go racing, I suppose, right?
Yep, and throughout the year we've had several rain races with Rush. The cars do fine in the rain, but we do have some issues where afterwards we see issues with brake sensors and we see issues with GCUs, the gear control unit. But some water intrusion, they dry them out, and off you go. Just a maintenance item on these cars.
Here we go, going racing with a couple minutes elapsed already here in Grid Life Rush Series race number 4, the last race of the season. Green flag, and we're underway. And the Rush of the Carolinas cars side by side into turn 1. Jalen Batley and Ayrton Grimm side by side for a moment. It's going to be Batley that pulls ahead for a moment, but Grimm on the outside throttles up. It'll be a drag race to turn 3.
Looks like an abundance of caution paid off. A lot of clean lines through there. 2 and now 3 cars wide for a moment, entering this downhill section in just a second.
Yeah, then we'll see if who's later on the brakes, who trusts that the grip is there. Visibility, another big challenge here. Now that these cars are kicking up a lot of spray with the aero, with the wet weather tires. tires. Ayrton Grimm falls to third behind Max Krause in the run to turn 5.
Yep, you don't have a defroster, you don't have a windshield, you have a little piece of plastic in front of your eyeballs, and that's all you get in a rush car. So this nose to tail racing heading up the hill, it's got to be a lot of spray on the visors.
Up to turn 7 now. Jalen Batley undefeated so far this weekend. Ayrton Grimm was the closest to defeating him.
Got in front of him here and there.
Yeah, half a second. Oh, but boy, actually, Max Krause has snuck through.
Wow, that rain has really picked up in the last 30 seconds.
Oh gosh, yeah, this might be that little red blip on the radar. If we could pull the graphic up one more time on the right, the weather, the red band we saw coming through. Look at, where this is right on top of us now, and this is probably what we're experiencing. Is that red band, and the visibility is going to get really hard. I think we're going to probably lose the racetrack here if it continues like this for more than a couple of minutes.
Unbelievable.
And I'll bet they're getting soaked in their fire suits here too.
It's not dry out there right now.
Yeah, this is torrential at this stage.
Yeah, it looks like only momentarily. Hopefully we keep the stream.
Yeah, I feel for all our camera folks out there as well. This is not going to be a lot of fun. Down the hill here, everyone's slowed up. We're still under green flag conditions. And Max Krause is taking full advantage. Look at the wind blowing the spray.
Unreal.
16-mile-an-hour wind out of the southwest, pushing that. I've never seen that. There's the full course. I don't think, these conditions are, I think, beyond what is possible to be raced in. There's still grip on the track, but I think for everybody else, this is a lot. So full course is out, and Max Krause takes the lead away. And Jalen Batley to second, Ayrton Grimm in third. Wow.
Looks like they might have blacked the race out of caution here.
Yeah. So black flag will have all the cars.
That must have been a wild 2 minutes for these drivers.
Yeah, this race has had a little bit of everything against it here.
Still looking at like a 2:07. That's really incredible. They're probably driving through an inch of water in spots at this track.
Yeah.
The track drains really well, but look at this south paddock here right now. Look at the water flying off of the outside wheels here.
Oh gosh. Yeah, there's a ton of standing water. This is going to be it for this race, I'm sure, unless we've got a backup schedule here, Adam, but we're a little bit in delay, so I don't know that this race is going to get back.
I don't know if we'll be able to restart this race.
Yeah. So the Gridlife GT cars sitting on grid. Well, I'm getting told that they're going to try, but they have to give it a couple minutes at least. And Gridlife GT cars, only a couple on the grid. There's the yellow through the haze there. This is
unbelievable. What a change inside of 5 minutes here.
Yeah. And they see the splitter just plowing through the water.
They're turned into boats with tires. Holy smokes! The bottom of these cars is flat. It keeps a lot of water out from underneath, but we're getting wet everywhere on these cars.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I know we've got the Gridlife Rush Series cars on the racetrack. The bigger question I have is for the Gridlife GT Series, because there is a championship to be decided in this last race,
and it's literally a locked-up championship at the moment.
Yeah. So
2 cars. The first one to finish probably wins.
Yeah, so I think what we'll probably do here until we're ready to go, we'll probably give everyone a little bit of a break here in the broadcast to at least get under some shelter for a couple of minutes. Look at the water running down the pit lane on the backstretch there, Adam. That is crazy.
This track does drain. It's probably one of the better draining tracks, and now we're seeing a lightening up in the gray of the sky, but that wave of rain still rolling and rolling.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a break here on the broadcast. We're going to take a second to kind of reset and see what our options are for the afternoon, because we've got a couple of races, this race and then, of course, the Gridlife GT race, but we're a little bit in delay. So we'll find out what the plans are here. We'll step away. Hang tight here on the Gridlife Live broadcast. We'll be back in a few minutes.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When
when we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? Firelapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with Firelink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, Firelapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
For cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Pittsburgh International Race Complex in Wampum, Pennsylvania gave us picture-perfect weather all weekend long. Maybe a little chilly on Friday, but it has taken a turn for the worse. Though it's lightened up just enough now for our last race of the season and our last race of the weekend. Kyle Heyer joined by Adam Jabay for Gridlife GT, race number 4. The grid's looking a little meager here, but the two cars that are in the championship hunt, AJ Hartman and Hans Horpedal, are on grid, so it'll probably just be whoever beats the other. Let's have a look here at the starting lineup.
David Bamforth out front, and in P2, AJ Hartman chasing him. Second row, Chris DeLucia and Christian Aranha, maybe. And third row, we're looking at Gary Wimble, Chris Schooler, maybe. And Hans. And starting P7th, Jeff Zislis in P8.
Yeah, so there is your provisional starting lineup, of course.
Jeff's right there. We got Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff is there. So again, a lot of the drivers have opted, this late. I thought that was my car for a second. I was like, I didn't think I gave anyone my keys.
Your car's going racing, bud.
There's a look at the current weather here. You see the precipitation. Again, it's been well over an inch in the last hour or so, but the inches per hour right now, 2.2. Wind has died a little bit, 12 miles an hour to the southwest. Air temp has dropped about 15 to 18 degrees since the start of the afternoon sessions here. But the cars are rolling. Gridlife GT, Adam, kind of an experiment, taking the IBOC GLTC rules, turning things up a little bit. And while the grids have sort of varied in size this year, we have seen a strengthening the last couple of months. And again, I don't think this field at the very end is truly representative of the gains that were made there
we had
this
about
year.
15 cars registered for this, if I recall. About the same for Laguna, but so much interest and talk about this. All day today also, been talking with some friends from other sanctioning bodies that have cars that really have been phased out, and they're really thinking about running here, running there. This class, I think, has solid legs for and potential for huge diversity going forward next year. I don't want it to be a retirement home for race cars, but if it is, it's going to be a cool one.
The coolest retirement home for sure. David Bamforth is out front here, and it looks like Christian Aranha is not going to bother taking the Supra out here. I can understand the tentativeness to keep that car in the paddock.
He does have the weekend locked up.
Yeah, and at the top of the screen, we'll show you championship standings as they come into this event, because even before the green, we can show you where things stand. So at the top, we'll show you a championship hunt, and the drivers involved in it are going to be AJ Hartman and Hans Horpedal. So when we see those numbers pop up here in just a second, it is AJ Hartman 250 to Hans Horpedal Horpedal 246.
And I'd be curious where Chris DeLucia would have been, because he made his way all the way out to Laguna, and then unfortunately that S54 let go, and he didn't get to make a whole lot of laps. So a lot of effort put in by a bunch of drivers in this field. We will probably have we'll have a winner in about 15 minutes for the championship. At least we'll have an idea. The race will be almost done.
Yeah, and I think what we'll see on the start of this race is you're going to immediately see about 20-something points added to a couple of those drivers' totals here, because this is not yet counting the scoring for this race. So as soon as they take the green, we're going to see things shuffle around. But it's honestly A.J. Hartman's to lose. He starts ahead of Hans Horpedal. He's got more points than Hans Horpedal, but it's not by a lot. 4 points is the difference from first to second. So
yeah,
we'll see.
And currently, points team, scoring team is going through a full audit. Results today will be provisional, but pretty locked up. I don't think we have any errors, but this is obviously a process, and trophies will be given out. Typically, we do it at PRI, so announcement TBD, but that's likely the plan. So
we're going to get 2 pace laps here to
usually
start
we do
this
in the
race.
rain.
Yep. So that was the order that came down. Also, just note that the water running across from the access roads and things of the sort. We saw earlier in Podium Sprint the track was getting moisture, but it wasn't shiny like this. So I think we really have, now that the rain's come down, we might see more of that wet line play a factor at
that
this
little
stage.
yellow and red band that just drifted across us. That was probably almost an inch of rain. You're looking at like it was such a bucket. Somebody tipped a 5-gallon bucket over, and it was the size of this racetrack. Just happened real fast. Big standing wet area on the inside of the track right there. But this track, like many, you can see the water moving. In the drivers' meetings, I typically say stay off the shiny stuff. This track though has that finger-like grip coming through it. My examination last night under a flashlight, I couldn't believe a lot of the spots. It's literally a 1/4 inch of aggregate sticking up. So it can hold a lot of water, and you're still touching pavement. You're not hydroplaning.
David Bamforth on the front row alongside A.J. Hartman. If you're A.J., you've got the advantage here in the points, but not by a lot. How conservative are you? How aggressive are you going to be in
I
here?
just want to stay on the racetrack right now. We want to get through turn 1 and just start 1 turn at a time. We've got 2 looks at this racetrack now. He does have the advantage of a little bit of aero, which is great. All you want to do is get through it.
And here you're going to see the points shuffle. And the big news here, as again, we're crossing the start-finish line. The race has not started yet, but because the positions are now being awarded, A.J. Hartman jumps up to 271 points. But note that James Houghton is no longer present there. Chris DeLucia, a 4th or better, puts him on the podium for the season, and with a 3rd, he sits at 244.
And these will probably be our likely podium if we get finishers here. If they all they have to do is all make it across, and they get a trophy for the year, which is very cool.
Yeah,
so preservation of the car in this wet condition is job 1, and after that we go as fast as we can.
Yeah, some chatter in the chat about the upset of James Houghton dropping from 1st to 4th in one weekend, but then KDM Tuner saying Houghton is home cheering for these guys 100%. I can agree with that.
Yeah,
James is one of those drivers in the paddock that is very passionate about the sport, and at times he'll share his opinion with you, Adam, but he's always fair, and I think he's always here for the improvement of the sport. I won't repeat the quote that he always talks about Gridlife with, but it's very positive.
It does involve love it as the preface for the rest of the phrase.
I guess the PG way to say it is love it or get lost, which is probably a little bit more aggressive than we would say it.
Kick rocks, pound sand, one or the other. But yeah, he's been a cheerleader of ours since I believe 2015. Glad to have him in the paddock when he is, but right now is the very busy season at work for him. I know he wants to be out here. He loves this racetrack, and when he actually called me. I was on the phone with him when I got the phone call about this track, and then I had to call him back to finish our conversation. And it was you could hear the regret that he couldn't make it to this race, because he really loved this track his first time last year.
Yeah, so behind the safety car, let me think about the math here, because A.J. Hartman has 21 points being added to his total right now. If you remove all 21, he can't possibly lose all of those points, but that would put him at 250 under Hans Horpedal. Let's think about how this math works, because there's only 5 cars in the race. The worst you can do is 15 points. Yep. So there's enough here for Hartman and Horpedal to swap positions.
I hadn't considered that. You do get points when you have a smaller field, even if you pull into the paddock. So all you have to do is to start the finish, and we kind of have these 3 somewhere in the mix.
Yeah, so the question then becomes for Hartman, it would kind of have to be a disaster. So as long as he stays on the road and stays in the
been reliable
top 3.
too.
Yeah,
it's been very reliable, and he's I can't recall a moment where he's put the wheel off. So
yeah, I think what will be really interesting also is once we get our fire laps data working, also to see the difference in cornering G with the wet weather versus the drying, because some of the cars that are not present here will have their data from the last race show up. We'll get a real good comparison of the wet versus dry conditions with the official data provider of GLGT.
Starting to pack up here, and first season of GLGT will be complete in roughly 15 minutes. Yeah, want to say thanks to these drivers for giving us a shot. It's been great to get to know a bunch of new drivers with cars that previously didn't have a place to play.
Yeah, just building more places for people to hang out with us with different engine configurations and aero configurations, building a different mousetrap for a different series, but under the same banner, Gridlife.
Really excited to see where the progression of this class goes. I think it's going to be a little rowdy. Time attack wheel to wheel is sort of the vibe.
All right, so the cars come up out of turn 17. The pace car has the lights off. Pace car will come in. It is A.J. Hartman versus Hans Horpedal in the championship fight, and they will line up nose to tail in the outside lane. Hans knows he has to beat Hartman in this race to go home with the title. Here we go. Lined up on the start-finish line, it's David Bamforth in control of the field as we wait for the green flag to drop. And green flag, we're racing in Gridlife GT, the last race of the weekend.
Dave's car here probably the best suited. He also has the most seat time here in the wet, if I recall. But Hans with a big dive into turn 1. Does have ABS on that car. MK60 recently retrofitted, and he has the lead.
And Hans has a lot of wet weather racing experience, perhaps more than A.J. Hartman, and takes the lead away. And this is going to change the math quite a bit. You see 271 to 264. I think Hans had, he was still P3 across the start.
We have Bamforth in. He might have missed the wall there. He might have missed the wall. Maybe a kiss.
Tiny touch there. Won't even make a mark on it. He'll get back rolling, but that knocks a couple cars down the order, and Hans Horpedal will have 25 points if he can finish here. He's got to be careful, though. He's going to be the first one experiencing this at speed, and A.J. Hartman second. I don't know if that's going to be enough of a point swing. They can't, actually, they did come in 4 points separate, so this is going to end up flipping that back. They're going to be tied, I think.
It's going to be very, very close. The problem with Hans's car before this race, following race 3, was a throttle body error that has been replaced. Took them a little time to figure that out, but they were seeing errors in the ECU. It turns out that was a throttle body, so that is where he's at right now. Hopefully the mechanical gremlins that have haunted this car off and on for the year will go away, but in just a moment we'll see. Hopefully we got Bamforth back with us. I'm not seeing yellow flags anywhere. It looked like if he touched the wall, it was very, very minor.
Yeah, just the slightest little touch there, and Hans Horpedal has a pretty sizable advantage, but now it'll be Hartman versus Horpedal, not only in the race, but in the championship hunt. This is going to be a very slow roll to the championship here, Adam. This is going to be very, very treacherous, but Hans well out in front. You see AJ in the background there, big rooster tail from all that aero.
The bigger wings, the diffusers, the underbody on some of these cars, they're definitely going to throw water a lot higher than some of the other cars we've seen in track battle. We didn't get a wet GLTC race, but it would not have looked like this.
Yeah, and see Hans down.
Look at the difference in aero. What a crazy tall rooster tail from AJ Hartman's car.
And a little bit, we'll look at some of the fire laps information. Got to let a couple of data points come in here as we cross the start-finish line. But Hans Horpedal takes the lead. Watch the points shuffle, and Hans is going to end up, I think, with 271 points. A.J. Hartman comes across the line in second, and that was going to put him right up in the mix with 271 points. We are tied for the season title right now with 11 minutes to go.
Provisionally, we'll have to see. But yeah, everything from this weekend does count. It is your best 10 of the season, correct?
Yeah.
And then everything from this weekend does count, including qualifying points.
Yes, and that qualifying point total is what is tying them right now.
Yep.
We are factoring that in here. So again, this is why you have to do the points audit, because when you're tied like this, you got to make sure you go back through and find every possible place that a calculation could have gone wrong. Here's a look at the fire laps information. Again, some of this is from previous sessions here. And again, we see Horpedal at 73 miles an hour on that first lap. Let's try lap 2 and see if they picked it up at all, because I think that first lap might have been the one under yellow. And yeah, I think that's what's happening there. Right, hit lap 2, because I think that first lap was the one under yellow. And there's Chris DeLucia, third in the championship in the number 62. And here's the speeds here at turn 16. Again, I don't think we've actually had cars trip the timing and scoring there for turn 16. We'll check back in with fire laps data in a little bit. But down into the backside of the racetrack, look at Horpedal losing ground here to A.J. Hartman. This is going to be a slugfest.
Coming underneath A.J. He's getting a feel for this. We will see. Hopefully Hans has got mechanical gremlins at bay. And yeah, we might have a battle for the win here. here?
I think that it's going to be winner take all here because Horpedal, I believe, it goes to wins as the first tiebreaker, doesn't it? So, or actually, does it go
bonus
to
points of qualifying races are tiebreaker 1, and the best finishing position at Midwest is tiebreaker 2.
Yes, but
for the season.
For the season. Okay, you're looking at it right now. Thank you. So, so that would probably be Horpedal then. That would be in that tiebreaker position. So it's going to come down to whichever one of these cars beats the other, provided they stay first and second.
Yeah. Yeah, for the season, yeah, we do usually have a tiebreaker option there, and as our first original event and our largest event is Midwest Festival, that usually is one of the tiebreakers. But bonus points of qualifying races total throughout the year is our tiebreaker for season points.
Yeah, into lap 2 or lap 3 now, rather. Let's see, Horpedal. Hartman closed in a pretty good portion that time. We see the points at the top. They are tied for position.
1.299 behind at the stripe last time by.
Gosh, this has got to be nerve-wracking. And Horpedal is going to likely know his situation. He went all the way out to California to rack up some points to give himself the best chance possible to win the title.
The trip was long, but his car was actually rock solid reliable there. He did really, really well, made a lot of laps, and he was also driver mentor for our wheel-to-wheel series out there. Man, look at the car just kind of biting and biting and biting going down into the belly here.
Yeah, and then clawing his way up. You see the diffuser, how much water it's coming out of that. You see David Bamforth, he's dragging a little piece of trim.
Did get a smooch on the wall there. That was what, at turn 3 roughly? Turn 2?
Turn 2, top of the hill there. And he's 4th. Jeff Zazoulis currently still scored 5th on the racetrack, but it's going to come down to these two because even DeLucia must have had an off too to be 40 seconds back.
They might have done that with each other. I'm not sure. That was roughly in the same time frame.
Yeah, so about 10 car lengths between them as they come up over the crest. Have a look here at the max speeds. Again, none of these cars in the top 4 are in the race. That's data from the last race, but look at how much it changes the top speed here when you don't have the confidence. That's about 15-mile-an-hour delta from last race to this.
118 in this kind of condition is pretty rowdy.
But look at the min speed, though. Still 41 min speed, which tells me that there's still grip in some of the low-speed corners.
What an interesting track.
Yeah, then braking force, I mean, you're not even going to be touching. Again, Horpedal there just popping on the list. Just 1 G. Well, it's almost half a G away from what we saw last race with Ulrich, Wimble, Jensen, and more. And then A.J. Hartman with the cornering force there. I'm actually really impressed with 1.3 Gs of cornering force.
Yeah, previously a 1.5 from him. 1.3 is wild in this web.
Yeah, but again, that's the arrow. He's got a little bit more downforce to help combat the conditions here. And throttling up onto the front straight, the rain continues to fall here, and we are past the worst of the weather, but there's still a lot of moisture on the racetrack. We're down under 60 degrees as well, and Horpedal crosses the line. Hartman, kind of same, 1.6 back this time through.
Yeah. About where we had it before. All they need to do is both stay consistent, but this is still anybody's race. We're about halfway through, a little over, and 1 off. This is the championship.
This is crazy that it's come down to just this. Again, the championship here, the best 10 races of a driver's championship, plus all the points at pit race, including qualifying. And after all of that and all the trips across the country and the various racetracks these cars have visited since June, and both of these drivers have amassed 271 points and are sitting tied going into the last 5 minutes of a race at pit race.
Yep, GL GT debuted, for those who didn't know, at our Midwest Festival event, which was early June, and so it was not at CMP, it was not at Road Atlanta with FD. What a great event that was, by the way, but was not there. So this is, that's why it's only 10 rounds, 10 best races, and then this final round.
Chris DeLucia, 57 seconds back from Hans Horpedal, who does have the best lap. He did run that last time around at a 205.7, and we were in the mid to low 150s earlier in the weekend.
Yep, that's for the amount of standing water here, I'm pretty impressed. These are not really high horsepower cars, still in the 300 horsepower range.
And there's DeLucia in a borrowed car. That's probably nerve-wracking. Driving a borrowed car up onto the podium. And this is going to achieve what he was hoping to do. He came here knowing that the championship was out of reach, but borrowing the car from Jeff Zazoulis to just try to knock Houghton off the podium for the season. And right now, that he's in that position. I don't even think the only place he can lose is to Zazoulis, so that would knock him off of the podium for the season. I don't think Jeff would do that to him.
Yep, we are probably going to have a little bit of lap traffic scenario with 5 minutes left, roughly. These cars doing out front, they're going as fast as they can. The rest of the cars don't quite have the urgency, and they've got a bit of a gap.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you're seeing these guys lay it on the line. That's not really a lot for Bamforth and Zazoulis to gain, but tons for Horpedal and Hartman to be the inaugural champion of this new series. Same exact gap.
Previous 1.65, and we're at 1.65 second gap here. Still, a second and a half goes by really fast on a racetrack, especially if you go off in deep into this grass, into these ruts.
Best lap for both the leaders last time, 202.8 for Hans Horpedal, 202.811 for AJ Hartman. Equally matched and tied in the championship.
This is like 4 times the amount of water that we saw in the wettest time attack class as well.
Yeah, just so much. And AJ, again, just having the rabbit to chase. Running out of time, I have to say. It's going to maybe take a mistake, or AJ's got to find some more confidence somewhere to dig himself out of this 1.6 second hole. I mean, it's like he's spraying water out the tailpipes.
He's like actually shoveling water up the diffuser. It's pretty wild looking here.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's almost like putting it in a wind tunnel.
Yeah.
At this rate.
I'm positive an aero builder such as AJ is going to rewatch this from every angle just to see anything he can learn. If you haven't followed his YouTube channel, he's got a lot of very cool aero bits and some race recaps.
And again, you see the interesting kind of currents coming off the rear wings. And to your point, again, the much higher rooster tail off of the Mustang, showing you how much more work the rear of that car is doing and contributing to the downforce.
Yeah, it's a thicker spray for sure. It's definitely pulling more off of this racetrack. Still pretty high. Look at the efficient aero on Bamforth's car here too. Very clean OEM based, and but yeah, the aero on like a homebrew Corvette, still pretty impressive.
It's super impressive, and I think Hans, again, using the grip of this car at high speeds too. It's very slippery. The straight line speed probably not bad. Here's that lap traffic you were talking about. Jeff Zazoulis, I don't think it'll be much of a factor, but depending on where they catch him, it could mix things up.
They might meet him right at turn 1 and say hello. We'll have to see how this goes. Jeff, I'm sure, has great awareness, but this is tough conditions to check that rear view mirror.
Yeah, I think
great job by Jeff getting out of the way here.
Yeah, he'll do just that. I think Horpedal gained some on AJ this lap. Just looks visually larger, the differential between them.
1 second here.
1.9, 3/10 game.
Yep. Solid, clean lap so far.
I think it's crazy that it's come down all the way to literally it's going to be the last 2 laps that decide this.
2 minutes from knowing who does this.
Yeah.
Provisionally.
And for Hans, it looked like things were slipping away, all sorts of mechanical issues. What was ailing him in the previous race?
That was a throttle body.
Okay, so.
Yep, these cars use an electronic OEM-based throttle body, and usually they tune, in TC and in GT, they'll tune with throttle body angle, which is a very common thing. If they say these cars make 400 horsepower uncorked, wide open throttle, they'll be wide open throttle until they get to their point, and then start scaling that back in order to not have too much of a peak throttle body.
Sounds like this is going to be the final lap per race control. So coming back around to a checker, and AJ Hartman's running out of chances for Hans to make a mistake, and this is going to come down to a tiebreaker in the opening season.
Do we know who got more qualifying points?
I think it's Hans, I would have to think.
With his performance at Laguna was pretty strong.
I think that was what's going to do it for him, but I don't know off the top of my head because we don't track the qualifying points for the season points otherwise.
Yep.
So that'll be interesting to note.
We might not know by the time of this broadcast.
I don't think we will.
I think we're going to call it a tie and deal with it later.
Yeah, I think we might have to. But here comes Hans Horpedal past David Bamforth. The championship has come down to the wire.
Throwing it through the kink here. That's got to be a wild feeling.
And Hans Horpedal, trouble in race 3 with the throttle body. Things looked like they were slipping away after a trip to California to rack up enough points to hopefully come through with a chance to win a championship. It was slipping away, but we don't know yet. The points are tied. It will come down to a tiebreaker that will have to be analyzed post-race. But Hans Horpedal is going to win race number 4 here in Gridlife GT. Checker flag for the number 77, and AJ Hartman comes through in second place. And you'll note, 271 to 271. You couldn't plan that.
That is
closer.
So ridiculous. I'm a little bit stunned. The opening year of this series, the idea had been batted around for about a year. Although the day we released the Touring Cup rules 8 years ago, roughly. 4 or 5 time attack drivers emailed and said, can we get a faster class? And now we have started building this faster class. I'm very excited for the future of this series.
Yeah, I think starting it off with a tie in the points is certainly a way to open it up again. We'll
a tie in these conditions at this, this track will go down in history as a legendary facility. It'll be amongst the Bridgehamptons, and it's very, very cool to see a tie for GT.
Yeah, so clawing their way up the hill on the cool-down lap. Let's have a look here at our race results. DeLucia has yet to come on through to pick up the checker, but that's why they're showing as the -1 here. But David Bamforth has already crossed the checker in 4th, so it's going to lock out Chris from losing any spots. Hans Horpedal wins the race, and again, the championship is unknown yet. 271 to 271. AJ Hartman, 2nd place. Chris DeLucia in 3rd and picks up the season podium over James Houghton. David Bamforth in 4th, and Jeff Zazoulis in P5. Finishing out the race. Wet conditions. Not everybody started this one, Adam, but the 2 that needed to have finished.
What a wild end to a wild season. I mean, 2025 has been the 7th season of Touring Cup, the 11th season of Grid Life, and I just want to personally say thanks to everybody that makes this possible. This is nothing but a Herculean effort, especially for the live stream, for our track staff. We have grid workers that actually follow us around the country just to stand in grid in the sun and the rain and sometimes the sleet. We've had hail, lightning delays. Racetracks, they've been nothing but hospitable and welcoming to us. It's been an honor to be part of Grid Life in 2025.
Yeah, really cool stuff. Let's have a look at the highlights here for Gridlife GT Race 4 before we wrap up the broadcast here. And again, a little bit of a delay to start this race. You see even the rooster tails in the background there. That was so cool. Crazy. Let's have a look here at the highlights. And in the wet, off of the grid, David Bamforth took the green. AJ Hartman, and look at the start from Hans Horpedal. They were so matched on pace. I don't know if he didn't pass AJ there, he might not have ever. David Bamforth just tipping the wall right there. Boop. Then it became the Horpedal versus Hartman chase. Horpedal out front in the Corvette. Chris DeLucia, by virtue of climbing up to 3rd, ended up 3rd on the season podium as well. And then these two, 1.6 seconds apart for most of the race. And across the stripe, AJ Hartman using the arrow. Look at dumping all the water off the tailpipes, but it wasn't quite enough to win the race. Hans Horpedal wins the race. I'll have to see how the event lands too. I don't even know what the points are for that.
Yeah.
But it's really, really close. The points came down to a tie. The tiebreaker will be determined after this. But stay tuned in. Make sure you check out the @GridLife official Instagram. But Gridlife GT Race 4 complete a tie for the championship. And with that, we'll have a look back at our day here on Sunday. And it started with quite the show. And while this is happening in the background, the highlights, the sights and sounds of Grid Life here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. This is the last broadcast of the season, the last day of the Grid Life season. There is exciting things planned for 2026. We'll hear about them very, very soon. Kitty jumping out of the way.
Closer than I thought.
Yeah, so all the faces and the people that make it happen, Adam, you always say, you guys are all Grid Life, the drivers, the spectators, we're just here to help.
Yep, that's how I feel. I don't think I'm wrong. We couldn't do this without everybody that showed up. This was one of the largest events that's ever happened at Pit Race. We really needed that at the end of the year. What a great way to go out.
Big thank you to Pit Race. This venue is closing at the end of next month, and a huge thanks to the staff and to the crew and to all the Grid Life folks in tech and in registration, the corner workers, timing and scoring, race control, the owners and operators, the visionaries of this, the merch people. It has been a wild day here on Sunday. Thanks so much, everybody, for a fantastic Grid Life season, and we'll see you next year in 2026 with even more and better. So many ideas. Big thanks to Project Prime for putting it together, and we'll see you all in 2026. Thanks so much, everybody, from Kyle Heyer on behalf of Grid Life. Thanks, everybody. We love you so much. We'll see you next year.
Happy 2025.